There we go. Nope.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
Hello. Well, that reminds me. I think I need to change some settings here on the stream. Okay, there we go. What are my PC specs? So I've had a RTX 4090 since launch, so that's what I've been primarily using GPU-wise, and CPU I've changed a lot, but I've been using a 9800 X3D for the last good while now, I think. And it's all on a fractal design ridge, where I had to do some permanent modifications to my 4090 to get it to fit. I had to like de-shroud it and chop the backplate in half and stuff. But it was worth it. It's a nice little compact rig. I bought RAM a long time ago because luckily I don't have to buy anymore. I have enough spare if my RAM decides to die. But it's a 2x24 kit, which it's like a really tightly tuned 2x24 kit because some of the timings on Ryzen, Ryzen 7000 and 9000 are pretty particular when it comes to RAM. Where you want to get like a really tight kit of 6000 megatransfers per second, like a CL30 really tight kit, and not try to run it at higher. Like running it at 6400 is not that great, to put it in perspective, because of the way the memory controller works. But without nerding too hard about PC specs, I do a lot of hardware. I haven't done a lot of hardware testing in a while. There hasn't been anything really interesting pop up in the last while to really be testing. Kind of done buying hardware for probably a while. The irony behind it is buying a 4090 on release, like over 3 years ago, I think now at this point, whenever it came out, it's actually like a good investment when it comes to GPUs. Never thought. It's not the most expensive GPU I've bought, but it's quite it's not a cheap part. Yeah, right now what I'm really testing is I'm going to try to flesh out the retaliation build. So like, just to show this real quick. But this is the retaliation build. I'm actually running precision intensify, so I'm going to use this for a bit. And I don't plan on removing this Umbra polarity right now, but I wouldn't doubt it if I end up doing it, because I'm weird like that. I don't have an Umbra former to recover it, which is a problem, because I think parts of my builds actually need it. But I really want to try out and flesh out this retaliation build. Regarding hardware, I might as well show you. Let's see. We'll pull up some stuff here. Okay. Let's see, is this working? Let's see. There we go. Okay. So yeah, my like hardware spec wise, might as well get into this with this question. We're in a 9800X3D, and I have it. I'm trying to remember the tuning on this. I tuned this a long time ago when I first got it, because I got it to try USB 4 9800X3D versus a 8700G to see where the limitation was with a Ally X hooked up through USB 4, which you can see some of the hardware back there that I use for that. So my motherboard actually has a USB 4 controller, like an ASMedia USB 4 controller, so that I could test that. And then I ended up switching back to a full desktop and running a Fractal Design Ridge that I had to significantly modify both my 4090 and the Fractal Design Ridge to fit everything, because it's like I have a Gigabyte Gaming OC 4090, and this thing physically couldn't fit in it, so then I had to like deshroud it and then chop the back plate in half to reduce the overall length of the card to actually fit in a Fractal Design Ridge. And temperature wise and performance wise, this does pretty good. I didn't direct die cool this one. What I had before this was actually a 7950X3D for when those first came out, and I actually delidded it and direct die cooled it with a NHD 14, and that worked, and it worked great. The only crazy thing about it is you actually had to I had to undervolt it so much that I was using with the D-lid and direct die cool on a 3D cache part, like the old 3D cache where the 3D cache stack is above the CCD instead of below like it is on the 9000 series. I had to undervolt it so much to the point where I was in like the XOC sort of liquid nitrogen territory on undervolting, because they have to overvolt those 3D cache chips with the 3D cache on top to allow it to actually successfully operate at those higher temperatures, that it has to like propagate that heat through the 3D cache stack that's above. You know, the 900X3D, that 3D cache is not on top. They figured out how to do it below, and so they don't run into that problem. But this runs surprisingly cool for the fact that I also have to crank the fans up, but it's not next to me. Like my computer's actually on the other side of the wall, and then I have a hole through the wall with my cables, so then my PC isn't here generating noise and creating heat. Especially for the fact that this rig will draw well in excess of like 700 watts sometimes, which is like, when you compare that to running Warframe on an iPhone, it's like this thing's drawing 5 watts, and I'm playing this acceptably. Or even on like a handheld, like an Ally X, you're drawing like 15 watts, and it's like, well, this is 15 watts versus 700 watts, like power bill and just the nature of that. It's just crazy to me. Even running it on like an iPad, it runs so well on that hardware, and you really don't need a 700 watt PC in order to do that. Yeah. So that's hardware wise. I nerd out about this stuff a lot. It's probably why you see like on Warframe, I have my hardware monitor just always on. You can't really see the frame rates that I run at because I kind of block it a little bit. But like if I do this thing right here, might as well do that. If you're always curious, I might as well start doing that. You're curious to see the frame rates. But like I said, the 9800X3D is pretty tuned. It's running a low profile. Actually, one of the Thermalright all copper, like AX52, I think is what it, like APX52. It's a really cool cooler. I still have the D-lid kit from Thermal Grizzly if I wanted to do that, but it just wasn't worth it. On the old 3D cache, like on my 5800X3D that I gave to my brother, and then my 7950X3D, those things ran so hot with the 3DV cache on the stack on the top that you really couldn't do much with them. Where that's a completely different story with the 9000 series. I've spent, if you're curious about hardware, and you look me up on Linus Tech Tip forums, I actually spent a long time in my previous job. That was the way I kept myself busy after like fixing everything on the network I was managing. I kept myself busy like troubleshooting, helping people troubleshoot stuff on the LTT forums, keep my like troubleshooting skills active and up to par. So when something actually came around, it's like I wasn't trying to play catch up from sitting there just waiting for something to break. It was a noticeable improvement in my troubleshooting skills after I started doing that. I actually have a lot of content on the LTT forums. Linus Tech Tips, that is, for those unfamiliar.
Let's clean up their mess.
So yeah, this is Retaliation. If you happen to see my video that I uploaded today, I kind of started a new series that I think is worth doing, which is they're not full build guides. What they are is more like explorations into a particular type of build variation, because there's a lot of stuff that I test that like I even would like to catalog. So not even necessarily just for content's sake, for you guys to be able to see like what is it that I'm doing in this particular patch when I'm not running the exact build that I'm showcasing in a video. It's like, well, here's an example of that. Here's some Retaliation stuff that I was working on last night actually on stream. But some of the duplicate stuff that I have alluded to a few times, some of the things I figured out. So this is me doing more stuff with Retaliation, which is just doing absurd damage in comparison. The problem with Blast and Afflictions, which I have an older video about that, is I didn't really notice till after I made that video that regularly you run 0 damage. So like when Blast gets stacked with Impetus, it doesn't do it right. It'll only do like 1 damage a lot of the time. So it's this really buggy interaction between it. And until they fix that, I probably won't go back to Blast with Afflictions until that's fixed. So there's just better options. Like Retaliation with Afflictions is actually pretty solid. I think it's specifically because of the fact that you can have an insane amount more strength, but then also shield that scales off strength.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Operator stronger than ever. Do you have an idea for some ways to make Umbra Spectre mode stronger? I think Umbra Spectre has like some really sharp limitations on its damage output because it's so buggy. Even when he's in, like, even when he is a Spectre, he like doesn't do what you want him to do half the time. Like he'll mostly reliably throw a Bright Bonnet out when you need it, but I think this is the kind of funny thing. I think the most useful way to buff Umbra as a Spectre is actually just to give him a Sentinel and let the Sentinel do all the work as he runs around and follows you. I think that's the most useful thing for him. When I would use a Sentinel on Prime, I would just basically use him as a turret. So like you plant your Warframe where you need him, and then your Sentinel is the one doing all the work. You could do that with Umbra. It's just instead of it being fixed in place, you can have your Sentinel follow you around. Like I think Umbra himself is pretty worthless, unfortunately, in terms of his damage output. I actually really hope that they do this. I think I've had a suggestion about this a long time ago, like maybe a year ago or so on the forums, where I suggested that they should make Chromatic Blade fully apply to the Spectre, or like Chromatic Blade and the mods on his Exalted Blade, so that his Exalted Blade, when he's actually using it, can like proc influence and do some crazy stuff. I think that would actually make sense. Like I don't see why Umbra Spectre doesn't have a proper full Exalted Blade that could actually be useful. Because if that did a lot of damage, then like, boy, I want to talk about making Prime obsolete finally. Which is still my stance on that. I think right here though, I show an example of like with using Bright Bonnet. The only downside here is if you saw my video on this, I actually recommend towards the end running this type build variation actually on base Excalibur because it's heavily reliant on Vazarin, and unless you're running Warrior's Rest, like it's going to be awful. And in comparison, you're also not running any Umbra mods, and so if you have polarities, 2 to 3 Umbral polarities on Umbra, then you're actually like having to polarize those off just to try to run this build. So this is definitely one of those builds that's more geared towards base Excalibur, and luckily it's not negatively impacted at all, you think, because his base shields is proportional. So then adding a bunch of shields, like using shields in this build doesn't negatively impact his lower base stats because his shields aren't one of those. It's just his armor and his max energy, and both of those are fine. Maybe except for the fact that I run one Violet Shard on this. Like, you wouldn't be able to run the 1 Violet Shard on base Excalibur without doing something to get his max energy. Because if I remember, no, maybe that's different now. Let me check. Let me verify that. Yeah, like his base energy isn't over 500, even with primed flow. Like, that's the limit here. So then you'd have lower strength. That's kind of the annoying part about this build. But some of the stuff that I test, that like, ideally, DE just fixes things, and then I don't have to worry about making these weird caveats with Prime and base Excalibur and stuff when I make builds. Because it's annoying for me too. It's not just a problem for basically most of the player base. It's also a problem for founders, to put it in perspective. Nope. Haven't done one of these guys in a while. We're gonna knock out some of these captures. I should probably... I think the fissure's still up. Let me look. Well, there is a fissure for the conjunction survival, the high-level conjunction survival, and I should probably do one of those just to see what my shield get up to in this build. We'll just do a little bounce around, get our energy to full. Yeah, part of what I'm testing too is just getting more time on Panzer, because I had to actually remake a Panzer. I gave mine to Sun when I was ranking it up, and so I had to actually remake one, which luckily I had all the materials for it. I just had to build it. I had one spare Panzer in terms of the like captured ones. And a lot of that, too, is with persistence. And that's a pretty obvious thing with persistence build, is you run a Panzer and the Quills should be able to proc and do a really good job at maintaining your self-healing with persistence. You should probably try that on Inaros first, thinking about it. Reminds me. Inaros or Calervo. Oh, yeah. The Crisis games. So I never really played the Crisis games. Let me look. Do I even have Crisis on Steam? I think I have one or so of the versions because it came with like a Humble Bundle or something. Let me see. If I knew my alphabet, this would be easier. No, I don't have any of the Crisis. Oh, no. It's not on Steam. It's on Origin. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I have at least Crisis 3. Because I think I got it through like a bundle on Humble Bundle for Origin stuff. Oh, let's see. This fissure up. This fissure is up. So what I think we're going to do... I want to test this build variation. At least get a fissure. Now here, we'll upgrade this. so I don't cap out. Well, I wanted to see what the strength, get a double strength, double range, and see how much shields I get with this build. I could do some math and figure it out, but it's a lot more fun to see it in game.
All that you have learned.
Or avoid fissures in the area. Use things to crack open a relic. Fissure.
As a reminder, you can almost run this exact build on Umbra with Bright Bonnet and have it work somewhat marginally the same, if not slightly better, with being able to spawn more than one and having like an energy recovery system. Oh, I should probably at least proc the incarnate here. Downside here, though, is with using a Panzer, I'm pretty much having to void sling myself all the time to keep my shields topped off. I'm doing more testing on my retaliation build. So I wanted to see, at least hop in a fissure mission and see what happens when I full scale it with like a double range bonus, or double range and strength bonus. Like 24 millions. Like this hits in the territory where it's like comfortable. It would be comfortable at level cap. And that's entirely up to the fact that Bright Bonnet and Expertise with super high strength scales your shields up to the point where you're getting almost fully stacked retaliation on Exalted Blade. Which is surprisingly effective, turns out. Especially with Furious Javelin and the way that stacks it. When your Exalted Blade is like base 25,000 damage, turns out that that does a lot of damage. Like right there, a single slash dash. Unarmored targets, but yeah. It's pretty powerful. And I don't even have any shields right now. As I mentioned in my video, I have sort of an exploration video on this, that a Sentinel is probably the best option for it. If you ran like a Sentinel with shield charger and everything, because that would scale, like literally directly scale your damage and keep your shields topped off. To where you probably can get away with, maybe we'll try that. I can extract here because we didn't get our double, and I can throw on a Sentinel. But it's just like Catch-22 with, or not Catch-22, but like a double dip that you get with Bright Bonnet. So you give yourself more strength. It gives you more strength with Bright Bonnet, and then more strength gives you more shields. And so increasing your strength is by far the best way to buff this when you're running Bright Bonnet. It's like you even do the math on it, you're going to get more shields from Bright Bonnet than you are going to get from Elemental Ward. And Elemental Ward's really the only way that you can increase your max shields otherwise, at least directly. But we can see what happens when I just run a companion with. I was definitely about to run into a problem there. So I emergency'd into Operator real quick. And see, that's why we don't run Sentinels. Because double Steel Essence is really nice. Guess we can do this. Oh, hi, Nathan. I am feeling quite a bit better, which is nice. So I should be fine by Monday. Yeah, I think that was just like 186 million right there. Wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, if it's like the usual benchmark I do is if it's hitting in the millions like this at base level, then it would hit more than enough at level cap, even on like fully armored targets. But these aren't fully armored targets because my Panzer should be stripping them at least a decent amount of their armor. Yeah, testing this yesterday, it kind of surprised me, but it really is just the nature of kind of sleeping on using retaliation with expertise. It's one of those things that I don't know. I don't know if any other content creator has tried that, has like really maximized that. Like obviously on Excalibur and Exalted Blade, it scales really well, but you could use that on any of them. I think the Exalted weapons is where it really shines though, because of the fact that their base damage is pretty good. So like right here, it's like I'm getting no benefit though from it because my shields aren't even full. And I feel like you can probably see when my shields aren't high. Okay. We're going to extract and change that before this fissure expires. Hey.
So we learn the importance of clarity.
Yeah, running retaliation on Bolt. I can definitely see that. Oh yeah, Nokina, you should scale pretty well. Especially if you went like kind of a full send with it and you went like Wrathful Advance. Because the daggers scale really well with Wrathful Advance. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I try to keep things as simple as I can with a lot of my videos, which seems to be the preference nowadays, because I personally don't like crazy editing and sort of fluffing up videos, so I try to keep things nice and simple. I'm not sure how many more explorations I'll get for those of you that have seen my just uploaded today exploration videos, because when you talk about arcanes on exalted weapons, and especially Exalted Blade, there's really not many more options. Like fortification's pretty limited on its utility. Exposure is really not that great overall, I would say. Where like retaliation's probably going to scale better than this, not just based on the number value, but how useful corrosive is. So it's like then you're dramatically weighing, like pretty much if you're using exposure on Exalted Blade, especially with Chromatic Blade, you're using a corrosive build now, because you're not going to be able to, you might get close to being able to weigh it higher on like Blast. Let's actually look. Oh, we can't even see it there. I'd have to go into mission, but it's like how much heat damage do I actually have here and cold damage? It's like, am I going to be able to bias Blast over corrosive to not just sit there and hammer 10 stacks of corrosive the entire time? So what we'll do is, I think I made the point where if I go to Worm, and do I have a second? We're going to get rid of that. But I can use shield chargers. So I'll have, oh no, I got to change that too. I think I might be able to get it to fit. My Worm was set up for Dante, where you don't need Guardian on Dante to make him work. Okay, I think that's correct. Yep. So now we're gonna even full send it. We'll go to Narman. Can't rely on Vazarin now. Yeah, like that's the one thing I definitely have a preference for on my build design. I don't really care to make like a build where it's almost worthless outside of this fringe scenario of perfect scenario where you're able to not die. I'd rather have a build that is a little bit more versatile, that you're not going to die to toxin the minute you hit it, which I don't really like the shield, like relying this heavily on shields for that reason. But I think the nature of it, you really can't fit like vigor, because if I could fit vigor in the build, then I could get a little bit more health, and that would blend it in a little bit better. The other option would be just to use a health shard to get a little bit more health, because 370 health with base armor feels really tight. Like when you run into a toxin cloud, you feel it. And I don't like that. So at some point, that's probably what this build might end up getting, is a little bit of a health in some way. I don't think removing Prime Redirection and replacing it with Prime Vigor is the option, but... And I don't really like Adaptation. It's like, there you go. So I can have a lot more shields just baseline, relying on my Sentinel. This would probably be, right now, this build is probably like the dumbest, in a good way, the dumbest version of Exalted Blade for Excalibur. If my Sentinel doesn't die, hopefully it doesn't. It's like an option here too is you could rely on Shade, use the like Shade's ghost ability, stay stealth, and then slash dash, because as long as you're not meleeing, you can stay stealth with Shade and not break stealth that way. So that's actually a pretty useful feature there. It's just you have to remember not to melee. You can still slash dash, you can still radio javelin, but you wouldn't be able to actually melee attack. This is also the problem with running a Sentinel. The little Genosau. There we go. Okay. We're going to snapshot in a higher strength value here. So I have... Let's see. We're going to follow the ghost. Where is it? But I was just at like 850 shields. 850% increased shields. So I got a double strength fissure right here. We'll see. Look at how long it takes for my shields to recharge. Oh, did I not put Manifold Bond on this build? Oh no. 13 million. Yeah, we're definitely full stacking Retaliation now with like 700% increased shields. Oh. Hey now, but Horus doesn't have Guardian, which is what we're pretty much relying on to live right now. This is like Hildren level shields right now. Yeah, I think I'll run this. Sorry, Panzer, sorry, Selena Kyle, you will be in the arsenal for some time now, like right there. Some crazy damage. I don't know where all the enemies are. Definitely not spawning on this tile right now. I probably have to go to just a better spot in the map, which is not in that direction. Oh, we're gonna do it. You know what's coming. This Acolyte doesn't. One-shotting Acolytes with the Nairman sword is pretty satisfying. Now, if you wanted to sweat even harder, if you use Matter Eye, you could get the extra strength from that, and then you can get even more shields. But in this scenario, Nairman's a lot more fun, especially once they fix the Spectral Blades. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think.
They know you're here. Prepare for sentient fighters.
Should probably actually be using my Bright Bonnet. entirely viable just to slash dash with this too.
The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. But if you need to leave, extraction is.
All right, we're extracting. That answered the question I wanted to answer with a fissure bonus, which is you can get your shields up to like 800% from expertise with that, which is pretty good. I'd say it's a little bit. It's a little bit of shields, and that'll definitely max out your retaliation.
Risked the unfathomable. I fear we are seeing the consequences of that risk now. Destroy these.
But I don't remember if I put manifold bot on this or not. The build, I don't think, needed it, so I definitely need to reevaluate what my worm prime is doing.
Very good.
The Verglass build. Yeah, I can show you the Verglass build. Reminds me, I'm going to talk about a Verglass build. I'm going to hide something on the market. Okay. Let's look at the worm first, because I don't think... Yeah, see, there's a problem. I don't even have duplex or manifold bond on this guy. So I wasn't even nearly using the extent of the power of this build, which Momentous is not required on this. We don't need it for impetus stacks. Duplex is... I think Duplex is questionably useful, because this does a really good job at taking all your kills. If you don't need the energy, then you don't need the energy. So that's where... I don't know if there's anything better other than maybe just giving it more shields to prevent it from dying. The other option is you want to reduce recovery time. You can use something like Restorative Bond, and then just make sure you have like a equilibrium shards that you can pick up health orbs. Or start taking health damage. That works too. Not recommended. Yeah, see, I might just use... I'm trying to think. I kind of don't want Duplex Bond on this. Because it kills too many things. It's too effective. All abilities. We could try it. We'll keep it for now. Okay. And then getting into the Verglass build. So Verglass is one of those things I've spent a lot of time. If you saw my stream yesterday, I talked about Verglass ribbons quite a bit, because that's what I made a lot of platinum off of. But Verglass ribbons now, if you had to get the perfect ribbon, what you would get is not this. This is actually not the best version. The trick to it, the important thing to know, is that the base 14% status or crit chance, you need to get at least... I calculate this out every time, because I don't memorize the value, I just memorize the calculation for it. You need at least 257.2% crit chance on the ribbon to be able to do it without having to use an additional mod for crit chance. And the optimal ribbon isn't multi-shot. So if you find one of these and you find it cheap, buy it. It's actually heat. So if you had heat crit chance with like negative magazine capacity is one of the more harmless ones compared to like reload. I haven't rolled one yet. and I've been trying to roll one. I rolled this one first because, in comparison, I've had this one for a very long time, which meets the same objective. It's just I rolled this one, so I kind of want to keep it. And the values of it are basically marginal. I think the difference of like 5% magazine capacity is on the negative is not going to be a big deal. But the reason you want heat on the Riven is that you can actually save an extra mod slot here. So then instead of having to run fired up on the actual Sentinel, you can forego fired up and still be able to get a heat bias innately on it with a Riven that has plus heat. So I haven't rolled one yet. I stopped rolling them because I wasn't really using Sentinels for quite a while. But that's my recommendation. These were expensive when you first got them, like when they first did the rework and when Verglass Prime came out. Nowadays you can find them pretty cheap. I don't think a lot of people, maybe the value of that, because you think if you needed to add crit chance to this, where are you going to add it? You're getting rid of punch through, or you're getting rid of status damage, or you're getting rid of your third element that is innately going to help you proc Manifold Bond. So without having 3 elements on it, it won't innately proc Manifold Bond when it kills enemies. You can either run radiative reloads. Another thing you could do that actually works pretty nicely is you can run Hunter Munition. That'll be a third status effect to be able to proc that. But I think getting the reload speed in here is a lot better, because if you look at the reload for it, the reload on these is all about uptime. So getting an extra half a second off the reload, or like half a second less of downtime on the weapon, I think is worth it. And radiation, my build doesn't apply radiation at all, so it kind of synergizes there too. And the other thing that you could do is you could obviously just run lower ranks of these, but I think that's not worth it unless you have to do it. So I don't even know if I have spare versions of these mods. But like, if you did that, you'd get lower status chance. But if you did that also for rhyme rounds, then you could... Let me see, do I actually have... I don't actually have a spare version of it. But we'll take this as an example. You would have to basically do this to make sure the heat is innately higher than your viral, which is worth it. That is 100% worth it. That's the budget way of doing it. You just use lower ranked mods for that because it has innate cold. So for you to be able to get heat viral, you have to mod it like this. And if you got a Riven that had like sort of like my dual liquor, that's not worth it because you wouldn't be able to heat bias it if you had a Riven and all, unless the stats were like perfectly rolled where the heat was by far the highest weight and then the other 2 elements weren't. It's probably not going to happen. So that's the detailed explanation on that. Let me fix this. Okay. And the simple solution around that is just using Hellfire, Heat, the Thermite rounds here, and then fire it up. And then eventually, when this is at full 100%, it will in fact be like, it's like 72 heat damage overall, if I remember correctly. Like it's ever so slight bias on heat, and that matters. So now that we actually have the proper weighing, the proper manifold bond on our Sentinel, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Because like this, obviously, as I explained in the video, when you increase your strength, you increase Bright Bonnet strength, which then increases your strength for your shields. So it's kind of like this nice double dip on how it synergizes with expertise to increase your shields, to increase your Exalted Blade damage, which right now, even without conditional strength, without Bright Bonnet and without Molt Augmented fully stacked, we're already at 12,000 for the base damage on this guy. It's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. Let's see if we've been blessed with another fissure. No. Is there a good one of these? I don't like doing the sabotage because it doesn't come with the caches. That's usually what I do on sabotage on that mission. I'll go find the caches and let everyone else handle the very slow-moving progress objective on the void tile set. I think I just go into it normally. We'll just do one of those. Explaining some of the lore in Warframe. The lore is weird. So, the lore in Warframe started out way back in the day with you're just a fancy dude in a suit that like woke up after a long time. And then at some point, they basically retconned it with this pretty cool quest line of this reveal. It was a reveal, but really it was a retcon. That you're actually this weird space child that went to like go through the void in order to jump to a different solar system, the Tau system, or a different system. And in the process of that, it got stuck in the void, and you got given these crazy void powers by this entity, and you were no longer just a fancy guy, like basically a space ninja in a special suit. So that's really what it was originally. And the best indication of that is that if you look at the defense target in the void, they are Warframe cryopods, which is really supposed to be like, you know, one of the Tenno, without a suit on. A little fun fact for you. If you haven't looked at the Warframe cryopod in the void defense targets, that is something to take a look at, because they haven't changed that. And now we all of a sudden found out that we've been to the void already, or we've been to Tau already. I don't remember that ever being a part of the lore, but that is in fact now part of the lore, that we got these new Tauron strikes because we actually forgot about them. We got roofied so hard by the Lotus that we forgot about this crazy overpowered gigantic sword I can pull out of a Terran space-time. That's the another crazy retcon. I remember the whole point was that we never got to Tau, and that the Zariman never got there because of the trips to Tau were where we sent the Sentinels there, and then we didn't know what happened because we could never successfully void jump. And that's like even when you go to talk to the people in the Zariman, it's like you think if people were void jumping after the failure of the Zariman, they would have known. They would have been able to sense something in the void. Like, oh yeah, there's a whole armada of people from the Origin system that are now going to Tau through the void. That never happened. The lore in this game, to put it simply, is a mechanism for gameplay, and I don't mind that, but I will gladly point out some of the inconsistencies with it. Like, watch this nonsense right here. We'll let some enemies show up. If my Sentinel doesn't do a good job at murdering everything. So, we're gonna basically pull a giant sword from a tear space-time right there. We pull out this giant sword, and then boom. We forgot all about that. No one remembers any of that. For the last however many 13, 14 years that the Tenno have woken up. Just me being a little cynical about the lore in this game. Yeah, I will say this definitely works quite well when you give it a Sentinel. And this does remind me of the absolute ease of running a Sentinel with Guardian. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the Zariman failed to reach Tau, but when the Trooper recovered, the solar rails have been finished. Yeah, but it's like, have they talked about the solar rails being actually able to jump all the way to Tau? Like, I don't follow the lore that crazily. But from what I remember, it's like, have they ever talked about us actually going to Tau other than now in the old piece? Like, I don't think so. I haven't watched Die Siege's newest videos because I'll be honest, I'd rather those be simple. I'd rather him just make like the TLDR book notes version or Spark Notes versions of them than like what seems to be really fluffed up versions with all this crazy editing. It's like, give me the simplified version of this lore. Kind of like for those of you who have played WoW, like the noble style of lore videos, where it's just an explain. Which is what I try to keep things simple that way. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the meme. That's the meme of the lore. Like I think it was on the forum. Someone was like, so someone was asking a question on the forums, and it was one of those sort of lore questions that clearly the developers don't want to answer because it's like it's a mechanism for the story. And I just replied, eternalism, because that's the cop out on like any of the lore stuff with Warframe.
The longer you hold out, the deeper I can search. Quote,
Where's my shields?
extraction is ready.
There we go.
Hiding Rua in the void risk the
What
unraveling
fissure did I even get? I must have gotten a melee one because I didn't see. Oh look, I took some health damage there. Oh no. Can't be taking health damage. My sentinel died, that's probably why. Oh, this isn't a fissure mission. I'm done. Look at me paying attention. So I did not get a fissure bonus. Yeah, I cover this in the video talking about retaliation, but the sentinel is probably the way to go. I would still probably want to use Vazarin just in case. Yeah. Yeah, multiverse explanations. Like with the whole 1999 with the lore and stuff. It's like, really, let's be honest. And the whole 1999 thing was just a way for us to get proto frames and the Gemini skins. That's okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, they don't have to try to make this master-crafted story. It's like, we're not trying to create crazy, well-built characters and stuff in Warframe. It's always been... The setting and the lore has always been a mechanism to get to the content, the actual gameplay content. That's why I also don't really care if they decide to release Excalibur Prime with no lore reasons whatsoever. But they have an easy cop-out that people have already made. Like, oh, we go back to Tau. Like, we actually go to Tau, and there's your fancy Excalibur Prime just sitting there in the snow. Or whatever it is that they'd have on Tau. Or in Tau. Like, they could just do that, and then... There's your lore reason. The Lost Warframe. Why he's been unobtainable the last 13 years. Okay, focus goal. I'm going back to Vazarin. But just to show, you can do that. And probably be fine. As a reminder here, Precision Intensify. Most of our damage is scaling off Exalted Blade, especially when you have Chromatic Blade. Precision Intensify is very good. And if you look at our shields... Here, we'll switch these so I can make this 1-to-1. So notice that when we put on Intensify, we get lower shields because Expertise actually scales off of like this whole strength value. Because I remember when Precision Intensify was first added, it didn't change your strength value at all. It would just only apply to this in the way that it applies to this specific value of strength. And at some point they fixed that, or they changed that. I think it must have been either Old Peace or Undermined where they changed that. And it fully applies to things like Arcane Expertise. I'm seeing that as a feature, not a bug. Let me check my... I think I might need to give it... Even if I give it Shield, I don't think it'll be enough. Unless I start using, like, Crowd Dispersion or something to help keep it alive. That might be a viable strategy. So I think if I just put this here... Yeah. We still want Contagion, because Contagion's ridiculous on these things. Manifold's required. Shield Charger, Guardian. Get some extra... The thing to note is Manifold Bond resets all of the companion's abilities. Like, it reduces all of them. So it's not like it's choosing, oh, now we're going to reset lower Guardian by 3 seconds and then Shield Charger. So that shouldn't be a problem here. The only downside to this build is Blast does a really good job at killing enemies before they can actually get 3 status effects on them for Manifold Bond. So that is a little bit of anti-synergy there. But I'll be honest, I don't really think there's any real better option than running Pure Blast. I could always try running just nothing but Toxin. Might as well try that. Might get some bigger numbers that way. Make sure we don't break the build. I think I have a green color. There we go. So yeah, there's your 14,000 toxin damage. And then obviously, we want to do this. Yeah, Vortex, I think. Vortex works so well on certain builds. Like, I think my favorite, obviously, you know, my favorite version of Vortex is Dual Liquor, but even like I showed in my hate video, which Vortex on hate is a solid option because you can throw magnetic on it. It's got the innate heat to proc burning hate, and then it's grouping enemies. You can hit the projectiles, grouping enemies, and then the explosion. There's like a radius, like a blast radius on the projectile that you throw with the incarnate mode. This explosive blades. It works really well. I did play around with Vortex a bit. Do I have a version of that still up here? No. I did play around with Vortex on this, and I didn't really like it that much. I think because of the fact that you're piercing through walls, it doesn't make too much sense to me. But I could see it definitely working quite well. I think when you throw Chromatic Blade and you full send into a gimmick, it will in fact work most of the time. Let me top off my tea real quick. Notice over the years, Umbra mods have been slowly losing their value. What would I want to do about it, if any? I think Umbra mods create a problem that DE has solved by giving us more options. I think that's kind of the really cool thing about over the years. Like, I feel like Umbra mods having less dominance in the meta is a good thing, especially with Omniforma and such. Because they do create some problems, which is you need set mods for it, you need specific polarities to make it fit in most things, and it leans you in a direction that like most Warframes shouldn't go. So creating value in other things, like when they added Prime Redirection, like I think that was a pivotal moment. When Prime Redirection was added, it immediately devalued Umbra mods for even Excalibur. Because before, you really didn't have anything that was worth using for shields on Excalibur because his base shields were just not high enough for you to get value out of like primed vigor or anything like that, like real value out of it. So that's where Prime Redirection kind of, I think that was the first major step to making Umbra mods not that valuable. And then obviously here I'm not even using any Umbra mods on the Warframe. I'm not using any Umbra mods. I'm using sacrificial mods, but I'm not using Umbral mods because Precision Intensify has some niche uses. One thing that I did suggest on the forums that I'd really like that they do, and this is probably not a novel concept, but like a whole like redesign Intensify or Precision Intensify to not be based on just your fourth ability, actually make it based on the column. So you would have like a whole set of precision mods, Precision Intensify being one of them, where instead of it being specific to like your fourth ability, if I had it in 1, 2, 3, 4, it would buff your 1, 2, 3, 4th ability. So then you could have 2 on each ability if you really wanted to. Obviously, only 1 would be unique equipped. So you could, for instance, if you wanted Radio Javelin to have an insane amount of range and duration, then you would put in these mod slots, you would put Precision Continuity and Precision stretch, just as an example. Actually, those are conveniently, well, almost. But you'd be able to do that, and then if you have ability that like really wants a lot more range than the rest of them, and Radio Javelin's kind of one of those, like you don't really need a lot of range on Slash Dash. You can just cast it again. On Radio Javelin, especially with Furious Javelin, you want a lot of range so that you can get as big of a value as you can, hit as many targets. Ideally, you would reach the cap of it, basically the hard cap on the amount of enemies that it can hit every single time. And giving it more range does that. But then you don't need range on Exalted Blade. On Bright Bonnet, in this scenario, range is decent, but it's not required. You just have to cast it more often. It doesn't break the build having to recast it more often like it does on Radio Javelin. So that's a good example. So that's like if I had to like add one series of mods, it would either be doing something like either redesigning precision to fit it into that niche. And I think I would make them universal polarities too. I think that would make sense. You'd make them universal, so it doesn't matter how you have things polarized. You can kind of hop swap them as you need to. Or just making a whole extra class of mods that are slot specific based on the column. There's already, when you talk about modding, like you think about the way Sentinels work. If you're unaware, like it procs abilities in sequential order like this. That's already a concept on melee weapons like this. If you're running combinational elements, you have to be particular about the way that you mod these, because if I do this, all of a sudden I've changed my combinational elements. So having like ordering and how things are modded is already a concept in the game. So I don't think that would be a hard thing to explain. And you can explain it right in the tooltip. Like gives X amount of strength. In this case, you know, like approximately 3 times the amount of the standard version. Gives 90 ability strength to the ability for the column this is in, or make it dynamic, like, and then it would be pretty self-explanatory. Like if you moved it from here to here, then it would go from 4th to 3rd, etc. Okay, maybe we'll do the new mission. We'll do, I think this one. This one's fun. Yeah, I think DE in general does a really good job at just providing options. That's what they've done. Like every single arcane they add to the game doesn't like make another arcane useless. Like most of the time when they add new arcanes and new mods, it's just more options, which is also, like I talked about yesterday, I think Rivens have become less and less valuable over time simply because there's more competition with mods. Like there's just more useful mods in the game now, where a lot of Rivens are just kind of, unless you need it, like specific stats in order to make a build work, it's just not, it's just, you know, like not necessary to put a Riven on things. Like if you had to compete, have a Riven compete with Elementalist, just think of that. Like, very difficult for any Riven to compete with Elementalist, just basically doubling your status damage. And Elementalist is a relatively new class of mods. You think about Jade Shadows is when they add that. Also, the fact that most Rivens, they don't get enough range to compete with Primed Reach, which is also why I generally don't care about range on Rivens, because it's like, even on like really high disposition Rivens, a +2 -1 barely hits 3 +3 on range. I'm probably going to run into energy issues here because I'm not going to bounce around as often as I should. Remember, we are using Toxin now. And I guess technically Corrosive. Corrosive is actually a big crucial part of this. Just because of Continuity's existence, Archon Continuity. make sure I throw out some mushrooms. Yeah, I also agree. Like, if DE slowly making Rivens obsolete or absolutely unnecessary because there's so many other options that it's like, it feels like you're having to force a Riven into the build is a good thing. I agree. Like, I wish they added... I wish Rivens were built different. Like, if I had to say... I wish Rivens were limited to specifically utilitarian stuff. Like, combo duration. Like, maybe range. Like, things that don't affect damage directly. Like, if I feel like Rivens should probably end up doing that. If not, hopefully they add enough mods to make that the case, just practicality-wise. Like, most of the times when I'm using Rivens, it's to force a particular elemental combination that is physically impossible with the amount of mod slots. Like, oh, you can't fit cold, like in a scenario where you can't fit cold, electric, and heat all within this build without sacrificing 3 mod slots. Well, you can sacrifice 1 instead of 3 and be able to get that. And that's where I think those Rivens have the best value. And it's only going to be better over time. Like, if you wanted to take some long-term Riven strategy, it would probably be finding or rolling as many of those Rivens as you can of various elemental combinations, because even if the order is messed up, who knows if they all of a sudden change the way that ordering works on Rivens to where you're able to force particular elemental combinations regardless of the way the Riven stacks. Because it is kind of dumb, the way that Rivens stack from the bottom up. And so if you happen to roll it slightly wrong, then it goes from what could have been absolute god tier, nearly irreplaceable Riven to worthless. Which I have a few of those. It was like, I could find a Riven on the market for like 40 platinum that was... I didn't want to ask the person, hey, what's the stack of these elements? I just bought it. And I was like, for 40 platinum, it doesn't matter if the combination sucks. If it's like literally not going to work with what I want to do with it. The gamble there is worth it. Or like what I said, who knows if they change that in the future. If they make it so that you can just force combinations of mods at win. Hey, there you go. As a reminder, it was only until like Veilguard when you can even do this with Slash Dash. Before that, Slash Dash was borderline worthless. Oh, here we go. Where's my mushrooms? Need to find my mushrooms before they expire. I run out of energy. As I demonstrate in other things, if you have Bright Bonnet, you can just sit here and do this. And if your Radio Javelin actually did useful damage, this would be a viable strategy. Yeah, I'm kind of... I wouldn't be surprised if they stop adding the combinational mods past what they have now, because like the only other one they could add is gas, and gas is really weird with my understanding of the way it scales. Like, if you need gas, I think Kengineer has this. Probably some of that information he gets directly from DE, if I had to speculate, about the way that gas works mathematically, and that it's like you really want really high base values on gas to make it viable. Like, having a 60% gas mod wouldn't be very good, other than just condition overload sort of stuff. Yeah, gas is only buffed by more gas damage, yeah. And so that sounds familiar. Which is where I, like, with Exalted Blade, with you forcing gas on it, and how high the base damage is, it performs well, because the gas procs on like my Afflictions build will, even without Chromatic Blade, will hit in the millions. So as long as as long as like afflictions, and this is the cool thing about gas on afflictions, like if you put a low value from like a Kuba Nucor of gas on a target, you knock him down with afflictions, it will in fact it'll buff it to the point where it's powerful, and it's based on like when afflictions resets the stack of gas, it scales it based on its base damage, not on the actual gas that was supplied to it. You know, the 40 dot tick that might have occurred from a Kuba Nucor versus the million that would occur on an Exalted Blade. Just as a like an easy example of that. That's where like gas on afflictions just works so well, a lot better than you would expect for gas to do. Oh, this is kind of funny. We've got 3 Excaliburs and a Wukong in this crew. Good to see. Even though this is a combo-based build, I don't worry too much about combo on it, because as soon as well, not this companion, but as soon as you get into combat, it's like combo's kind of a self-correcting issue. If you can't kill the enemy with your current combo, then you'll get combo from not killing them. If that makes sense. So I don't have a lot of, I guess, anxiety about losing combo. Especially in a build like this where you are snapshotting increased strength through, in this case now, my fully stacked Bolt Augment, and also with Bright Bonnet. I think I'm supposed to hit this thing. There we go. Had a really good time with Mushroom Kingdom build. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I think it is really slept on Subsume. Like as soon as that patch hit, I instantly bought Noko when I saw what the Subsume was, because I'm like, I need to try this, and I've been really happy with it since. I don't use it as much recently, and so I'm trying to get better at keeping it up and just making sure you're kind of paying attention to how many are up, or just simply recasting it each time you hit a new area so that you always have range of it, so you can get the energy pulse from it. Because it fixes 2 major things when it comes to Subsume. Like the 2 things you want on Excalibur for Subsumes, like if you had to choose, you want strength and you want energy. Bright Bonnet brings both of those. That's why like Nourish is so good on him, because it gives you an equivalency of strength. But I would argue raw strength is just better than Nourish, and it provides energy, because those are the 2 things that you just want the most of. One of the things that I keep forgetting, once they add the ability to replay, I'll probably go back and look, but I'm pretty sure in the quest for Old Peace, they gave Excalibur Prime like 500% strength, which is why he felt so powerful in that, because he was just like over strength compensated by an extreme amount in comparison to what you would normally see at that level of content. While like when you're playing Old Peace and playing Excalibur Prime, he would Radial Javelin and it'll actually do damage, because you have like this weird crit vulnerability, it seems, with Radial Javelin, where sometimes it'll actually crit. Here, we'll hit this node. Probably not going to get to the next one. Maybe I'll actually try this time instead of just playing Excalibur. Yeah, we're not going to finish that. 15 seconds. The main issue with Umbra, it is mostly involving subsumed abilities, but there's also some pretty ground, like, game-breaking bugs. Like, we actually saw one yesterday, and I have this on video as well, from when I was making a... I'm trying to remember which video it was, but I was playing Umbra and literally showed the bug where his first and second abilities get disabled. Like, they're just disabled the whole match. It's this bug where something with a sentience, and it only happens when you have a sentience enabled. At least for me.
Turning loyal friends into maddened enemies. Their tormented ghosts
We're going to throw down Vazarin. And then the nice thing, the convenient part about it, though, is one of his best subsumes, like one of the best subsumes on Excalibur being Bright Bonnet, is actually a positive interaction. It has a positive interaction with his sentience. But other than that, the issues with like him decasting Exalted Blade and such, he doesn't cast or decast Exalted Blade. What he does is he runs out of energy, and you can fix that with starting energy. Like, I don't think that was common knowledge, because I didn't know that until I, like, figured it out and tested it. And I haven't seen anyone else report on that. But experimentally determining that, he has starting energy, and you can change that with preparation or Archon shards with starting energy. Yeah. Yeah, where his first and second ability is gets disabled, which is, like, pretty game-breaking. Like, that's a big one. They need to fix that. I haven't seen this bug, this other bug that I haven't seen in a while that I had a bug report on, where his health would randomly drop to base. It would drop to like 270 when you were transferring in and out, and you couldn't heal for it. You had to actually transfer in and out again for him to get back to his full health value. Like if you had triple Umbral, you would just be randomly locked at 270 health. And when it started doing it, it would do it for the whole mission. So it was quite a problem. Let me go to the Sanctum. Any ideas why they had Nikana Prime over Skana Prime? I think because Skana Prime isn't very good, put it simply. Like Nikana's, I think D pretty much pretty quickly realized that Nikana's in the whole, like, you know, it's basically a katana, obviously, and that whole aesthetic kind of fit a little bit better. Where in the Chinese founder version, it was Skana Prime that was the actual founder item, and then obviously when they released Umbra, they didn't make a sword. They actually gave him a Nikana instead. So I kind of feel like DE would rather Excalibur be associated with Nikanas than swords, and that's probably why, if I had to guess. Maybe they had some feedback on the 1999 quest where you do use a sword, and Crimson Dervish is what they chose for the stance, and it was awful. I don't know why I don't like Crimson Dervish. It's a bad stance in my opinion. I think there's like Iron Phoenix and the Stalker one, Vengeful Revenant, I think, are just, in my opinion, they're far better. The skin I'm using on my melee, it's the dual sword, the one I have on my dual liquor right here. This is the dual sword Lunaeus skin, which comes into obtainability during the Lunar New Year. I think it's a part of the Chroma set. I think you can buy it standalone too when that comes around. Highly recommend getting it because it is very cool. It's definitely the best thing to put on dual liquor by like a mile. Okay. Any new event that's worth doing? Let's do this one. Yeah, the hope is to eventually push DE enough, because DE clearly responds to community feedback if the feedback is overwhelming enough. To keep bringing up the whole, like, just fix the whole issue with Umbra. Like, just do something so that this is no longer an argument. Because maybe they don't realize that this isn't just, like, a normal player issue. Like, this is something that affects founders, too. Like, it affects everyone. So, like, fix it. Just, like, fix it. Like, this shouldn't be an issue. Just fix it. Yeah, I'm definitely liking Blast a lot better. 1.5 mil on the dot on that guy. It'll definitely, the thing about Blast is that it does limit your slash dash, because you think theoretically, if you're blasting targets, instead of being able to hit every single target with a slash dash, if you're killing them through AoE, you do in fact get less time in your slash dash, which can be a survivability issue. Not that that's a big issue. Oh, you're killing too many enemies at a time, sort of problem. Yes, he hitting millions on the slash procs there. Or toxin.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy me more time.
Trying to still see some of these numbers. Sometimes it hits so hard that you can't even see the number. Like there's a 3 million. How dare you? Try to get these. I always try to get them close enough to where I can just bounce on both of them, because that actually works. If you had a group full of Excalibur Umbras and you had 4 times 4 mushrooms down and you bounce on all of them, then you would in fact get an absurd amount of energy. The difference though is I don't think you don't get like conditional strength bonuses on Umbra, so the actual energy from his Bright Bonnet mushrooms is not as high as yours. Like if you have, I think the set bonuses and stuff like that don't apply even if you have Umbral mods on him. It's weird. It's hard to figure out. Like I could figure it out pretty quickly actually, thinking about it, if you just see which strength value it gives you. But it's not high. Like it's not, if you have a 300 strength build, you're not going to get a Bright Bonnet mushroom that's like 60% or whatever. I think it's more close to base. Yeah. I think DE at least fixes things in time. I think I mentioned this yesterday, where the simple fact that DE does in fact go back and like rework warframes that are the literal starting warframe in the game is commitment to the overall health of the game. Because you think, it's like, well, why would you play this warframe from 13 years ago? We have this new Fandangle one, because that's not the way the game's designed. It's not like one of the more predatory free-to-play type game design, where it's like, oh, yeah, you're using the version, like a worse version of this from 10 years ago, and here's the better version that you have to pay money for to get. Because it's brand new, and we want you to spend money on our free-to-play game. We're just gonna do this while this Mr. Violence here. Whoa. That was funny. Bug frame. Be cool if I could bug it out to where I always have that in my hand. Big old staff. It'd be fun here with Nairman. Just running around with big old sword. It's probably a way to do it. I don't know if I care enough to find it, though. Like, get nullified as you're doing it. Maybe that would work. Do a little Flora's lava right here. Heroes never die. Hey, dude. But what about your daily revive cap? Using up them revives. So I think the damage number here kind of speaks for itself. If I'm doing 74% of the total damage, I'm overkilling the heck out of all of these enemies. Like right there, I hit a 4 million. There was 108 million. Yeah.
Extraction
like sheer brute force. This definitely gets into that territory of unnecessarily high amount of damage. But I don't really see where I can chop any reasonably out to compensate and justify it. Since we're talking about shields and energy here. Yeah. I actually remember a time, I forget which Warframe I was on, but there was a time back in the beta where I ran out of daily revives, and I was like, I guess I have to play another Warframe. Like, I think it was on Excalibur Prime, and then I had to go back to Loki. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember a period like that. I was like, yeah, I don't want to spend like 10 platinum, I think it was, right? It was like 10 platinum per revive after you lose like your 5 that reset daily for that Warframe. And I want not permission, it was like daily reset. Yeah, that was a... I think the thing people... This isn't a... I think this is a really important thing to understand about Warframe. So because trading's in the game, you can basically spend $0 on this game and get everything. Like, genuinely. Outside of some of the cosmetics that are dollar-based, but maybe you could trade them for plat. I don't know. You could probably figure out a way. But, like, all of the things in the game, all the important things in the game, you can get with in-game currency that you earn or get from other players through trading. That was not the case in the beta. The beta, you had to spend money. Like, you would get to... I think you'd even get to, like, MR2, and you'd run out of slots. That you had to spend money to get Warframe slots in order to do anything. Like, you would be stuck. Like, I remember running into this scenario where you would... Like, you wouldn't be able to claim your thing in the Foundry because of the fact that you didn't have enough Warframe or weapon slots to do it. And then you would either have to spend money because you didn't, like, I don't remember getting platinum off the start to be able to do that kind of stuff. Like, the very early stages of the game, you had to spend money into it. You just physically couldn't do much in the game without doing that. Yeah. The game technically, because I don't really care too much about cosmetics when it comes to obtainability and stuff. Like, I see this argument a lot, and I really don't think it's that good of an argument about the difference between the the Founders Pack and the Heirloom. The Heirloom is entirely cosmetic. Whether that stays obtainable or unobtainable, I don't think it matters personally. Like, I really don't think it matters. And it kind of dilutes the conversation, in my opinion. Because it's entirely cosmetic. Where, like, Founder packs, especially not the base one, but at least the Hunter, Master, and stuff, you're talking about exclusive equipment. There's an argument, and I make this in the video, there's an argument that, like, Excalibur Prime is in a whole different tier when it comes to the ability to compensate for not having him. Like, I have so many videos explaining this. Like, you can't just one-to-one copy Excalibur Prime with Umbra or with base Excalibur. You physically can't. Where, like, Skana Prime, if you look at the stats for Skana Prime and Leto Prime, they're actually worse than the, like, Leto Vandal and Prisma Skana. Because if you look at it, especially, like, the additive damage, so on the Incarnate Adapters pretty much fix the issue of Skana Prime and Leto Prime. There's still no fix for Excalibur Prime because they have not done, like, the literal basic thing of just fixing Umbra and then making this no longer a conversation. Because there is still a practical argument that says you should be able to replicate builds. Like, I shouldn't have to make caveats for builds just because I have this version of the Warframe because I happen to be playing 13 years ago or 12 years ago and gave DE money. Like, I shouldn't have to make that caveat on making Excalibur builds, but you have to because he's not one-to-one comparable. Little tangent side note there. Like, that, it irritates me just as much as it irritates probably most of the people trying to replicate a lot of my builds. Because it simply shouldn't be an issue. And that's, tis the goal, is to fix that. As someone asked earlier and also wanted to know, how did DE outline that Excalibur Prime was a one-time thing? I'm trying to remember, because people talk about exclusivity contracts and all that nonsense, but, like, I don't think that when they make that legal argument, they're making a sound legal argument. They're making kind of like this half-assed throw out, well, what about legalities and all that stuff? And it's like, okay, well, if you're going to make a legal argument, you should be citing actual law that states that this is supposed to always be exclusive. And I don't remember at any point them saying, like, or signing a contract, I think is the very particular point. Like, I don't remember when you were buying it, there being, like, a exclusivity contract, which would be the, like, legal standing for it. But I think the thing that people fail to acknowledge is that there is a fundamental difference between making something available again and making something available for purchase again. Now, if they try to just re-release the Founders Pack and say, hey, now you can buy this again, good luck, everybody, then, like, yeah, they would definitely probably get some... There would probably be some legal consequences for that that would be justified. But if they did something different, like they made it an in-game reward from Founders, which is something that people reasonably suggest as a viable potential, and then they do something like I suggest, which is convert it all to a cosmetic-only type pack, I think that is... I don't know if DE really understands how popular of a concept that would be if they actually, I don't know, put a survey to Founders and say, hey, would you like this to be a cosmetic pack instead? Because I'm in a very, very small percentage of Founders that actually play Excalibur Prime. Put it simply. And the ones that... This is kind of the funny part. I've known of a few Founders that feel required to use Skana Prime and Leto Prime to, like, sunken cost sort of loss, or sunken cost fallacy sort of thing. And so they feel required to use it, even though it's worse than, like, Prisma Skana, or it's worse than, like, Dual Toxicus. Like, they feel required to use it, which is where I make the suggestion, and I think it's a very reasonable one of, well, convert it to a cosmetic pack, give, like, a crazy cool skin that you can use on swords, on dual swords, on pistols, on dual pistols, for the people that actually paid for that, too. Like, I wouldn't get... I've even made the suggestion that I think Master Founders really enjoy, which is, like, if they made a heirloom version of Excalibur Prime that, as a Hunter Founder, who doesn't have Skana Prime, when I put on this, or when I get the heirloom skin, I only get a Hunter version of it that does not include a built-in upgraded version of Skana Prime or Exalted Prime Blade. So then I would have the same Exalted Prime Blade as everyone else who is getting Excalibur Prime normally. But then the Hunter Founders who paid DE $50 more, because I didn't do that. I actually remember specifically not doing that, because swords kind of sucked back then, that they would have this master version. They'd get the Hunter version, they'd get the master version, and they would be able to use whichever one they want, which would have, you know, the dual sword and sword skin that they can also equip on dual lickers. And they can have a cooler looking dual lickers than I have. I think that's probably the most reasonable separation that I could find in order to make those higher packs valuable, because those were... You know, I'll be honest, I don't know if I mentioned this in the video, but spending $50 to get Excalibur Prime in the 1200 Platinum was not difficult back then. Like, if you played back then and you didn't buy that, you were probably spending more money buying Platinum for, like, 170 Platinum for $10. You think, you got 1200 Platinum and spent $50, like, you'd be dumb to not buy that. Like, you'd be dumb. Like, it was actually, looking back in my purchase history, it was dumb for me to buy... $10 platinum plaques when I could have just bought $100 and gotten like 3,000 platinum from the master pack. Like, it wasn't even really about supporting the game. It was more about just like the pure economics of it. The Founders packs were the most economical way to get a lot of platinum. The only outlier, I would say, was the Grandmaster one, because it was like an absurd amount of platinum that you would probably have never used because trading wasn't in the game at the time. And you got a pistol. It's like, pistols weren't that really useful back then. You know, I used kunai. Really, the most useful thing back in the beta that I remember using was Thunderbolt. For those unaware, who've probably never really read this mod because it hasn't been useful since the beta, the most useful thing to do was to take Paris Prime and throw this on it with as much multi-shot as you get. Which was really only, I think, one mod. I don't think there was more than one mod for multi-shot. That was literally the best thing you could do in the game back then, because the damage value from Thunderbolt was actually good back then. And I remember doing that. That was what I used Paris and then Paris Prime for. So we'll see, most used. That is why Paris is my third most used. That hasn't been changed since the beta, and same with Paris Prime. And I think they used Dread back then too. I don't remember. I actually don't remember if I used Dread or not back then for Thunderbolt. After I bought the What Stalker pack way back in the beta. A Concealed Explosion? I don't know if I ever got Concealed Explosion. I don't remember when that was released, to be honest. I don't remember. But I don't think I ever got it. If it was back in the beta, I don't think I ever got Concealed Explosion, to be honest. The one thing I'll mention about my gameplay way back in the beta was I wasn't like... I'm trying to even think what the social medias were. Like, it's not like you had Discord servers back then. It's not like Facebook. People had communities. Like, I don't know what people did community-wise. It's not like there was content creators for the game that I could remember back then. So, like, there were so many things that I didn't even realize were things back in the beta. Like, I don't know if I was one of the first people to start helicoptering or if that was already something people were doing independently. I just remember in every single mission after I figured out stacking stamina on Excalibur and running, like, Orthos Prime and Fang Prime, I just remember just dominating every single Void mission I did after that. That's all I remember. Because that was mostly, it was like exterminates and those sorts of missions where being able to literally move continuously and not have to start doing this instead of being able to run. Like, literally the difference between this and running was you having enough stamina to do that or meleeing constantly. I remember being able to, just because I had stamina mods, like, just being able to go and then killing everything before anyone in my group could possibly have interacted with it. Yeah, that's the other point, too. It's like, I feel like at this point, the whole Excalibur Prime thing is more of a negative to DE's image. Because you think, like, if you're a brand new player coming in, and you're like, okay, so the poster boy, the best version of the poster boy is literally unobtainable, and it's been that way since, in some people's lives, or some people's scenarios, their entire lives. Which... I guess some people, it kind of was like earth-shattering for some people. Like, yeah, some people that play this game literally weren't born yet when this game first came out. And Excalibur Prime's been unobtainable since then. Since, technically Warframe, this was actually one of the selling packs. So going back to the selling points of the Founders Packs, it was actually the fact that this closes out when the game comes out of beta. Like, it was sold as a beta exclusive pack. And so when they closed the Founders Pack was when they had said this is the release of the game, the official release of the game. I don't know if they backtracked that since then, because the game's been full of bugs, obviously, since its inception, but that was what it was marketed. I remember that specifically. It's like, Founders Pack closes during the game's release, and that release is happening in November or whatever date it was of 2013. I do think there are smart ways that DE could do it that are a lot better than what they're doing now, which is kind of just ignoring it and, like, almost like fish... I hate to use this word, but, like, fascistically censoring the topic of Excalibur Prime. I don't know. Like, there's a better way for them to do this that doesn't involve how they're doing it now. Yeah, that is the hope. I would say I think there is hope, but I haven't seen any myself. And I think the objective, part of my objective in general, is putting enough pressure, ideally myself and from the community, to have them actually address this and not just keep ignoring the topic. Because you think it's not like Excalibur isn't popular. Exalted Blade is one, like, pretty much. Tech Rod Encore turned Excalibur from A minus, unless you were some like weirdo like me who was really good at min-maxing very particular weapons. And Dual Liquor as a stat stick for slash dash was very good. It was a very effective build. So between 1999 and Tekra Encore was really the first time where Excalibur was like, okay, this is actually really good. Or at least at a minimum, he was pretty bad up until they added Incarnates, the Incarnate adapters, so that you could actually make slash dash usable, because it was literally useless before that. It wasn't defensive. It didn't give you shield immunity back then. They didn't add it until 1999. So he was pretty worthless for a while, and in all honesty, the times when I was playing him, it's like I used him mostly for purging dash, the combo generation for my Zaw. Outside of that, it's like it was kind of a dumb way to run that build. It wasn't as efficient as if I just used Rhino instead. So there was a while where I genuinely was playing Excalibur as like, because I had Prime. I'll be honest, because I had Prime, I was able to run him, and it really didn't change up until when they added Incarnate adapters. And then 1999 come out, they fixed a crucial hole in his kit that's been in the game since the beta, with Slash Dash having no shield immunity. And then they reworked Exalted Blade and gave it Arcanes, which I did not expect for them to actually do. And I think you can see why the problems that's caused them, because now a lot more people are playing Excalibur and a lot more people are finding issues with Umbra. Like, Tekra Encore was probably the worst thing to have happen for DE when it comes to the whole ignoring the fundamental issues with Umbra. That was probably the worst thing they could have done. Make Excalibur S tier for, like, the S plus tier for melee. Like a melee only playstyle like this. He is very easily S plus tier, because you can make all 4 of his abilities heavily melee focused and some of the best versions of melee in the game. Oh no. No, I missed it. I was gonna heavy slam it. I'll be honest, this is me being brutally honest here. I think a lot of the enthusiasm for Prime's aesthetic is because of his obtainability, or lack of obtainability. I'm trying to think of like an analogy, like a real life analogy here. You think like old vehicles, the really boxy types. Like I really like, so I have like a relatively newer Toyota Tacoma TRD, and in comparison, I would rather have the old box style truck. If I could get like an equally reliable and capable truck that was one of the old like 80s style box designs, I like that better. But it's not because it's more practical. It's like because you don't really see those very often. What you see mostly, and in the analogy here, is you mostly see Umbra. Even though he looks better, even though he's like, more aesthetic, more modern aesthetic, it's because of the novelty of it that I think people actually like the aesthetic of Excalibur Prime. Because, like, let's be honest here, you can't really do much with him because of his geometry. Like, I'm really pushing the limits here with this chest plate, because the geometry on his frame is just not complex enough to really make anything other than stand out. Like, every time I see another founder in their Excalibur Prime fashion, I'm like, it's just awful, because they tack on, it looks so like tacked on, and they do weird stuff with the colors. And that's where I think, because of the novelty, this is like having a rare version of a vehicle from the 80s or something, or from the 60s, that you keep the original colors for it because, that's the color that was a limited edition, and this like specific box design was limited edition. And that's kind of like Excalibur. It's not that I think there's a novelty to it that people enjoy, because I can tell you, as someone who's been playing him for a very long time and been trying to do something meaningful fashion-wise on him, there's not much you can do in comparison to Umbra, who just has a lot more going for him in terms of geometry.
Well, what kind of
like even this, like you can literally take base Excalibur and make him look better, because you get a lot more extra geometry to him. If you want to run him OG, sure. I don't like the Zato skin, because if you didn't know this, here, I can show you this. You probably don't know about this. I think I have a Zato version. There we go. Yeah, or a Zato, whatever you want to say. This is the reason I don't use this skin. You can probably guess why. Because look at that. Look at how awful that looks. Like, the one good thing Excalibur Prime has going for him is Exalted Blade. Because that looks cool. As old and, you know, it is a Prime aesthetic, but in comparison, we're talking about relative scales here. Exalted Prime Blade looks dramatically better than any other form of Exalted Blade. Like, look at that. It's just, it's a stick. It's a slightly curvy stick. Same thing with this, which I wish they did something about this. Like, this is probably even worse with how, like, not swordy it is. I don't know. Looks awful. I don't know why it couldn't have just been Schiajotti, which it kind of is, but not really. Like, you think if they just made it Schiajotti, then it probably would have looked better. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Doesn't even have a handle. Like, so I can reasonably understand why someone would want to use Zato on this, because this looks better. Even if it is a little buggy with some of the animation. Like, this looks better than that, because at least it's got some volume to it. But that's enough, I think, ranting about that. So that's a reason I don't use Zato, because you think this doesn't look terrible. Like, that's some extra geometry. That fixes a lot of the dullness of Excalibur Prime's base skin. Because there's really no other option. Like, you look at all these other versions, like, maybe you could do something interesting with Void Shell, but even then, like, this looks worse because it just doesn't match his helmet. Like, this even is a little bit more interesting. This has more texture to it than the Prime skin. I guess you might be surprised. I haven't bought any of the Tennogen stuff other than the Zato, which I don't even remember if this is Tennogen. I don't think so. It's just like his deluxe, I think. I don't remember. I got it when it first came out because it was cool enough to potentially use, but I wish you could toggle off some of the other stuff. Like, you can at least remove the shoulder now, but it just doesn't match. So, like, if I did this, I think the gold ribbons is kind of dumb. But if I change that, then I'm changing his void key, which I'd rather keep because it's at least interesting. A lot of people don't see it. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That it would have the icon here. If we can test that. Yeah, even purchase Tennogen has little Tennogen symbols. Yeah, it's his deluxe. Yeah, just a deluxe. Yeah, it's one of those thoughts I don't even think I've had since the beginning when it first came out. It's an interesting skin, but I don't like some of the choices they made for it. I think we're going to go back to Blast. And we're going to go with Cold and just go black. I use the Cold because it goes black and then it doesn't mess with, you know, if you go red, you can see, like, in the emissive, you have little red dots in it. So I go black when I can for, like, Blast. Because Blast is, in fact, more interesting. Look at that reduction in... Look at how much 2,500 damage reduction just because we're running a 60% instead of a 165%. Instead of having the primed. Part of the reason why on a lot of my builds you see Prime Fever Strike, because that matters. That usually will matter more than the actual status type. Like if you're choosing between Heat and Toxin on a setup like this, just that extra, you know, in some cases, depending on what mod you're using, 105% extra damage on especially Exalted Blade will matter. Let me make sure this is proper before we go farther. Yep. Who's the best looking Prime in your opinion? I actually... Maybe this might be surprising. One always comes to mind that I like the best out of the primed Warframes. I don't know if this is my past experience in life coming out. If you've heard some of my stories before, but before I select that, noting I have every prime, I can say that. Just want to make sure I'm checking through. I think the coolest looking prime is actually Sevagoth. I think his prime aesthetic, and obviously this is a sailor thing. I was a sailor for 6 years. The prime aesthetic for him, I think, is just on a whole nother tier in comparison to base Sevagoth. Like, look at Sevagoth versus Prime. Like, Sevagoth kind of looks... He's more Reaper style than he is like a sailor style. So then you compare this to the Prime, and it's just... It's completely... It's like night and day different. He's got his little, like, Corsair hat, I think is what you might call that. Let me Google that. Make sure I'm thinking of the right thing. No. Okay, I'm not thinking of... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of the right thing. So I think that's probably the coolest looking Prime. And when Sevagoth Prime came out, I was like, okay, I might actually try and play him once again. And then I remembered how I'm a dumb Excalibur main, and his abilities, I didn't really feel like thinking too hard about the way his ability works and having to switch between his modes. I was like, no, my dumb Excalibur brain doesn't want to deal with that. I like my nice and simple Excalibur. The FOMO for Prime is similar to FOMO from Frost and Mag. Yeah, the FOMO for it, I think, is a point, but I like to make the very important distinction between FOMO for Founders Pack and FOMO for Heirloom Pack, because the Founders Pack had actual equipment that hasn't been replicated, where this Heirloom Pack was entirely cosmetic. The difference between cosmetic exclusivity and equipment exclusivity is very important when you're talking about these two different packs. I think the idea of having exclusive equipment made sense in 2013, and that they had opportunities since then to fix that, and maybe it's that time. Like, maybe finally it's time, because really that shouldn't be a thing. There should not be exclusive equipment in a game like this. It just shouldn't exist. And I would even make that distinction that specifically Excalibur Prime is the problem here, and it's because they just haven't fixed Umbra. They can fix Umbra or make Excalibur Prime attainable again. They will no longer have this argument. The people that complain about Skana Prime and Leto Prime and like Mastery and stuff, like, I don't know. I don't think that's a good argument. I don't even make that argument as someone who didn't pay the extra $200 to get those. Because it wasn't worth it, and it's still not worth it today. Like, let's be honest, if you got the option, if they made the packs open again, and you had to spend $250 to buy all 3 of the items just because you want the mastery for it, would you actually do it? If it was always obtainable, it wasn't like a FOMO, they brought it back. If you could just like always buy Leto Prime and you could bet, and you would have to spend $250 to do it, would you actually do it? I don't even know if I would do that. I don't even know if I would do that in today's game. Like, if you knew it was always going to be obtainable again, like if you somehow wanted it, you could spend the $200 and get it. Like, would you actually buy it in today's game? I don't think people would. Even if I had to think, even today, if I had to spend $50 to buy Skana Prime and get like 2,000 platinum I don't need, like, would it even be worth it? Like consider that concept. I think most people would accept that Excalibur Prime is worth it. Like, spending $50 to get Excalibur Prime and some platinum. If you really like Excalibur, that would be worth it for a lot of people. But spending $250 to get all 3 of those items, if they were always obtainable once again, I think most people would realize that's kind of dumb. Even in today's game. Like how on the tier lists of secondaries in melee weapons, it's like they basically have no competition, even in comparison to their lesser versions. Okay. Enough of that. Going back to Blast. One thing I do need to do, which I should probably just do, is I need to get more of the material. I think I have to do this version to get more of the mophilic or whatever it's called. The one that starts with an M. I have to get more of that in order to buy the little insignia badge thing. I don't think the exclusivity of heirloom packs are really a big deal, because the argument I make, yeah, Mafika, yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Like, I think, in consider this. So if you're someone that has, like, let's say you have a very strong opinion about bringing back the heirloom pack, what's your then opinion or suggestion about all of the Tennokan items? Because you even notice on my kit, I'm using a 2019 Tennokan legs and a 2020 or 2022 Tennokan chest. Those are exclusive cosmetics, the same, literally the same, when you think about it, literally the same as the heirloom packs. Regardless of if it's just accessories or Syandanas or the little weapon, Suga Truz or whatever they're called. That kind of doesn't matter. It's exclusive cosmetics. And I don't think that's a big deal. I don't think that's a big deal at all. I think if a free-to-play game wants to sell exclusive cosmetics, that's probably the way that they should be doing it if they had to choose. Like, I don't see a reason why they don't make, like, even deluxe packs, like, have, like, a cycle. You think the dual sword skins that I'm running right now, those are unobtainable right now. Like, yeah, you can get them later, but, like, I'm surprised they don't do that for every single cosmetic in the game to really drive that engagement. Like, that's kind of, I would say that's actually a positive thing for them, that they don't make every cosmetic unobtainable after a short period of time, to really drive that FOMO for a free-to-play game. You know, like, people can genuinely play this game and not spend any money on it the entire time they play it. I've known a couple people like that. They got to, like, max mastery. At least I know one person like that got to max mastery supposedly without spending a single dime, because he just played constantly and he was deep into the market, spamming eidolons and doing all that stuff and level cap runs. 64 million. That's a lot of damage. Yes, this is where I mention about making sure you're running. If you see my video on this one, I am in fact running both Blood Rush and Weeping Wounds, because those heavy attacks, to get that extra status to proc blast on those heavy attacks, matters. Like, when that hits, it does a lot of damage. Yeah, I think there's some pretty distinctive differences in opinion when it comes to exclusivity in cosmetics, but there's been precedent for exclusivity of cosmetics since at least 2016, when the first Tennokan pack came out with the Tennokan armor that I don't have. Like, I didn't buy that at the time. I don't remember if I was even able to be at a computer when that was going on. Like, I kind of have to look that. I need to look that up actually to make sure. See when the Tennokan 2016 pack was available for, or at least the Tennokan, because I more than likely was out at sea that entire time, and it wasn't on my mind of whether to buy the Tennokan pack. And I ended up buying a lot of the later ones just to have, because they were FOMO, and it's like, well, maybe I don't want to use this now, but maybe I can find a use for it. Like, the whole idea of these this is a perfect example of that. These legs from 2019 look pretty good with the 2022 chest. At least I think so. Why I run it this way. Like, I don't know. There's been almost a decade of precedent for exclusivity and cosmetics in the game, and I do really want to drive home the point that I think there's an important distinction between cosmetic exclusivity and equipment exclusivity. I think I'm supposed to be following this thing. Hit 42 million. Yeah, I actually thought, like, I'll be honest with you, I thought the Prime accessories were exclusive. Like, I thought that. Like, I genuinely thought that. Like, I think I bought a bunch of them way back in the day, thinking they were going to be exclusive, and then they ended up not being when they added the whole Roya Aya system. So I don't see where that's any different than the Founders Pack, technically. I don't know, maybe at some point they could have easily done this. This is one of those things we don't necessarily know and they don't advertise. Maybe with the Founders Pack, they did something legally wise to where they can't do it. Like, if they did it, then it would be a pretty obvious breach of contract somewhere that maybe it's not even public. Maybe it's not even public what some sort of contract they made with that. Maybe they, like, now we're talking about a lot of speculation here. Maybe they, to get a loan for the game at that time, maybe part of the selling point for that loan was that we are going to sell these packs and they're going to be exclusive to this game, and that so then maybe there's some like really long contract to go that if they break that, it isn't about whether founders complain about it, it's whether or not an investment firm complains about it. Like, we don't know because they don't tell us. They just basically silence it. But if you want to get some real deep speculation, that's an example of that. Okay, I actually remember this one. I think this is the third time I've done this one this week to try to get some of the more Mafika. Gotta look that up again. Yeah, see, you only hear sort of like really light or really speculative legal arguments, but that I feel like the legal argument or the legal speculation I just did is equally as speculative as that there is any exclusivity contract that prevents them from re-releasing it. And that's not re-releasing it for price or for a cost, but just re-releasing it in general. That's where I think there might be something we don't know that they can't even talk about, maybe. I really doubt it. Because that could even be the case that they're so very controlling about that argument, and it's because they're not allowed to talk about it. You never know. Business stuff gets kind of squirrely. I think still, the obvious solution in this scenario is to fix Umbra. To, like, not have this gap. Which I think is probably the better, if we had to focus on an argument to, like, actually have DE hopefully do something, it would be about fixing Umbra in a way that I can make builds and not have to change between 3 different versions of Excalibur to, like, demonstrate what's going on with it. Like, I think that's the ultimate goal. So if that involves a second Exila slot, and then when I show my build on Prime, all I have to do is tell you, use Warrior's Rest or not, or toggle off his sentience or not. Like, I think that would be the goal. And then when people see my builds, they can be like, okay, cool, this guy has Prime, cool, sure, sweet. Does it matter? No. And that's where I hope it ends off at. That's luckily where Skana Prime and Lado Prime are now. If there was someone making builds on Skana Prime, it's like, okay, cool, you can run that. You can run you're running a worse version of Prisma Skana. Cool. I'll copy this, and I'll have a better version of this guy's build. Still, as I make the point, though, I think most founders, the vast majority of founders, would rather have cosmetic exclusivity from, like, a heirloom. And even if I had to make a suggestion here, it would be, if someone from DE happens to be listening, I don't know, I highly doubt it, but if I had to make a suggestion on how to do that, it would be making a binary choice for founders. You would make a choice of maybe select it between 3 different equipment, like Excalibur Prime, this. And it would be, would you rather have, like, as a founder, would you rather have exclusivity of the heirloom or exclusivity of the equipment? And whatever wins that argument is what becomes exclusive. And that would be with the community, well, knowing that they can't get Excalibur Heirloom because it is in fact exclusive to people that didn't even know they were buying it 13 years ago. Which I think would be a lot more special than Excalibur Prime right now. Especially because if you had Signas, even on the Discipline tier, that would be a lot easier to use in any build, including, especially the people that don't play Excalibur anymore, than a version of the Warframe that, or a Warframe most people don't play anymore, to put it simply. Yeah. There's probably some simple way that they can fix it. I don't know why they haven't. I'm an optimist in thinking that the reason they haven't fixed it is because there's not enough pressure. Because DE fixes things when there's enough pressure, to put it simply. If enough people complain about Slam being absolutely game-breaking for them, because they haven't played Excalibur for such an extreme amount of time that they can outrun the people that are trying to do Wukong Slam that aren't doing it perfectly, then they can fix that, because some people might feel required to do it as well because it's more powerful on what most people believe, to put it simply. Yeah, that's the explanation for that.
And still, I feel there are holes, sections of my mind.
I almost feel like nuking the Skana Prime and Lato Prime on the Incarnate adapters was a way that DE sort of was nice to founders to say, hey, you don't have to run this version anymore. If you want to run Prisma Skana, it's actually better, and here's better options than these weapons that no one can use anymore anyways. That's speculative, though. Not even necessarily a balancing act to say, like, oh, hey, this isn't the best version of this, but they give founders the, like, reprieve and say, hey, you don't have to run this anymore. There's better options. Please do that. Like, you can stop using this equipment just for sunken cost because you spent $100 to buy it. Yeah, the transference bug and a bunch of the bugs with that. They fixed most of them. Let's give DE credit. Let's definitely give DE credit here, and that they have fixed, like, the fact that you can draw Exalted Blade and it doesn't decast instantly, and that a lot of subsumes work. Doesn't mean it's perfect, obviously. I can even demonstrate a bunch of bugs with that.
Enough of this.
I had this happen another time doing this fight. Just insta-die.
Savor the pain.
Anyone know why this happens? I was an operator when I died. And I just insta-died. I think the last time this happened, I actually failed because the person couldn't kill it. They didn't do enough damage.
Enough of this.
Because I just randomly, instantly died. Do I have channeled abilities? Yeah, I had Exalted Blade drawn. At least on my Warframe. And I wasn't even in my Warframe. I was in my Operator. So then it's like, how do you die? Not go down. Because you don't even go down. Just full death. Yeah, DE saying nope. Yeah, I've had this happen. This is the second time I've had this happen. I don't know why. And then I think this must be a bug. Like, maybe something happens and now he's, like, unkillable, because I wouldn't doubt it if that's the case of why this person's struggling to kill it. Yeah, like, look, he's not even moving the health bar. Like, it's showing that it's doing something, but oh, no, it moved right there, okay. Yeah, no down. Like, no, just remember, I was on Drifter, and I was void slinging as Vazarin, too. For this very reason. This very reason that I ran into last time, I was like, okay, I should go operator and I should void sling, make everyone immune to prevent this. But nope, still died. I'm wondering if it has to do with these lava. You see the lava on the map? I remember there was in the patch notes, one of the hot fixes, they had fixed something about the lava. Because this guy died too. It wasn't just me. This guy's clearly dead. So there's only one person that survived it. Yeah, I will say that is the information that I was aware of that was trafficked to, like, advertised back then about the Founders Program. That they did say it was going to be a beta exclusive, and that the closure of the Founders Pack is the official release of the game. I remember that specifically. Because I remember that being a part of the meme afterwards when there was still, like, a lot of bugs and stuff. Like, oh, this is going to be the finished game. It wasn't going to be buggy after the official release. And that, when the Founders Pack closed, was the official release of the game. Because it was a beta exclusive pack. If you want to make the argument that the game hasn't actually been released, and so the Founders Pack should still be open because the game is buggy enough to... the game's still buggy enough to be in beta, then you can make that argument. That would be a funny argument to make. Yeah. That's a funny bug. Yeah, we're not doing that again. We'll start doing that next week, because nothing I could do about getting insta-killed while void slinging as a drifter. So it's not like my Warframe was able to be killed. Should have been immune. Oh well. Let me see. Where am I at on... I feel like at some point there's going to be a reason to have more of these, so I might as well do them when I'm testing my builds out. Rather than doing this and having me die and be unable to complete it. I could always just go to this version and then just escape, but I don't think you have the ability to get any of the resource from here to here this week. I don't think there's a part of the mission that does that. They call it a beta themselves. I remember that. So that's what I remember specifically as being a founder back then, that when they sold the Founders Pack, they're like, hey, this is a beta exclusive, and the release of the game indicates the closure of the Founders Pack. Because from what I remember seeing, I didn't know about this at the time. This is stuff I've learned recently, that they originally wanted to make the Founders Pack a closed beta exclusive thing. Like, you bought it, you got into the closed beta, or you got invited to the closed beta, and then you would buy the Founders Pack. But then they extended it to when I joined the game, which was when it came out on Steam as a free-to-play in early access. Back when, like, I think that was one of the first games that came out on early access. Let me look. See what the first... Wow, yeah. Yep. So Warframe was one of the first early access, Steam early access program games, because that program came out in March 2013. And then Warframe open beta Steam early access date. I think that was in, like, June. No, 5 days later. So yeah, one of the very first early access Steam games was in fact Warframe. First 5 days of the program, it launched per Google. I kind of doubt it. I think the one thing to really remember back in that day, if you guys weren't playing PC games back then, but, like, so the first time I quit WoW was when I started playing free-to-play games like Warframe, Dota, and Planetside 2. So this was one of the games that I was playing back then after I quit WoW at the end of Cataclysm. So when Mists of Pandaria came out, whenever that date was, that was back in 2012. So it was like that period. I started playing free-to-play games on Steam, being like, I think a lot of Dota was what I was primarily playing at that time. and then because I got a powerful enough PC back then to like start playing like Battlefield and stuff instead of playing it on Xbox. I could start playing on PC. But this was one of those games that I started playing back then. It was like a part of the roster of free to play games that were like what I would consider, and kind of the whole point of this explanation is that was probably one of the biggest free to play booms on PC. That was when like free to play was kind of this newer ish thing. The whole idea of microtransactions and all of that was really a new concept there. And I think Warframe, as an example of that, the way that they sold Founders Packs was to make equipment exclusive. So not cosmetics, not anything like that, but making equipment exclusive that was supposed to give you like, you know, a pay to win. Like, because free to play games back then were pay to win. Like you literally, maybe this is so far ago at this point thinking about this. This is like 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago that free to play games on PC were pay to win. They were like objectively pay to win. On PlanetSide 2, as an example, I remember this statistic happening. PlanetSide 2 being like a literal MMO FPS. That's still a great game. You can still play it, and I still play it occasionally, even after its new like ownership being moved. But I remember this statistic being there where you had like a paid subscription, like a WoW Lake monthly subscription that would give you like more XP and more of the resources in the game to buy the equipment and all that. And it took like 1,000 hours. It was some crazy stat. Like it took like 1,000 hours for someone to get one weapon free that it would take you like $5 to buy. Like that's how ridiculous some of these free-to-play games were back in the day. And Warframe was an example of that. Like you literally couldn't get past the starter like like you're starting Warframe and you're starting equipment without spending money on the game to get like weapon slots, without just like destroying, like I don't even think you could destroy the equipment that you had at that point. So then you like had to buy Warframes and equipment slots, so you had to pay into the game, and it's a completely different concept now. That's kind of why I make the point, like maybe this is a difference of like how long I've been playing a lot of these types of games, but like I remember like the difference between exclusive equipment and exclusive cosmetics is like so fundamentally different to the way I see it that I don't care if cosmetics are exclusive, because I remember times when you literally couldn't play these games without spending money in them. And in this day and age, Warframe, you could spend $0 and you could do the opposite. You could be making Steam money off of this if you really like did it right, I guess. If you remember, like I think some of the phased skins, I don't know if you can trade those in game, but like I forget if you can trade those in game, but those are an example where like you could possibly turn platinum into Steam currency. I don't know. Just throwing that, I don't think that's probably something you can do, but just as an idea, like you don't have to, you could be trading ribbons or just farming stuff and spend $0 on this game because it has an economy and all of the equipment is obtainable without spending money. If you need Warframe slots now, you could go do relics, crack a few relics, sell those, or trade those to another player, get the platinum to buy your Warframe slots. Back in the day, you had to spend like $10 and then another $10 and then another $10 to buy potatoes and Forma and stuff just to be able to fully kit out a Warframe. Like you could, the obtainability of those things like Forma, or even getting like catalysts and reactors, just it wasn't like it wasn't how it is now, where you can like reliably get these from multiple sources. Just a whole different world back then. Okay. Get into an actual mission here. Yeah, the revives, like having a daily cap, if I remember, it was a daily cap of revives per Warframe. So if you died like 5 times for that day on that Warframe, which was very easy to do because the game, you know, it was very easy to just randomly die in the game. You would have to spend platinum to revive your Warframe or you'd fail the mission. Like if you went into a mission and you died and you had 0 revives, you'd have to quit the mission if you ran out of revives and didn't want to spend platinum in order to like revive your Warframe. A whole different game back then. And it, like the whole point of that is to put in perspective for the idea of exclusive equipment back in 2013, 2012 and 2013 wasn't ridiculous. But in today's game, that's a problem. Like you shouldn't have equipment exclusive, like things that are based around the balancing of the game that are exclusive in a game like Warframe today. Like I think it's unacceptable. And It just simply involves DE admitting fault, and then if there's some legal consequence behind it, then so be it. Like, I really don't think that there is. I feel like that's an overused argument unless there's something we're unaware of that DE hasn't told anyone. But I haven't seen a legitimate argument of why DE can't make these items obtainable again. And making a distinction between resale and obtainable. I think there's a distinction between those that needs to be made. I think the obvious one is like allowing founders to, like, some sort of event, I guess, maybe, that involves founders, and then you can get Excalibur Prime or whatever from a founder. Whatever. There's probably a lot of ways to do it, and then just converting the existing founders program to what it should be, which is cosmetic. It shouldn't be exclusive equipment. It should be cosmetic only. Like, I don't think the MR is the problem. I think the MR, like, I say that ironically as being someone who's not LR6 right now. I'm literally not LR6 because I didn't give DE $50 more 12 plus years ago. Hey, you didn't buy Skana Prime, so therefore LR5. I don't even care. It's a little sad, but I really don't care enough. LRE, it's not like Legendary Rank 6 is game breaking or not. It's not like it's gatekeeping MR30. Wasn't it 4 if you didn't have Arcane? Let's see. Oh. That person's dead. Oh, wait. Oh, dang it. I don't have it up yet. Let me think of what I was going to get back. Yeah, so I guess to put it in perspective, where I learned economics, where I learned how economics works, that even applies to me in real life, was RuneScape. So in RuneScape, this is before I played WoW, so we're talking 2005 kind of time frame. I learned economics, server hopping, and flipping stuff. Like, knowing granite legs are worth this many thousands of gold. And then knowing that if I buy that and hop servers and list and like basically list it, when you type in your chat bubble, and do that. That's how I learned economics, but way back in the day. And it's also how I learned how to type, because I didn't know what macros were, and I thought everyone around me was just typing faster. And I learned how to type and got very good on a keyboard because I didn't know what macros were. So I was like, oh, everyone's just typing faster than me. I need to type this whole phrase with our /wave and /red and whatever to really stand out. I need to just do that faster than everyone else. And then I literally spent hours just typing, sitting outside of like Varrock or whatever the big town was. One that they added later in the game. I stopped playing that game in like 2008 when I switched to WoW. But the one that they added the Grand Exchange to, whatever town that is, it starts with a V or a Z. I don't remember. A lot of you guys that might actually play old school RuneScape would know more about it at this point than I did. But that's actually where I learned how to type and where I learned about economics, and that I just apply the same exact principles to Warframe. It's just understanding economies. Applying that to Warframe and applying that to real life. Alright, we'll see if we actually can hit this guy with this thing. Oh, I think I did hit him with it. Prime Vanguard relics. Is that the stuff they just added? Or they're time limited? I think that's what you're talking about. Or like time limited vaulted relics or whatever. One thing I'll make clear, I didn't make, or I don't spend a lot of time cracking relics, because it's hard to not. I can't emphasize enough that like all the platinum I've made is really me just playing the game and listing ribbons. Like I haven't had to do like relic farming or spamming Void Cascade in order to sell like arcanes and stuff. It's just like I figured out holes in the ribbon market and I filled those, and that's how I made all my. It's really hard to not explain it just that simply. It was definitely making enough platinum to not have to worry about platinum in the game easy mode, because it didn't feel like I was doing anything different. It was like literally exactly what I was doing, finding Rivens, testing Rivens for like stat sticks, and then just a lot of the times either rolling them myself or taking what I found on the market that I was like, okay, it's clearly worth more than this. Like Rivens that people were selling for 500 or 600 platinum. And then I would turn around and be able to sell them for like 1,500 or 2,000 back then. Like stat sticks. Those of us that remember stat sticks before Tech Ride Encore, like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, learning how economics work in video games where they have actual open markets is definitely a good thing to understand and a good thing to have a appreciation for, that you can learn economics to a pretty good degree in a game like Warframe because it has an open market. So if you are able to make profit with platinum in the game, then you can reliably never spend money in the game. And you know, it obviously I've spent quite a bit on this game, even though I have all the platinum I have, because you can tell, you can look at my profile and be like, okay, he has spent at least like $140. And then you can see, well, he spent 25 and 25 on TennoCon packs, or 20 or 25, whatever it is. Like you can look and see, like, you know, I don't remember. I could probably, I kind of don't want to figure out how much I made, because all I'd have to do is just tabulate my spent on Warframe throughout my Steam history and then add $50 for the Founders Pack, because that's not listed in there. I think that's the only exception. Unless the heirloom doesn't show up in there either. But I feel like the heirloom probably shows up in there. Heirloom. Go to this mission. Yeah, Magistar Rivens were probably another example of that. Like, there was a distinct lack. You think when the meta became Slam, if you had a bunch of Magistar Rivens and you rolled them, and all you had to do was roll like crit chance and melee damage, or crit chance and crit damage, and you could probably turn around and sell what was previously unrolled from like 400, 500 platinum and turn around and sell it for 1,200, 1,400, 1,500 even. I think I remember doing that a few times myself even. It's like just noticing that there's a gap. Like you have to have a good understanding about something's value. If you're someone that... This is probably the hardest thing about making profit off of like flipping stuff, is having a realistic expectation of value. And this is the same problem that you can have in the housing market. If you want to even talk about something that's difficult to gauge value in real life. To put it in perspective, my first house, I got day one sale on it because I knew exactly what the value was, and someone showed up and they knew exactly how much it was worth as well, and they didn't want to like get someone else that came in and offered more because they wanted it. So just put in perspective, a lot of these skills translate to real life. As long as you don't have this like weird, well, my thing is worth more than what it should be because I have this artificial inflation of its own value because of my connection with it. Like, that's an example of it. How do you decide what to sell your Rivens for? I look at the market. I'll look at the market. And if someone, this is the fun part, I'll list a Riven, someone will ask, well, can you do this much for it? Every time I get one of those questions, I look at the market, and I'm like, okay, let's look for comparable Rivens. Let's estimate the current value. Oh, look, there's no comparable Riven, or the most comparable Riven is like actually more than mine's listed for. And I tell them that. Like 90% of the time, you're like, okay. Because usually if you're getting someone that's asking to buy your Riven, they've already accepted that they're willing to pay its listing price. So most of the time, if you hardball them or you give them an explanation, like, yeah, based on this market right now, it's like my Riven's listed at 600 platinum and the next comparable one is listed at 800. So I feel like mine's listed pretty fairly. They don't really argue with you after you make an actual argument on the value of something. You obviously have unreasonable people. Like, I think I had someone today, actually I had someone today that asked me about a Riven that I have listed for 300 platinum, and they're like, they wanted to buy it for 150, and I'm thinking, well, there's like a dozen Rivens below mine that are cheaper, so if you think it's trash, I don't know why you're asking me to buy my Riven unless you find something more valuable about it than the 12 that are listed above it. And comparing it to other Rivens, the next one comparable is 600 platinum. So I don't know what you're asking here, which the person was probably trying to flip it, if I had to guess. They were probably trying to buy it below value, and then they were trying to turn around and resell it for probably what I had it listed for. Which I don't blame people for trying that. It's an economy. I don't like doing that. I compare my Rivens to Warframe Market Rivens, and I'll sort usually based on who's online, but then I'll check if I can't find anything of who's online, I'll check offline and then find something comparable, and as long as it's been listed within like a reasonable amount of time. If it's been listed for a year, then I expect that person probably doesn't exist anymore. Or you check their last login. You can click on the profile and see if the person's been like stale or stagnant in the game for a while. That's the way to do that. Let me top my tea off real quick. Yeah, one of the funniest or most interesting interactions I get about selling Rivens is I'll have people that are undercutting what I have it listed for an expensive Riven. You're talking like a Riven that's listed for a few thousand, and the person will ask me if they can buy it for a lower value because that's all the platinum they have. And I'll genuinely tell, I have to do this dozens of times. I'll genuinely tell the person, if that's all the platinum you have, if you literally can't afford this Riven, you should not be buying Rivens. Just don't, like, save that platinum. Don't buy this Riven. And I think I've only had it once or twice where I did that to someone, and they were like, they come back like a few hours later or very shortly after, and they have the platinum to buy it, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna tell them no now. Like, I've literally done. I feel like I've done my diligence to tell them to be financially responsible with their platinum and not spend 3,000 platinum on a Riven that they're probably not gonna use for very long, or they're gonna try to sell and realize like, oh yeah, this was a bad idea, because Rivens aren't important. Look at Exalted Blade. You wanna power? You don't need a melee Riven to have the best melee in the game. You can just use Exalted Blade. You can literally entirely ignore Rivens and be just fine. I think there's only a couple Rivens that really make sense. Like, if you wanted to use Verglass and Tenacious Bond, then a Verglass Riven that's rolled with crit chance is like required for that to function. But I will argue you're probably better off not doing that and just running a Beast instead and getting more resources to get the platinum, because you're using Resourceful Retriever instead of a Sentinel. That would be my argument there. Yeah, so the times when I buy Rivens is usually because there's a value proposition there. So, like, you think if you need a very particular Riven to test something, because I do a lot of testing, the amount of Kuva I have to spend to roll it, when I could buy that Riven listed for even sometimes 2,000 platinum, like, you know, it would cost me more than 2,000 platinum worth of Kuva to roll this, because really it's like you can look at Kuva as platinum with extra steps. That's probably the best way to look at it. Like, if you're selling Rivens and making platinum with it, Kuva equals platinum as long as you use it properly. It's kind of like time is money. The same equivalency there. Like, the Kuva you get is in fact platinum. as long as you're responsible with it. If you do nothing but roll into Toward Rivens hoping for a god roll, you're probably not using your Kuva wisely. As someone who has actually rolled Toward Rivens for some time and realized I did it actually knowing it wasn't economically advantageous. But I also wasn't scrounged for platinum at that point. Probably had like 40,000 platinum at that point, and I was like, sure, I have a Toward Riven. I might as well roll it and see if I can make profit. And I think I ended up putting a ton of Kuva into it and only getting like 100 platinum worth of profit, because the difference between bottom rolled or trash and actually worth selling is like maybe 100 platinum most of the time. It's just not worth it. So you're better off, like Toward Rivens, you're better off buying a mid-rolled one and then probably never touching it, if you even want a Toward Riven, if you're someone's actually using Toward. Where's the things? Where's the turret? Oh, okay. I must have found the turret somewhere. Because that's not one. There's one. We're gonna regenerate some energy here. Oh. Yeah, so I actually stocked up to over 1 million Kuva this last week. And it was the first time I've done that in like probably a couple of years. Because usually as soon as I get Kuva, I'm rolling something. There's always something for me to roll. And I stocked up because I was maybe saving up for the new bayonet type weapon. Like I was saving up for that in case I wanted to roll Rivens for it. And then I ended up not doing that. I haven't really used it that much because I don't really like the stance that much. And so instead I started rolling a bunch of dual Echo Rivens. And I rolled some pretty good ones that I was pretty happy with. What else did I roll with that Kuva? Yeah. I think that was what I primarily rolled, was dual Echo Rivens. I've dumped an absurd amount of Kuva into Hate and dual Echo because, and conveniently, I've actually gotten the God roll that I've sold for 5,000 platinum apiece for both of them, which aren't really the best Rivens. They're just what people are willing to spend 5,000 platinum of, literally instantly. Because they can turn around and sell them for 7,000. I don't know. I don't care. Sitting on a Riven like that and trying to sell it for a little bit more is not worth it to me. I'd rather turn and burn that kind of stuff because it's... I don't think it's that valuable. Those are like the Riven Mafia people. You list a Riven, you list it for like what you think it's worth, like 1,100 platinum or 1,800 platinum, and then you instantly get 20 whispers. You know there's something going on with that Riven. And that's how I learned about Electric Frame and what it considers God, like a God roll. Because I rolled a dual Liquor, crit damage, range, attack speed, minus efficiency. And then I rolled the same exact thing on Hate, and I had the same exact problem where it's like, I list it, instantly get 12 whispers. I'm like, this thing is not good. Like, this is actually worse than, like, this is actually not a good Riven. But people are willing to spend a lot of money on it, or a lot of platinum on it. Those are the Riven Mafia people, because they think they can sell it. Or they collect them. I think Roar's overrated, put it simply. You don't need Roar to hit level cap. And so it's like, there's a lot of downsides to Roar, a lot of quality of life issues, especially if you have a Rhino in the team. And it's like, okay, well, as soon as you put Roar on Excalibur and there's a Rhino, you've immediately made your subsume worthless. Where I take Brightbond as an example of a subsume that is always valuable regardless. If you have a Noko in the group, your Bright Bonnet will still provide an energy pulse, an energy regeneration for your team, and it will help maintain Noko's higher strength bonus from it. So, like, if there's a Noko in the group, and that Noko isn't doing a very good job at maintaining his Bright Bonnets, but you are, this strength value right here, if there's a Noko in your group, and this is like 200 some %, yours being capped from the subsume version at 100%, then if you keep your mushrooms down, you can snapshot that Noko's higher strength value for the rest of the mission. Like that Noko could put down Bright Bonnet once, and you will have that higher value for the rest of the mission if you're doing your part. And then also the simple fact that Bright Bonnet doesn't negatively interact with Umbra Sentience. That's huge. It actually positively interacts because Umbra Spectre can actually spawn his own set of Bright Bonnet mushrooms, which don't give you a lot of strength, but it can help basically act like Xenaruk. So you can transfer into Operator, let him spawn a Bright Bonnet mushroom, and then you don't run into the issue that I run into on Prime, which is if I'm using Bright Bonnet and I run out of energy, I'm kind of screwed. I can't just hop into Operator and let Excalibur Prime spawn a mushroom to give me energy recovery. What made you keep maining Excalibur, even though other frames focused on melee and kits? It primarily came down to, so I was explaining a little bit about this earlier. There was definitely a period where me choosing Excalibur Prime as a melee-only warframe did not make sense. That was between, like, when they removed Stamina and Veilbreaker. That whole period, which I think is like 3 or 4 years. And I really didn't play too much during that time. What I would do is I would hop in the game, I'd catch up on some content, play my exact same build, and then hop back off and go back to WoW. And there was definitely periods of time where I thought about switching to Rhino, or I thought about switching to who else I'm trying to think came out. It was mostly Rhino, because that was always an argument, even back in the beta. The difference in the beta, though, was you didn't have to worry about survivability if you just murdered everything first, which was a viable strategy, and it still is. That's kind of how I play Excalibur, too. Like, you can't take damage from an enemy if the enemies are dead. But it's simply... I know you can do this, by the way, it's just sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't give you that option, like, or it's buggy like there. So a lot of it had to do with... So between that period, between removing Stamina, where Excalibur, way back in the beta, actually had, from what I remember, you know, someone could easily maybe fact-check me. I don't even know if this information's available anymore. But Excalibur Prime, especially, had some of the best base stamina in the game. So base stamina, like the base value of stamina that you would have to then increase the maximum of, just like energy, the recharge rate, like the recovery rate, like all these different stamina mods that were all Vazarin polarity, if I remember correctly. And even back then, you had to remove abilities, and Super Jump. Super Jump was actually a really good ability, because you think being able to effectively bullet jump in a game where everyone was just crawling everywhere is pretty powerful. Because here's an example of this. For you to be able to run up a wall, which I don't even think you can... No, like right there. For you to be able to run up a wall, not like bounce up a wall, but actually run up a wall, cost stamina, and there was a lot of stuff you physically couldn't wall run up if you didn't have enough stamina. Like, if you had some warframes, there were some walls that, like, you didn't have enough base stamina to actually run up. So you had to go around. Like, you physically couldn't go that path, the more convenient path. Like, you think, on a lot of the Void missions, you'll have these, like, balconies and stuff that you can just bullet jump to now. Before, you couldn't do that. You had to, like, wall run up it, and if you couldn't do that, you had to go all the way around to the stairs. Like, that's how bad stamina mechanic used to be. So a warframe like Excalibur, between higher stamina and super jump, you could super jump and then, like, just traverse over objectives so much easier in different terrain that it allowed you to actually be... So, like, the intensity that I play today in Warframe honestly isn't far off of the intensity relative to the game back in Stamina, when you physically couldn't, like, move anywhere close to this fast, even no matter how good you were, without building your Warframe that way. So that was really what it came down to. And then it really was Veilbreaker, if I remember correctly, when they reworked the way that Slash Dash worked. Because Slash Dash used to only do this on the ground. This was something you physically couldn't do for a long time with Excalibur, where you could, like, slash dash into the air. Like, that fundamentally changed Excalibur right there. So that was a huge thing, and Veilbreaker, I think, was really what prevented me from swapping. Even though at that time, you still had some massive issues, like survivability on Excalibur was a huge issue up until pretty much 1999. That's where Vazarin and Unaru really still come in, and why I focus so heavily on those, because not that survivability isn't an issue now, it's just it's not an unsolvable issue, or a so difficult to solve issue that you have to make all these severe compromises for it. Nowadays, you can, for the most part, pretty easily solve Excalibur's survivability issues. If the Echoes of Umbra item have become a thing, putting Umbra passive on any Warframe, would you guys use it? I think it depends. If you're able to toggle it, I think it would want to be one of those things where you, depending on how obtainable they were, you would just put them on your main Warframe and then you'd have it as an option. Yeah, I think it depends on the build. If you have this kind of intense type melee only gameplay, it's very difficult to die on him without trying sometimes. Because if you're slash dashing, you can't die in slash dash. If you kill everything before it can hit you, then you know enemies can't kill you if they're dead. Put it simply. Let me go to the shop real quick. Oh, hi, kitty. Come here. You want to say hi? Here. She's rolling on the floor. Out of arm's reach. My little kitty cat. Did they remove that feature? I don't remember that. Of sentience death working almost like death orbs. But as a reminder, I didn't play Excalibur Umbra until probably, I think, Whispers in the Wall, when they added Warrior's Rest is when I started playing him. Because I was like, okay, cool. Now he has the way to... Now I can match him with Prime. Because, you know, it's... I think it's pretty obvious. I didn't have to play Umbra to play the best version of Excalibur for quite a period of time.
Insolent creature. During the Old War, we once more found a need in the Orokin Empire to distinguish...
I think there was a few of these arcanes. I haven't maxed like this one. I haven't bothered maxing out.
I wonder, which are you?
It's like Arcane Warmth, Consequence. Like, I think I usually just salvage these. So it's like, I don't need to have... Apparently I have Arcane Ice, 21 of them. We're just going to buy all of these. Why not? Like, do I have this one maxed out? No. A lot of these arcanes I would just salvage because I didn't care. Like, I think Nullifier was one that I was like, okay, I should probably definitely have that. There she is. There's a kitty cat. So I might as well buy these. Like this one, I don't have a rank 5 version of. Kind of started doing collecting that. Like, I might as well have every mod, every arcane in the game at this point. So there's been a lot of these that I've started doing that.
I have always found it rather morbidly fascinating that
A lot of these Eidolon ones I don't have because I would salvage them. As soon as I was able to like get a ton of these, I would just salvage them. And try to get energized with it or something.
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna... I probably won't even bother buying energize. I guess until now. Looks like I have everything else already maxed out. Oh, no. There you go. Arcane Healing? Nope. Okay. Alright, that's probably all of it. Yeah, I still have 21 ranked zeros from, I think, the last event. Because it's like, for me, it's not really worth selling it. I don't think Energize is very good. It hasn't been very good for a very long time. It was really when, like, the companion reworked happened, and then you could just use Equilibrium. That kind of made Energize obsolete. Yeah, that was one thing I actually missed, was the original raids. I was not playing the game heavily enough to like actually do those at the time. I don't remember when those happened, but like I said, there was a good like between probably 2015-ish to 2018 that I didn't play this game very much. I would hop in, I'd play my normal build, play some content, and then switch back to WoW. There you are, kitty. How are you? How are you, kitty? Say hi to the camera. Oh. Oh. See if you'll meow. Meow? She has a very cute meow. Oh. She doesn't mind me holding her like a baby every once in a while. Come on. You want to say something? You can tell the world all of your secrets right now, kitty. They're listening. They're listening intently for all the important things you have to say. No? She has nothing interesting to say. You're just going to sit here and purr. I don't know if you heard that. That was her making cat noises because she is, in fact, an actual cat. It was very fluffy. Go to the grave with her secrets. Yeah, all those things she did when she was a street kitty, all of the human food she had to eat, all of the things she had to murder. She's a ferocious kitty when I play with her too. Like, you gotta be careful because she even thrashes on stuff like she's actually murdering it. The only cat I've ever played with that actually does that. Like, oh, you had to kill some stuff when you were on the streets. She's a tiny little thing too, obviously, as you can tell. Yeah, I think if you remember, there's a lot of technical limitations with the structure of the game and why raids didn't really work. As someone who played WoW for a very long time, I can tell you, if you are familiar with the Tarn Mill event, I learned the power of 3D Vcache when I bought a 5800X 3D shortly after they came out. When I hopped into Tarn Mill, and I was actually able to play it without severe frame rate limitations, like not running the game at almost single digits. And I was running it like pretty smooth at like 60 frames per second. It's like, oh my goodness, this is like a whole different game now. And this game runs into some of those issues. As you can see, my frame rate is quite high, but I also have hardware that makes that possible. Not to say you have to do that, but this game can run amazingly on medium settings, or look amazing on medium settings, and the minimum frame rates are pretty high up there. IKEA frame? Oh no, you don't want to see my orbiter. If you're someone who decorates your orbiter, you don't want to see mine because it's completely empty. There's maybe like 2 decorations I have down in my orbiter. As I mentioned, I am not a fashion type person. That's where, if you see my Excalibur is very basic. It's very practical aesthetic to him because I am not a fashion oriented person. My orbiter is basically bare. Yeah.
Area completed. Move on. We have got to find the terminal. Proceed and prepare.
Oh, this is what I get.
Upload me and prepare to defend.
Yeah, Bright Bonnet's so very good. Such a good subsume.
This will take a moment.
I think it reasonably competes with Nourish. I think the difference and why you don't see it as often as you would is because you don't have major meta slave type content creators saying, oh, you need to use Bright Bonnet on this. They're still so deeply locked into the obvious choices like Nourish and Roar and everything. I think it is definitely slept on. I think it's especially good on Umbra because of the interactions with it, with his sentience. But as you can see, I'm clearly using it on Prime to be able to get more shields and more strength, which are both very powerful here. When the difference of that is another like 60% or 70% melee damage, that's pretty good. And just raw base damage. The trick to this is if you tap aim glide, you just don't want to be mid-animation when you're bouncing. So I'm tapping aim glide here, or tapping my like right mouse button.
Keep moving.
Oh no, grossly inefficient. How dare I?
Location reached. Drop me in and defend that position.
You think the range on this thing?
In, Tenno.
You know, 22 meter, approximately 22 meter radius is pretty good. If you wanted to have a estimation of what that is. So that's probably about... No. So there's about 22 meters. From the radius of that and behind me, 22 meters. Is the distance that this will apply its effect and give you once per second, this pulse of energy, unless you do stuff like this. Now I'm giving doubly what this applies every single like half second. It's probably about the frequency of this.
Focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Peak Warframe right here. Peak melee gameplay. Oh no, I did the slide blind.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
We'll see if we actually get an accolade here or not. Well, this guy's taking his time. He's like, maybe we'll wait for an acolyte, maybe we'll spend 30 seconds. The argument I make here is you sit here and wait for a minute or two for acolyte to spawn. It's like you're better off just kind of going to another mission than you are sitting around waiting for an acolyte and holding your team hostage for 20 seconds, but that's my argument. The funny thing when this happens is you extract and then you see the flicker.
It is done, Tenno.
Yeah. Well, and I think the difference with Prime Sure-Footed is that the argument for Prime Sure-Footed is completely different on most builds versus a melee-only build. A melee-only build, the difference of Prime Sure-Footed could be you're running into a bunch of one of the heat eximus, the heat eximuses, and then you're getting knocked down constantly. Like you're turning the corner and you're knocked down. And that could be a difference in survivability as well. When you're 30 meters away shooting them with a gun and you can't like dodge that's a whole different story. I think it's a crucial part of that melee only type gameplay. And it was noticed. I kind of loosely remember getting it. Loosely remember getting Prime Sure-Footed and how much of a difference that made, which was a very long time ago. I wouldn't doubt if that was like when they last like reworked the daily login thing, because if I remember, daily logins didn't exist back in the beta, and the max is like 4,000 or some, and I'm at like 2,560 or so daily logins. I think what I need to do here, we're gonna go to this. We're gonna go to Simulacrum. Yeah, obviously on Warframes would be like the meme would be putting Prime Sured-Footed on Inneros. It's like, yeah, you don't need to do that. Some of the questionable ones, and this is something someone gave feedback on even too. Like Garuda with her shield gives you knockdown immunity, apparently. Like as long as you keep her 1 up, you get knockdown immunity. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty effective. Probably need to unequip the thing from my companion real quick to prevent this thing from just nuking the map. Warrior, take that off. Now companion will be inert. Alright, we're... Oh. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty effective. Oh. Okay. It's like, I'm wondering where these Eximus are going. Apparently the crowd dispersion sent them to the moon. I think the point I want to make here to demonstrate, we're only getting to what, 700%, but we'll slash dash once, and that's pretty much enough to one-shot this target. Like right here, those blast ticks, 200% dot tick from overguarded, like full overguard target, just has a little bit of viral, it looks like. Well, when we compare that, I'm gonna make sure I don't forget to put this back on. Warrior. Oh boy. I need to make different loadouts for this. Go back to Afflictions, which this is mostly correct. We're gonna put on Selena Kyle. Hi, kitty. Meow. Oh boy. I guess we'll spawn 2 more. Like, the difference here is we need to actually get rid of the overguard for this to do the amount of damage that needs to do. And my companion will just nuke the map. Like, that's the difference here between like an Afflictions build and this Retaliation. The Retaliation's probably a little bit more consistent, where this one you have to strip overguard on these targets first, and then you can slash dash them. And you don't even need that many buffs, because the stacks are so powerful. The stacks are so powerful on Afflictions. Like, Afflictions is still the best by like quite a lot, but it has that overguard limitation. But luckily, Dual Liquor, and I think I explained this before, Dual Liquor has removed that major limitation by having a crazy amount of magnetic because of Vortex. So Vortex and Afflictions do synergize that way here. So I think what I'll do is run... I wanted to try this build. I wanted to try out my the Panzer with Persistence. And I don't think I can run Persistence on Prime. I think I have to go to Umbra to do that because of Umbra mods. Since I've removed Umbra polarities from Excalibur Prime. Hey, kitty. Come here. Come here, kitty. Here's a Persistence build. 321 strength. I have Persistence with Brief Respite. That doesn't make no sense. The best part about cats is the easiest ways to entertain them is with literally packing material. So you can probably see over in this corner, I have some like cardboard packing paper, and she loves that stuff. She absolutely loves it. And obviously cats in boxes is another thing. She'll just play with the box for literally weeks. Cats are extremely easy to entertain, and it is wonderful. This all looks fine. Got Unaru equipped. Kitty, what's the matter? And what we'll do is we'll throw on Panzer. Also known as Selena Kyle. I'd say most things in the game, as a general rule, most things are better to buy than it is to farm. That's kind of the unfortunate reality of it. It's just the time investment, because there's so many things that get farmed passively that the value of them, like, it's usually just, I guess, consider the amount of time it takes to farm something and then consider the amount of platinum it's worth. And more than likely, you can get it easier from buying it or farming other things to get platinum to buy it than it is actually farming the thing itself. Like, just think of the tech, like this pack right here. Like, the insane amount of value of this pack. For 175 platinum, you get a full quantity of resources for your Talron strikes. There's a reason this is a one-time only, because I would have immediately bought all, like, 5 versions of this. Because the amount of time it takes for you to farm these is absurd. Talking 150 of each of these resources, and unless you're in a really min-max group, it's like 14 minutes per 20 approximately, but as low as like 12. So it could take you, like, in theory, it could take you like 25 of these missions that are 12 to 14 minutes apiece just to farm one of these. And the amount of time versus 175 platinum is massive. Is it going to let me actually switch to my pet now? I forget how to fix this bug. I think I have to click equip down here. Okay, yeah, you have to... I remember how to fix the bug. I guess the important thing that I'll find out is whether Panzer Devolution allows you to proc Hunter Recovery or not. That'll be the make or break of this. Skiajati, that's fine. Okay. We'll run incognito mode when we play Umbra. There we go. No one will know. Here, we'll solo mission first, just in case. Show us your resources in the foundry. Oh, yeah. I showed this yesterday, but I'll show it again. Because I might need to change an Archon mod. Or an Archon shard. We'll find out.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
So the important thing to note here is if you look at my battery, you can tell how much armor you have by battery. So this value right up here is 476. Because if you take that and divide it by 0.3, that's how much armor you have at that very given moment. Alright, Panzer, do your job. Come on, kitty. Doesn't look like it heals very much. I feel like Reflect is probably better. On a Darza, you can use Reflect to heal. So enemies shoot your kitty, and then your kitty just reflects the damage back at them, and it counts. But yeah, as an example here, 476 divided by 0.3, so I'm at 1,586 armor. So that's with the conditional bonus from Warcry, and then also the bonus from Unaru.
I delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
No, this is actually, this is influence right here. Warcry influence on Umbra with triple Umbral mods. Because I want to try out Panzer. I just rebuilt the Panzer and started using it to try it out and see how well it worked with. Because I got some suggestions about quills and proccing Hunter Recovery for healing. And you think the viral. The viral is also obviously really good. Even on influence. Well, the healing seems to be doing just fine now. Y'all can sit and stare at my health and find out instances where it gets below 500. That would be that's the no-no zone when you're less than 500 in this kind of build. Yeah, because of the way I have Prime set up right now, if I want to run triple Umbral and Persistence, I basically have to do it on Umbra without doing some really weird stuff with health conversion. But that is how I decide to set those more frames up. It's historically how I've set them up before, actually. Where I have like different builds on Umbra and Prime. It's part of why a lot of my most recent build videos, I haven't featured Umbra versions because I simply can't run both builds on them. Yeah, see, I'm not liking this. Maybe go back to a Darza. I feel like Reflect. I like cat hair on my face. It's kind of annoying. Kitty. Yeah, like, Kitty is not healing. There you go. Kitty not healing as good as a Darza. Come on, Umbra, do stuff. Oh, yeah, I have it disabled. Never mind. Malice stands no chance to death-looped Unaru. Yeah, so let's stand in this. So when Khalil's is up, it clearly heals quite a lot, because each of these little, like, 10, 12 damage and stuff is healing me. Downside here is... Oh, okay. Does it work? It does not. Okay, so I'm going to change that. I'm going to turn this into a normal build, pretty much, for Panzer. Because I don't think it heals while it's in its devolution form. Which someone probably could have told me, because probably a lot of people have already tested this, but nothing wrong with finding out.
The raid is off to a successful start. Extraction is ready.
Posture? Are you talking like the Warframe cosmetic posture? I usually unequip those. I usually don't use the posture. Basically the default. I find it a lot less annoying. Like, I don't really like the postures, to be honest. So, like, what I use on Prime and all these other Warframes is just none. Hey, there you go.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
I'm trying to even think about the old Corpus ship. Talking about those Corpus tile sets, it's been so long. I'm trying to even remember what those look like, to be honest. Per stance mod. How far does your amp setup scale? I think just based on what I'm seeing, it could probably scale pretty high, especially if you get armor strip on it, or if you have like in this case the Panzer just throwing out quills like crazy. I feel like it could scale pretty high, like some pretty ridiculous levels of stuff. So we're gonna get rid of these, and we're gonna put on the standard survivability of companions on melee, being Prime Pack Leader and Tech Assault. All right, let me top my T off, and then we'll keep doing some more Umbra influence. This is literally a standard Umbra. We got Sciajati and we've got Umbra. You know what I could also do? Why don't we do this? Do I have a second version of it? No. Copy Warframe. Copy Warframe. There you go. Look at that. Ain't that fancy. Got Deku Prime, but I'm going to refill my tea. Okay. Yeah. I've been caught equipping Deku Prime specifically for this. Here, let me see. I think I have to reset my headphones real quick. As if someone that might have been here last time, these clear audios are nice because they're dual mode, but they can bug out if I get too far away, like when I go upstairs, because in my house, this is my office, basically, this whole room. So I go upstairs, it's far enough away with maybe going through HVAC ducts to attenuate and have these things disconnect. They kind of bug out. My other headsets don't do that, but other headsets don't have a zero latency mode using USB. These also aren't as comfortable as like Shocks, the Shocks 2 Open Fit or whatever that I have that I just want to work out. Does these builds work well with zero energy? This build would work good with a zero energy or zero shields, because you already have zero shields, and then you get healing from this puppy. And this is a afflictions build, so it's a viral afflictions for Skiajati, which this would be really good. I don't like running this on Prime when I'm running afflictions, because I don't like doubling up on arcanes when I'm running melee. Like my equip melee and my exalted blade. Like if I'm running influence, I don't like running influence on both. If I'm running influence here, I would rather have diversity in utility using afflictions. You know what I never tried though? Just now thinking about this. I'm wondering if... Do I have a second version of this? I don't. But I'm wondering if there's knockdown from contagion that triggers afflictions. I feel like I've already tested this. But if afflictions procs off of contagion, I'm going to swap that there and maybe we'll do that later. Skiajati. Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not too great with pronunciations if you can't tell. Okay. Do I play single-player games? So I will say there's been a couple of single-player games I played quite a bit. Oh, let me see. I accidentally started something. Okay. There is actually one single-player game or a couple of single-player games I played quite a bit of. So if I look through my Steam catalog, I played quite a bit of Skyrim. I played quite a bit of Dying Light. And I played a lot of Dying Light while out at sea, actually. So while out at sea, in my case, an aircraft carrier, when you get time off, you could sit in the berthing and you could sit there and play games. And Dying Light was so good. It was such a good game. I don't know. It captured me. It was like the thing that allowed me to really sink into that universe. So that maybe has a little bit of a special place because it was during a pretty, I wouldn't say difficult time, but very, very intense time in my life. Especially in the field that I was in while I was in the Navy, to put it simply. So the other games that I played is like Far Cry. Far Cry was a similar situation. Far Cry 4 specifically. That one was a lot of fun. I played Far Cry 5, but then I think after I beat the campaign, it wasn't really that enticing to keep playing on like Far Cry 4. But yeah, Dying Light. Dying Light is probably the one that I played the most of single-player games. Other than like Minecraft, I started playing Minecraft back in the beta for it, and I still sometimes play it. Minecraft's definitely got a special spot in my heart. I would say single-player game, but also I've hosted servers for that back in the day. Yeah, for single-player games, I think that pretty much covers it. Let me see. Just scrolling through my Steam library. Yeah. Now, what I enjoy most out of video games, if you haven't been able to tell yet, is I really like the build crafting and engineering in games. That is what I get the most enjoyment out of. So it got me in trouble in WoW, and what eventually caused me to quit WoW. When I can't play the game how I want to be able to play it and get punished for it because I just happen to piss off a bunch of streamers and a bunch of like a arena world champion winners and stuff because I break the meta, then like it's not a game worth my time. And luckily, so much more free time not playing WoW. That's where this game went from a secondary game to a primary game. And I'm glad I did that. Yeah, Skyrim I played a lot of. I played that mostly when I was a kid, so like back when I was like 17 or 18, I think. Played a lot of Skyrim. That was a lot of fun. I may or may not have played it originally on a illegitimate version of it, because those were pretty popular at the time. And I do own it, though. And I own it out of principle. So my Steam time in Skyrim is not indicative of the actual time I've spent in Skyrim, because I may or may not have played it on a different version, let's just say, of the game. So the thing here that I don't show, but I've experimented with, is just putting a little bit of lifesteal with Healing Touch. Healing Touch actually works quite nicely in this scenario. Instead of entirely relying on your companion, you put Healing Touch, and you get a little bit of healing. It's not a crazy amount, but it's enough, usually. Because you notice right here, I'm just going down, like sugar, we're going down right here, and then, okay, boom. Companion saves me. You have a lot less wiggle room on Excalibur using persistence than you do on Inaros or Clervo. No Dark Souls? No. No, I never played the Dark Souls. I think there's some games that I didn't play because of controller. Like, if I remember Dark Souls, one of those where it was like a frame rate capped game that was very controller friendly in comparison to mouse and keyboard. Same with like Rocket League. I never got into Rocket League because of that. Oh, notable subsumes on Inaros. Definitely Elemental Ward. Using Heat Elemental Ward, that extra, the Heat or Cold. But I think Heat, because that increased health actually scales as 4. If you don't know about that. And we're gonna get our extra attack speed here. Yeah, I think this is usually if I took off Primed Fury and then throw on Healing Return, that this would help kind of smooth out some of the healing on this build. And then I can go back into certain missions. What do I do for work that had me out at sea? So, one second. I think my cat's scratching the door. So, let's just say there's a certain field in the Navy, in the U.S. Navy, that is kind of the more advanced program when you talk about educational-wise and job requirement-wise, without getting too specific. If you Google probably what is the most intense academic program in the military, that will give you the answer. But it's a very particular role that the downside when you're active duty and you're the same rank as someone who's a cook and you get paid the same amount and you're doing 4 to 5 times the amount of work and the level of responsibility is in a whole different tier, you don't really have the desire to stay in, let's just say. Especially depending on what kind of command you get. If you don't really get a good command, then the likelihood of you wanting to stay in goes down. So, it is what it is. But civilian life is treating me quite nicely, to put it simply. As long as you maintain the level of intensity that you're conditioned to do in the military and you maintain that as a civilian, you are generally quite well rewarded for that. The people who disagree with it, those people, you usually don't have to deal with those people too long. When you deal with people who don't find your level of commitment and integrity an advantage to the company, then you find better places to work. Put it simply, and that's usually advantageous for you. It's kind of the idea of you keep doing the right thing, and the right thing will treat you back. But the field I work in now is very tangential to what I did in the Navy. But I have worked IT before. I sort of mentioned that earlier. The hard part about IT work is that a lot of people aren't very good at it because they're very specialized, and being generalized is very advantageous when you want to be. And the key thing about IT is being quick to adapt, and that's pretty much about it. So as long as you're quick to adapt and you're willing to learn and keep growing, then IT is very lucrative, but it doesn't really pay that well in comparison to some other fields that might have some more responsibility, and it's probably more technical requirement, but if you know those technical requirements and you can learn them, then it's simple. The problem with me telling you exactly what I do is that it would probably dox me. So that's the reason why I won't do that. Yeah, you can see the difference here. Just putting healing return, lose a little bit of attack speed, but keep in mind when you run healing return on Exalted Blade, you also get healing when you slash dash. So that's kind of a feature, whether or not you have Exalted Blade out. So even if you don't have Exalted Blade out, you take some damage, and you eventually take enough damage to actually not have your kitty cat do it. Yeah, and you can get some healing there. I'm gonna pull out Exalted Blade again.
Activating it will buy you more time.
I imagine it might be a little refreshing to see me playing Umbra instead of just playing Prime the whole time. Because I do, in fact, play Umbra here and there. But, yeah. A work, student, job, IT in Germany. Oh, that's unfortunate. Actually, I lived in Germany for some time when I was very young back in the 90s. And it was a weird time because it was very shortly after reunification. And there was still a lot of German... The U.S. presence in Germany and the area I was in was not very strong. And so like all the schools were in German. So at some point I did speak German, but I don't remember any of it now. That was when I was very young and learning English. Put it simply, I was also having to learn German. And you can tell by my pronunciation of things that I don't have the best pronunciation sometimes of things, and I don't know, that's my excuse. It's my accent. Yeah, IT, I see a lot of stuff with IT. It's just, you have to be... So, like, even the place I work, like... I guess without going too deep into it, comparing what I do versus IT jobs where I work currently, the salary difference is massive, and a lot of that has to do with competition. There's so much competition in the IT space because you're not just competing with people in the US or in Germany, you're competing with people in India. There's a lot of industries that, let's just say, they don't want you to be a national, or you're not allowed to be a national and be in, and that's kind of where, or maybe having a clearance previously, or being able to get a clearance, and that usually involves you being a national, is lucrative. So as long as you can get a clearance, IT jobs can actually be a whole different ballpark. So that would, I don't know how it is in Germany though. Not, at least not in this decade or century, but I wouldn't doubt if there's a similar thing. If you're German national and you're able to hold a security clearance, then you might be able to get a lot more lucrative IT jobs than what you would otherwise have to compete with the entire world for. One thing I am curious to see is I want to try that retaliation build in Circuit, because the strength, when you have such high strength there, I wouldn't doubt it if it's quite interesting.
Additional life support has arrived.
Like just slash dash even. I back in the day, when we're talking about pre-nerfing health tanking, I can't even think of when this time was. Like 2019, 2018, 2020 time frame. I think when like Amalgam Daiku first came out, and like shortly after there, like you could reliably health tank, and that lifesteal was fundamental to you surviving as Excalibur. And then they nerfed it at some point to where you could very easily take lethal health damage, so you couldn't rely on health tanking on Excalibur at only 1,000 health or so and 800 armor. Well, back in that time, I thought lifesteal was possibly a solution. Just give him lifesteal innately on swords, which would include Exalted Blade. I think in today's game, that's not enough. Honestly, though, this is my favorite suggestion that I've thought of on how to fix melee-only survivability across the board. And I'll get to the thing, and also it reminds me, someone asked about my resources, so I might as well show those. I don't always forget things, but in this case, I remember them. Just it took me a little bit to have that pop back in my brain.
I've delivered another.
Okay. Orc cells, that's probably because I have... One thing I did in preparation for Old Peace was get a whole set of boosters. Because this is probably another very important thing to understand. If you play enough, like if you're playing almost every day, or you're playing decently and you're at that peak of the content, buying resource boosters, or especially like resource booster here, this is an investment. Because if you're getting Kuva to then roll Rivens to then get Platinum, the amount of Steel Essence and Kuva from potentially other sources that you can get is proportional to how much you make. And for 30 days, if you can't make 200 Platinum in 30 days, or over 200 Platinum in 30 days, then you should probably reevaluate how you're making Platinum. So it's really like resource boosters are an investment. For me, a lot of times on these big patches, just in case, I will like buy a full set, including affinity and credit, so that I can power level stuff easier, do all that stuff. So that's my recommendation there. That's why I get so many of those. More than likely because I have a resource drop booster and I get a lot of kills. Like in this mission, how many kills did I get? 783 for like a little over 5 minutes. So that's pretty good. And that was on a mission type. I have another person asking about my hate ribbon. Okay. Now I'll show you my resources. I don't forget. I don't forget eternally. Okay, so these are my resources, which I wasn't aware until recently that this is quite a lot. And I know some people have some more crazy versions or a crazy amount of these resources. Okay. Ribbon market stuff, sorry. So yeah, this is kind of the amount of resources I have of various things, where might as well do that. It's good. Don't need to do that. There we go. Top these off, but even like these new resources, like I said, when I start a new patch, I'll buy drop boosters and resource boosters, and I basically haven't not had a resource booster on for the last like 3 years, 4 years probably. And so you collect a lot of resources. I've done a lot of level cap for getting stuff like this. Same with Thrax, the Lua Thrax. I spent a lot of time on Lua. Yeah. You can do Eidolon shards? Huh. What resource is that? Didn't know they do that. Yeah, probably a more ridiculous one is like Orkin cells, because having like 14,000 is one of those where people are usually running into like single digit or limitations of it. So that's always kind of funny to me thinking about it, because I think I remember way, way back in the day actually having to farm Orkin cells, but the sort of reminder of things is I wonder if I can show this. I might be able to show this to you. I don't know if you're able to see Steam achievements. Let's see. I don't know if you're able to see Steam achievement dates and all that stuff, but this will kind of give you a picture. Let me change my view here. Desktop. All right, that looks right. So going all the way back, I spent a long time at a low MR because I didn't level anything. Turns out when you only play Excalibur and only use like one single weapon, you don't really level things. And so there was a long time where I think I was like MR7 and then MR8 for a very long time and then didn't level. So the thing to note here is that Steam Achievements didn't really come out until November 21st. I've talked to a couple founders and all of their stuff is triggered at November 21st for time. And then like here you just have a bunch of stuff. I think one of the funny things that I found recently is the revives. Like this revive one, you died a lot back in the beta, and getting 1,000 revives was not unheard of. And so this is something that apparently takes a lot of people a long time to get. But like, we'll look right here. Novice, gold, like what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even remember. It's been so long. Let's see. We'll go past the beta to like when, technically when the game released. Gold novice, whatever that is. I won't check that. Not while I'm sharing my whole screen. But whatever gold novice is, and then we'll see. When was my next MR unlock? I think it's like you get to discipline or dragon or something is when you get to like 7 or 8. Like I said, it's been so long. But you can see here, like, the pulses that I would play back in the day, where I played a lot back in the beta, and then there was this gap, like, pretty notable gap, like, right there. This was a lot of different periods in my life back when I was active duty. And then getting into, like, here, well, that's not too big of a gap. But from 2015 all the way to 2017. So there's this huge gap right here. And that was largely because of just my schedule, just the craziness. There was a period for a very long time where I was working in excess of 100 hours a week, put in perspective, which was the start of this time frame right here. So just progressing through, I'm trying to think right here. So whatever silver discipline is, I can actually pull that up on my phone, so I don't accidentally show you something from my mastery rank. I haven't actually gone through this myself, so this is quite, I think, even interesting for me to figure out. And I imagine for you guys that haven't been playing a very long time are probably sort of curious about these sorts of things. At least I'm assuming. Okay. So discipline is MR7. When did I go from... when did I get discipline? Silver, gold, novice. Gold novice. So I got all the way to gold novice back in the beta. And then I think I got MR7 to get. I remember it's like Dragon Econo is MR8, if I remember, and that was the one thing that like I couldn't get. But then when I got to MR8, it was actually to be able to get Rivens. Whenever Rivens came out, I was like, oh, I need to be MR8 to get Rivens, even like rank 0 or like the lowest bottom ones. So there's Discipline that I got in 2014. So July 2014. And let's see when I got to Silver Discipline. Yeah, I spent 4 years at MR7. And then it was at this point where I was like, oh yeah, I think this was when Rivens came out, and I needed to be Silver Discipline to be able to get Rivens. So I was like, hey, I should probably do that. And I even probably had tons of equipment and all that stuff. Like, I don't remember when War Within came out, but I probably did this pretty late. And then very quickly, I went from Silver to, well, I would say very quickly. That was like 8 months almost between those. 8 months going to that. And then just like, I started power leveling it, getting up to 16. And then from that, I just kind of skyrocketed. And a lot of it, I had the stuff. I just never built it. I never built it and I never leveled it. Like there was a period where I had like 5 MR ranks just of stuff built. Just I didn't level it because I didn't play other stuff. So like here, you can see I just start power leveling. Because I'm like, at this point, I should probably be MR30. And then, you know, like I didn't even get to MR30, if I remember that. Is it MR30? Let me see. Yeah, I didn't even get that MR30 until like 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago. And then from there, I was like, well, I might as well be MR capped. And so I got to MR cap. So that's kind of a, I think, interesting-ish background for that. There's periods where I didn't play too much, but then at the same time, I spent a long time at pretty low MR. Because it turns out you don't need to play low MR to play nothing but Excalibur and melee only. Let's see. Pulling the chat back up. Yeah, rushing MRA to build Dragon Econo. Throw Excel Prime. I know you can't subsume it. Yeah, that would be funny. No, if you want if you want to see something that might make you nervous. You can sell Excalibur Prime. Yeah. I think, though, if you accidentally did that, DE could give you them back. I'm pretty sure if you contacted them, if that happened to happen, like if someone's account got compromised, then they would be able to give you that back and restore your account. Yeah, you can sell Excalibur Prime. And I think I remember someone doing that at some point, and they contacted DE, and they were like, hey, can I get this back? And they gave it back. Yeah, you definitely don't want to play just the tip with that. Definitely make sure your account's secured.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Oh, fool. I should probably level up those arcanes that I bought a bunch of. Because otherwise I'll forget. Those arcanes I never use.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point.
Yeah, the nice thing here, and this is a reminder of why Unaru is so good on Excalibur Umbra. When you're running Warcry like this, you get that 200 armor, and that 200 armor is actually really good scaling on Umbra to be able to get enough armor to maintain, even with a heat proc like that, to be able to maintain over 700 armor. Because you really don't want to not have 1400 armor at least on Umbra. Because you have one of these Eximus. Let's say you forget to proc your poise, you get knocked down, you get a heat stack on you, you lose your persistence, and now you're dead. It's pretty easy death right there. So that's Unaru just in general on that build is really good. And Yeah, you also heard that story. I don't know if that's one of those Fudlore stories, because you never know, but I've heard that story too about the founder that accidentally sold their Prime and they got it back. Sentient shards reset the resource value to Helmuth. Okay. That's good to know. For those of us that have a ton of those. What was I going to do? That reminds me. Talking about selling Prime stuff. Might as well do this. This is the one you got for free that I didn't need because pretty sure I've had Valkyr Prime. I think I bought the Prime access for her even way back in the day. Maybe. I have bought a lot of the Prime accesses because time is money. You know, especially when you're working 100+ hours a week, genuinely, time is money. So farming all that stuff was not worth it back when it's like 2015, 2016, 2017 time frame. It's pretty much within the last like 4 or 5 years that I haven't had to spend like any money in this game other than buying Tenocon packs because of FOMO, to put it simply. Like 2013, 2015. Where's the 2014? It's the backpack. 2014. Better to have them than not. And the Tenocon packs. The relay is also one of those things that if you're playing catch-up for the Tenocon relay, definitely stock up on Ducats before that. And you're going to have a good time in comparison. Okay, see, I'm not running any armor bonus here, which is good. Okay. So, it's like, I don't think I need... Let me look at this. I can probably switch this. I don't need growing power. Let me calculate it out. 60.5 times... What is this? Base armor... 315, I think. Base armor on Umbra. Yeah, thanks for coming. Yep, 315. Okay. Plus 882. Yeah, see, you're 13% off, which is where on Prime I run Growing Power, but conveniently, because we're running Unaru, you get 200. So then that actually puts us at like 1600 approximately. So I don't actually need Growing Power here, and you can run whatever aura you want on this. I don't really know if there's anything better than like Growing Power, or just, I guess you could run Steel Charge if you really want, which, you know, the 60% melee damage isn't great, and you don't need the extra starting cap for it. You know, you're already using a starting energy shard in this case. You could use something like this, I guess, if you really wanted to. Swift Momentum. You can use whatever. I'm trying to think if there's anything in particular that I wanted to run. I don't think running extra health is worth it because of just his, you know, like, boo-hoo, you get another 80 health. Like 74 health. That's not worth it. The melee damage here is actually not terrible, you think, because on Exalted Blade we're running only Sacrificial Pressure, and then that's going to scale quite nicely with Furious Javelin here. Which, notice, this build that I was just running does not run Exalted Blade, because it kind of doesn't fit. If you look here, like, where do you fit it without losing something more valuable? It's kind of the problem. Yeah, where do you fit it? To put it simply. The way around this is you significantly reduce... This is where I make that argument. Like, this isn't running Chromatic Blade, even on an Influence build, because Blind Rage right here. What do you think is more valuable? 99% Strength or Chromatic Blade? Like, comparing those. So you're losing 99% Strength, which also reduces your attack speed here. It reduces your Furious Javelin stacks. It reduces your base damage on Exalted Blade. So from 555... to 800. So, like, that's where I make the argument, where, like, you're probably better off running this. And the only reason you have this problem is because you really want to run Hunter Adrenaline to maintain your energy. You probably don't need to, but you probably should. Furious Javelin is going to be more valuable than Chromatic Blade most of the time. Eternal War is a massive quality of life. You could get rid of Prime Continuity if you really wanted to, because you don't necessarily need the extra duration, you just don't want negative duration. So if you really wanted to make this argument here, you could do this. And you'd probably be fine. 40-second duration and 16-second base duration is just fine. So you could do that if you really wanted to. We might as well show that. Okay, good. Making sure his emissive is proper. Because also, keep this in mind, every time you hit someone with Healing Return, now that you don't have the IPS, the only thing you're getting Healing Return from with the extra status is potentially off the heavy attacks, which is also where Weeping Wound kind of comes in. But that would be the sacrifice. You might have to recast Warcry more often. You're definitely going to have to recast this more often, but you're probably doing that anyways. And you're going to get higher drain, so you might run into more energy issues depending without that extra duration. But is it required? No. If you value Chromatic Blade more, then that is definitely an option. I don't remember if my guide goes deeper into that, but this might warrant a V2 video. We're running incognito, except for the Hunter Founder title. Someone paying enough attention will notice, but I think the funniest thing that I do is kind of troll people and use like the Excalibur Prime glyph and then run like base Excalibur, like normal Excalibur, and they're like, what? Like, what are you doing?
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it.
Bringing back Tennokan stuff. Is that something I'm unaware of?
Stay focused.
I actually kind of wish I had the 2016. What is happening here? 100 millisecond? Should be fine. Like, doing no damage there. It's like the latency was causing me to not hit the target. The convenient thing, too, is that if you are running Warcry, even if you run out of energy, you're not losing Warcry. That's definitely an important thing to understand. Warcry will keep going, and you don't need to recast it with Eternal War. Like, that's worth its... Eternal War is worth its weight in simplicity, but also just energy consumption. Like, you don't have to run duration with it. You can replace the duration mod with Eternal War and get the quality of life. Oh, see, there we go. There's a knockdown, because I wasn't proccing poise. I could have died. I could have died there. Oh, yeah. I know what you're saying now. I see what you're saying. So, like, different color scheme, slightly different aesthetic, because the backpack being this, like, completely unique thing. I like that. I agreed as well. Like, cool, we have the exclusive 2024 Tennokan version that everyone could have bought, but here's a version that you can get if you, like, missed out on that and you just want a backpack, because it's the only backpack in the game. Yeah. I got that one, too. You have to buy it with, like, the Aya or something. Like, in comparison, this is how much Aya I sit on, because I don't ever spend it. 102 Aya. Just, I get it. I don't spend it. I don't crack relics like that. It's just not what I enjoy. I usually don't even pay attention to relics. I'll just kind of select a random one, and sometimes people will tell me, oh, it's a vaulted one. Like, why are you using that? I just don't care. I don't need to sell it. I'll salvage or convert to Ducats, like, expensive stuff all the time, because I don't use the Aleka frame, any of that. That's not worth it, in my opinion. It's like, I know Aleka frame is pretty much safe, but even in WoW, this is kind of a... To put into perspective, I played WoW at like 3,000 plus MMR in 3s before I quit. So, like, playing tournament level arenas. And I did that with one add-on, which was just Recount, which is a damage meter. I didn't use Gladius. I didn't use Gladiator Losa, for those familiar with those products. I played raw, like almost world, like AWS style World of Warcraft. One add-on that I manually added.
And so we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
Yeah, the Regal Aya store. I'll actually look at that. Yeah, so if you go here and you go to like Prime Resurgence, I think, and then you go to, oh, I think it's just here. You have to scroll all the way down to the bottom-ish section where you have a lot of interesting cosmetic stuff. And I bought a lot of these. I should probably just buy the rest of them just to have them, because it's not like I'm buying the Regal, or it's not like I'm using the AF for other stuff. I think it's in here. Yeah, right here. This Cole K.O.L Drippy Assist. Tactical Syandana. You have to buy it with Regal Aya, though. You can't buy it with the regular Aya. Oh, I think you can get Lisette Prime right now, can't you? Or is it just the... Yeah, I bought Ember Prime way back in the day. The Prime Access. I think I showed that yesterday. Looking through my Steam purchase history. Yep.
Good. Don't rush into things.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was going to show this. So like, here's an example of, I guess, a little bit of FOMO, even from me, is this here. I'll go into make a party so I can link this. So the TennoCon 2016, or no, it's not 2016, is it 2017? 2018? Shoulders. Like, I could have bought these, and I feel like this matches pretty well. Like, you think if these were color corrected, like, that would actually look pretty good. Those would probably be the shoulders that I would have used if I had them, but I don't have these because those aren't too bad. Those, I think, aren't weird and bulky, but I think me, even back in 2018, if I would have seen these, which I'm pretty sure I was playing at that time, and I would have been able to buy them, I probably saw these and was like, these look dumb. Like, why would I want this? Without realizing that there was a 2019 pack coming and then a 2020 pack, and then you could sort of mix and match and make them all match one another. I don't know if I actually have that many, like, vaulted relics, because usually what I do with relics is, I would sort by, like, owned, and then scroll to the very bottom of the ones that like I had the least quantity of, and I would burn those because I figure like those are probably the most valuable, the ones I have the least amount of. I don't even think I have any sort of valuable relics anymore. Apparently the one thing I do have that has been unobtainable for a while that I didn't even know about until not that long ago, when someone was just randomly asking me, hey, do you have some of this? Do you have some of that? Is, let me type it out. Okay, no, we're just gonna show it in the inventory. Like, void key. Yeah, this guy right here. Apparently, this is rare. These are tradable. So it's one of those things I just listed on the market because it's like, I don't care. But some people will buy these for like ridiculous amounts because this has been unobtainable since the event. I don't even remember getting this. I clearly did it at some point and had one and didn't use it or something. I don't know. Better just thought Prime Flow plus crit damage on Violet Shards, or go Continuity plus Red ability to shrink shards on Exalted Blade. Prime Flow, crit damage, violet shards, or go continuity, red shards. I think Prime Flow outperforms if you were generally considering Prime Flow, considering Prime Flow versus like battery. If you had to make that choice between Prime Flow and battery, for the most part, you're going to want to choose battery. Or, I mean, Prime Flow, just because of the way the scaling works for it. I think there's a specific point here where, like, because we have Warcry, like, right now, baseline. Actually, baseline right now, we get over 500 energy because this isn't considering the 200 from Unaru until you're in mission. I can even show that. So because we're running Unaru, which is what I recommend still on Umbra, you can at least get 500 energy there. And otherwise, if you can't do that, then obviously Prime Flow is going to have better value. And I don't even think that's necessarily to reach the 500 max energy for Violet Shards. That's really... Oh, we're not going to do that yet. It's like right here, you notice my... let me see my max. So I'm getting 325 plus 225, because if I remember, 225 is the base for Umbra. So like you see there, 325. And then I at least have 800, at least have 700 armor baseline here, obviously, because I have triple Umbral, and that gets you like 882, if I remember correctly. Well, then all you have to do is cast Warcry, and now you're well over that. And so you get more value out of battery. You get more value out of battery when you're running Warcry and you have triple Umbral and you're running Unaru, and that all sort of synergizes nicely as long as you have at least enough strength to make that matter. So I think Violet Shards in the past, I would kind of stack those, and it really comes down to I learned more about some of the other options, and also I think it was really when they changed attenuation. Attenuation was part of the reason why like stacking Violet Shards like crazy, like back in some of my older builds was very good to do, for the simple fact that you really wanted to brute force through a lot of that attenuation. And I don't think you need to do that now. And I think with a lot of the changes that they've made to make some of that content easier by making it less like restrictive on build variety, has opened up the ability to do stuff like this where, you know, if you need to hit a certain strength breakpoint, you can do that by using a couple of Archon Shards. You can use one of these, you can use just one of these, and this is high value. You consider Violet crit damage, 74% crit damage is on par. It's like, it's in between Gladiator Might and Amalgam Organ Shatter. So like in comparison, it's barely not as good as this, but it's almost like a whole mod's worth. And that's not just on your, especially on Excalibur, that's not just on Exalted Blade, that's also on your equipped melee, which also obviously applies to Slash Dash as well, with the way that it applies to Exalted Blade. But I don't think you need to really stack those like I've done in the past. I think that's more of an evolution in builds. So I think continuity is probably the easiest thing to sacrifice, but I think I demonstrated this before yesterday. Think about this theoretically. This isn't a good build to represent this. So when you talk about something like this theoretically, Arcane Expertise versus like Prime Redirection. Sometimes you can't use Prime or Arcane Expertise. Sometimes you can't use this because whatever, you have some other arcane requirement. So then you can use this. But then you have to consider, well, what's the mod value with respect to this to another mod, like Blind Rage or Transient Fortitude. Like Transient Fortitude is probably one of the best examples of this, where if you're trading between Transient Fortitude and like another mod, I think the only ones that are outliers for this are like shields for Arcane Expertise versus Prime Redirection. Those are sort of in a class. On Excalibur specifically, you really don't want to try to replace Archon Flow or primed flow or battery. If you can run battery in that build, you basically can't replace that with Archon shards. But if you compare something like Transient Fortitude, if the difference between your build is running like Transient Fortitude or Equilibrium, you think this is almost equivalent to 4 Archon shards worth of ability strength. This is also almost equivalent to 4 Archon shards worth of Violet, like energy conversion. You think 4 of those is 120, this is 110. 4 Archon shards for strength is 60. So if you had to choose in this scenario, I think this is probably the best example of it. Obviously, the best choice is using Equilibrium over Transient Fortitude because that negative ability duration is negatively impactful on this build. So instead of using a corrupted mod, you might as well use that instead. And that's an example. I think that's a really good example of where, like, you do some of the math on the trade, and it's like, well, that's a bad trade. Some of the ones that don't have that is, like, if you can fit this without making a compromise, obviously the 11% reduction in ability strength versus losing a bunch of duration as well. Like, if you were to trade Umbral Intensify for Transient Fortitude, like, that's not a good trade. Like, I find the negative duration a lot more impactful than some additional strength. This one is questionable, but if you had to theorize here, you could effectively nullify the negative on this mod with Archon shards. Or, like, yeah, you could effectively nullify it with Archon shards. If you had 4 strength Archon shards, which a lot of my builds on Excalibur have nowadays, then you nullify the negative of this. And so it's really just a range mod that you got. You're effectively able to get doubling dip range. Like if you had basically stretch plus another stretch plus stretch from your Archon shards. It's like the theoretical value in that. Blind Rage is kind of uncontested. If you can fit it and it doesn't break the build, you really just want to use it. Blind Rage is like that mod that's like an advanced mod that if your build fits it, it fits it. If it can't, there's really no trade with it. What's nice too is Arcane Impetus kind of helps counterbalance some of the negative of this, but obviously you don't want your efficiency to get too high because we're regenerating shields with Brief Respite here. Energy Nexus is another mod that is like, you can't replace this with Archon shards or Arcanes. It's literally irreplaceable. So if this works in the build, like with Nourish, there's no other option. This has to be from a mod slot. Where like Arcane Expertise, as a reminder, this could be a mod slot. So if it was more valuable to use an Arcane versus a mod slot for this, then these are the trades here that you can switch between. Obviously, our augments, there's no replacement for augments. So that's where you have to, like, when I build craft, I sort out, like, what's required for this build to function, which this is a great example of that. This is probably one of the best examples here. So what would you make the arguments are required for this build to function? Okay, so if the premise of this build is Arcane Persistence, we want triple Umbral, because otherwise we're really not meeting some of the baseline objectives of Arcane Persistence, getting enough armor, getting enough health in order to make this work. The other things to make this work would be getting even more armor. Okay, so how can we get more armor? Well, if we're going to run Warcry, because this is a melee build, then sweet, we get more armor that way, which that fills the gap. So then we think about mod slots. Well, this, I would argue, is definitely highly recommended, if not required, so that you can keep the build functioning, because it's just a crucial part of persistence, I would think, is running Hunter Adrenaline, especially on a melee build where you're constantly taking damage. Chromatic Blade, this one's arguably not required, but maybe you think it is, which I don't blame you for thinking it's required for an influence build. I've demonstrated that it isn't, but in this scenario, well, what's more valuable? If we don't consider this required, the only other thing that's really more valuable is either Prime Continuity or getting our max energy from that. But then we can get rid of this Arcane slot. And what's valuable to put here? Consider, like, what's more valuable than freeing up a mod slot to get either another Arcane or, you know, the only thing that's recently added is Concentration. But then this is conditional, and yeah, you snapshot this. This actually does snapshot into at least Warcry, but it doesn't snapshot into Exalted Blade or into Furious Javelin. It doesn't. So you'd have to be constantly casting, and it's probably not worth it than just running battery, which actually provides, overall, this provides more value, because you think, if I calculated it out, it was like 1584 divided by 3, so 522, and if the base is 255, it's like you're outperforming, because of this build, you're outperforming Primed Flow with Arcane Battery. And yeah, you'll run into the condition where you get a heat stack, it drops your max because your armor's reduced, and therefore your max energy is reduced. But then, because we're running Hunter Adrenaline, you can recover that pretty easily, at least in my opinion. But if we go back to the scenario where we think Chromatic Blade and Furious Javelin and Eternal War are required, well, the only free mod slot here is Blind Rage, and that's going to be the most valuable mod over extra range, over extra duration, over everything, because it's just an extremely high value mod. And we already have pretty much infinite energy, as long as we're doing our part, that this shouldn't be an issue. Especially with how little we're casting. We only have to cast Warcry once, ideally, and then Exalted Blade's a drain. And so that'll... self-correcting issue if you're taking melee damage. Yeah, so that's where, like, going back to this build, talking about Energy Nexus. Reminder, this is an Afflictions build. So, Exalted Blade, this version of Exalted Blade, you're primarily using it as a stat stick for slash dash. So you're not drawing it. You don't have to worry about having the removal of energy over time gain effects, because you're not really drawing Exalted Blade that often. The only time I really use this is like a heavily attenuated target. You pull it out, you heavy attack spam a few times, and the target takes an absurd amount of damage. It's a really good way to bypass heavy attenuated targets. So then this is really required. And the quality of life here is massive when you have Nourish, because you think even if your Nourish expires, you're still getting this, and this will help you get back to Nourish and help you get back to energy economy. Because the worst part about Nourish is when you forget to cast it, and now you have no energy. So it's like a uphill battle that you're fighting for quite a while to get back to Nourish, especially when you're reliant on it for survivability and the energy. Yeah, that's where, like, yeah, 3 augments and a single build, but it fits. It fits because Arcane Battery is a solution here. So this is where, like, I don't think getting, like, what could you do here? You could get rid of Adrenaline and then swap this for Energize. Like, that's not going to be worth it. You could, technically, you could swap this for, like, Steadfast. But, like, Excalibur, unless you're talking about getting 3 abilities that don't cost anything, and you're talking about, like, Furious Javelin, that would be pretty valuable, but I don't want to have to differentiate when I'm casting by monitoring this buff, and I burn it using 3 slash dashes. Like, I don't want to do that. So it's like, I don't think the value argument for using Prime Flow and then freeing up an Archon slot and then using energy economy for an Archon slot is really worth it. The other option would be, like, replacing these and then using more strength in the build. But, like, where really do you have strength? You could sacrifice this, put Prime Flow on there. You could put energy economy here instead. Or you could use Molt Augmented, and then you have to deal with the conditional strength bonus of Molt Augmented, which I don't have to deal with. You could use Bellicose, but that's only worth, like, 2, not even 2 Archon shards for an Arcane on this build. That's where, like, you think about the value proposition, and you're sort of doing this balance and doing the math between these different things, and that's where I really like, this is a great example. This really is a great example of where value is. And a reminder, this isn't 3 Arcane. This isn't just 3 augments. This is 4 augments because Warriors Rest. So you have 4 augments on this build while still fitting Triple Umbra, Blind Rage, and Hunter Adrenaline, which is pretty tight. And this is really where it's like you have to think about it. Do you really need duration on this build? No, it's quality of life, but it might just involve you recasting Warcry more often than you would otherwise. And then Radio Javelin, you're probably casting this a lot. And so the 16-second duration isn't like game breaking. It's not great, but it's not game breaking. And then obviously duration really doesn't matter on here if you get enough energy. Yeah, the Therion helmet. I've even made the argument. Excalibur, Umbra, Therion. I've even made the argument that like this would be nice to have if they ever re-release the Prime, or like Excalibur Prime. Like, give me this. I'd be happy with that. They fixed Umbra, and I could use Umbra and just use this really cool helmet. I would do that. I think that would be reasonable compensation. Yeah, yep, and that's a fair point. Even though this isn't channeling, it's snapshots because you're refreshing the whatever you casted. You're just keeping that duration up. So if you snapshot a high value of strength into that, it will in fact hold. Like if you get a double strength bonus from a fissure, that will hold if you recast it with Warcry. And you can tell based on the value. So you'll be able to see the attack speed value up in the thing. So if you kind of memorize a little bit on the attack speed value, like here at 321, my base attack speed is 96. So if you don't know if you've snapshotted a high value in it, you just look at the top and you see like, okay, is it 96 attack speed or is it higher? Okay, well, I have a snapshotted in higher value right now, so I probably shouldn't recast it. Just something to keep in mind. Yeah, no, going back to the Therion helmet, for those unaware. This is what they gave the Chinese founders, apparently. I don't know that for certain. That's on the wiki. That this is what they gave the Chinese founders that had bought the pack for that back in like 2015, 2016 timeframe. This is the compensation for them removing that program that is in the game, and you can see it. It is a cool helmet. I think it is a marginally better version, to be honest. Like, I think it is one of those things where it's a matter of this is unobtainable versus this is obtainable. This probably looks better, in all honesty. It's like it looks a little bit more interesting. But just like with Prime, people don't have this or they don't see it, so that sort of mystique around it makes it more valuable to a lot of people. All right, back into some actual gameplay. How about that? Yeah. Okay. We'll do the new mission with this. We can do Descentia. I think what I'll do, though, is we'll go to the beginning and then we'll extract so that we don't run into that problem. Yeah, Arcane Fury in the case, do heavy lifting. Arcane Fury used to be like a filler. Like, I would use that as a filler. There's also the argument for Arcane Strike that you can save 2 mod slots on your weapons and replace that with Arcane. I think the utility of Arcane Fury has definitely been devalued with the most recent edition of Arcanes. The most recent edition of Arcanes are just very good, where like you're making some pretty severe compromises to use that. That's kind of the downside there. So there might be a few scenarios where you can still fit Arcane Fury. I don't know about into Excalibur, but into other Warframes where it might be worth it. It probably even gets worse. Honestly, it might even get worse on other Warframes. Where, like, you think Kalervo's got such an absurd amount of valuable arcanes to use. With, like, you're talking battery, persistence, bellicose. The likelihood of you being able to fit in Arcane Fury is so low nowadays. But there's periods where I did use it on, like, my, or I did use it on some builds. Like, it did not wanting to deal with Arcane or Molt Augmented stacking. Just really annoying. Not needing the extra strength value. So then you could just get away with using Arcane Fury as, like, this pretty easy to maintain conditional bonus. 16 million. 38 million. Is there someone giving me a buff here? Who's on the team? A Wisp.
Again you depart. I am a temple, not une auberge.
No one shall know that I am going incognito. I actually do that. Sort of joked about that earlier. I guess you could look at my title and see, but people don't really pay too much attention to that, my guess. So then I can play Excalibur in peace. Yeah, exactly. There's so many good arcanes. Every single patch when they add stuff like this, like mods and arcanes, it's so much content for me. It really is, because there's so many things I have to test. Like, just think about Retaliation. Like, who would have expected Retaliation to be added? Your shield value scaling off of strength. Like, I didn't expect for them to add that. And so when that gets added, all of a sudden, Retaliation becomes more viable on certain builds. I'm doing some murders here. Wisp really being the goat here, bringing me extra health, bringing me extra attack speed. It's just great. Look at my armor too. Someone's giving me armor. I think it's the Oberon. Oberon gives you armor, I think, because my max energy is at 1200. Yeah, someone's giving me more armor. Like I've mentioned before, I am an Excalibur main. I don't know. I actually knew more about other classes. Like, this is one of the funny things. Even though on World of Warcraft I played a druid, I played exclusively a druid. For you to play high in arenas, you have to know every class. So I knew every class in World of Warcraft because you had to in order to actually be able to play arenas at a high level. Put it simply, if you didn't know that that spell animation from a warrior was like his ultimate ability, basically, then you were kind of screwed. And so you had to know it. In this game, I don't have to know anything. All I have to know is the subsumes. So if it's not a subsume, I kind of don't care about it on other Warframes. Oh, the other convenient thing here too, obviously, so I'm not getting increased range on this build because it's just a bit. But Warcry doesn't care about range. Warcry cares about affinity range. And 50 meters for that's pretty good. So we're able to give Warcry to pretty much our whole team without needing to mod in range. There they are. Yeah, look at this. It looks like I don't have a lot of energy. When in actuality, I have an absurd amount of energy. Look like I played Alliance. Well, I played both for a very long time. Or like, not, I wouldn't say both, but I faction changed and race swapped my druid the 15 years I played it. The 15 years that I played WoW, I switched back and forth. I started Horde back in Burning Crusade. I started Horde, and then I switched to Alliance at one point, switched back and forth. When I stopped playing, I was playing a Tauren, actually a High Mountain Tauren. You can find my character. You can actually see it. It's the same name as I use in Warframe. Just, it was on server Firetree. Might take you a little bit to find it, but that was me. You can go talk trash about all the mounts that I own. Because I was a mount collector when I played. Including gladiator mounts. Persistence or shield gating, I think it depends. So, like, I still kind of prefer using shields because they're more reliable. And that does have to do with, like, the fact that Excalibur really isn't you kind of have to force your way to getting persistence to work on Excalibur. It's not like Kalervo, where it's very easy to get persistence to work. There's very little compromises. Excalibur, outside of like, literally outside of Warcry. Outside of Warcry and running Unaru, like on Umbra I'm running here, you're having to make a lot of compromises. 2.6 million? Was that really... That must have been my companion. That wasn't... No, it definitely was not Radio Javelin. Because I can't crit on it. Yeah, that was definitely a companion. Warcry with Arcane Reaper. See, the problem there is I don't know where you fit it in this build. So if you were getting rid of Warcry to use Arcane Reaper, you would be losing a mod slot to be able to get max energy. And then if you lose max energy, you're probably sacrificing an augment to do it. One of the augments, if not Blind Rage. So like you have to, it's like the thinking about the holistic side of things, of going down the logic train of, well, if I swap this and I swap this, and it's like, okay, well, crap. Now it doesn't work. And it's satisfying when these things sort of fall into piece, like fall into place with one another. I really do like that. That's a lot of fun in the build crafting side. But that's kind of the hard part with some of these things. It's like, okay, if we do this or this, does it still work? And it's like, well, crap, it doesn't work now. So how do you fix that? Well, unfortunately, the way to fix that is to, like, use kind of this almost singular path that allows the whole thing to work. I think if you look at the Warframe community right now, there's some people that are using like health conversion in order to get the armor requirement, and I don't really think that's worth it. Because you think in comparison, you just use triple umbral, you get a lot of strength, you get a lot of health, and a lot of armor, and then you only have to fill in a little piece of the gap. On Gloom, if you wanted to run Arcane Reaper, I would run Gloom. Because Gloom will at least let you... it'll free up some slots there. It's just, you think you lose out on the augment from... Yeah, because if you're not running Warcry, you free up a mod slot with Eternal War. I do actually have a build for that. You can show that. I think that's in my video too. So you can run, if you wanted to run Reaper, I would run it on Gloom, which, yeah, you're getting sort of redundant healing there, but it's not the healing you're using it for, it's actually the armor. And really the armor that you're getting is to just get you above. It's not to get you to 700. I would not rely on Reaper to get you to 700. It's to get you to 1400, so that you don't take a heat stack and then become easily killable. Oh, here, we're going to use this because I think this is the last wave. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be nice. Health tanking. I need to stock up on Umbra Forma in case I need to revert Excalibur Prime back to Umbra Forma, in case health taking is fully viable from more arcanes or mods. I'm going to guess they're going to add mods. So just keep that in mind. That's most likely. If they already had a bunch of arcanes for health tanking stuff, like with Circumvent and with like giving you a bunch of armor and persistence, they're probably going to add some mods. Maybe a primed health mod? That'd be kind of cool. Let's see, is this enough? So I got 34 from that. That's not bad. Might be enough for me to buy my little emblem thing. We'll put that on, little badge. Nope, not enough. Do that again. Oh, here. I'll show this. Yeah, so in theory, if you didn't want to run Warcry, and you ran, like, Gloom instead, which would, I'll be honest, Gloom's probably your only other option for persistence on Excalibur without making, like, some really severe compromises in order to make it work. If you didn't have Gloom, then you would probably run Primed Flow over Eternal War. So that would be the mod swap that you would make. and then that would free up an arcane slot. So then you'd run Reaper. You could run Reaper or Circumvent. Circumvent would probably be better than Reaper, in all honesty, because Reaper is conditional. It's a very short duration. If you don't have enemies to kill, now you don't have armor. So then Circumvent's probably the easier thing, because this isn't conditional. I guess unless you have nothing to strip armor from, then you would potentially run into an issue. But pretty much every enemy that gives heat probably has armor, if I'm trying to think of it. Most of the time, I think there's some armor that you can strip from that. Or you can get Overguard from it. So that's probably the recommendation there instead of Reaper. I've tried that, though, with Reaper. It's just Reaper is so conditional. The other downside, too, is Guardian. Guardian, there's downtime. So you can't... I would not rely on this for your only source of armor to get you to 700. This is for if you wanted to get to 1400 or higher to prevent you from running into issues with heat. That would be the only time I would recommend that. Might as well rank these up. Sort by owned, because I've already forgotten to do this. So then tempo. Fun fact, if you didn't know this, you don't have to rank up multiple times. You can actually click the rank 5 one and then upgrade it once from 0 to 5. Fun fact. The more you know. Yeah, look at all these ones I didn't have rank 5 of. Just was never worth it. Like, I wasn't collecting them, so I just didn't care to keep them. I would literally salvage. After opening Eidolon packs for Vosper, I would just open tons of these. Or, like, get rid of tons of these. I do think they do need to revisit his passive. This reminds me of the thing I was going to talk about on how to fix survivability on melee-only builds. This is my recommendation. Let me finish doing this before. Like I said, I don't forget these things indefinitely. I'll remind, they're in my brain somewhere, and it's like, oh yeah, I was going to talk about that. So after I finish doing this, so I don't forget this again, we will get into my how I would fix melee and survivability on melee. And it's so good now. It would be so good with this new, with some new stuff that they just added, to put it simply. I'm not going to spoil it. Anticipation. I've actually put this in my comments in one of my videos. That's the only place that I think I've stated this idea, which I wouldn't doubt if this is a idea someone else has had before. Okay, I think that's all of them upgraded that I didn't have rank 5 that I bought just now. One of the things just before I get into this idea, this is a fun tab to go through. Oh, here we go. Forgot I bought that. Going through your incomplete mods, which is mods you don't have ranked up to full. Next TennoCon, I'm going to fix this because I've stayed away from all of the Bane mods for a very long time because I don't care about them, but I'm pretty much only missing like some very obscure mods. Some of the things I didn't buy that I should have, that I keep forgetting to do this. I need to swap around. I don't really need to do this anymore and have like these just sitting there at max. Like, look at here. This is how little I care. I've been sitting here probably for a couple of weeks now, just with maxed Red Veil and Steel Meridian, but I've done all of these. I've switched between them. You notice here, this is something you can actually do. I have 4 of these at rank 5 because conveniently, if you're Red Veil, you don't get negative New Loca and you don't get negative Parent Sequence. So if you get Parent Sequence, New Loca up, and then switch to these, you only get negative of that. It's a little fun thing that you can do. You can actually have 4 of these at max rank at a time. But I keep needing to get the augments. So getting into my idea, this is how I would fix... You know, we're going to hit record on this so that I can potentially upload this. So my idea of how to fix survivability on melee only comes to a pretty simple thing, which is Nariman. And I think making Nariman a pseudo requirement for melee only gameplay is probably the best way to do it. And the way I would do it is I would dramatically expand Power Spike. So So power spike, you generate combo, or you remove, you don't have decay of combo when you're in combat. But I would add a whole extra layer to this. And how I would do it is an overflow system of combo. So think of it, you get to 12 by 220 on your combo. And with Naraman, for those of us that have played Naraman, you're basically just brute forcing into 12 by 220. So it kind of doesn't make sense to have all this crazy extra combo duration on this because it's very easy to get to max combo on melee only with Naraman. And then you're just sitting at that the whole time. Well, if you had an overflow system where you go from 12 by 220 to like 12 by 240, all the way up to like 12 by 400. And then what the purpose of that would be is every 20 overflow combo is a soaked hit. So similar to the way Oberon's things works, where you're able to take a hit of damage and it nullifies it. Maybe gives you like a little immunity period for that too. Where then you could stack that up to like, in this case, that would be like 20, 180, it's like 9 hits if it stacked up to 400. So then you'd be able to soak hits, and you would have it would be an advantage for you to keep building combo past 12 by 220 and maintain building of combo. Well, where does that synergize here? Well, you have this new Vexoric Taron Strike that generates a lot of combo. The ridiculous thing about this, unless you're pulling out Exalted Blade and you get 0 combo on it, this extra combo generation is basically worthless. Like you're hitting 12 by 220 even harder. There's really no reason to have that extra combo duration on here, let's be honest, because on top of opening slam, on top of this, it's so easy to generate combo now. So this is almost set up to where it would be perfect if you had a combo overflow system that helps soak hits. Same thing with Spectral Blades. When they actually fix this does currently at least generate combo from my testing, that you at least generate 5 combo when this hits, and that is buffed by this guy and this guy. Or like opening slam buffs both Vexorix, Taran Strike, and also Spectral Blades. So that's how I would do it. So basically being able to overflow your combo using Naraman, that would allow you to soak hits, which is really what you need to do on melee. So like you have some sort of damage that you're going to take, and that damage is then negated by consuming combo that overflows past your max combo. So like you would want to always be at max combo, you'd want to always be in melee combat generating combo. It would make Rauchua pretty powerful, or you'd just make it so like you can't have Rauchua generate combo like overflow. So it would have to be like melee hits only that can generate overflow. But this is where Excalibur comes in, and this is how this would dramatically improve Excalibur. You might be thinking of an augment. There's a certain augment on Excalibur that would make that very good. So if we threw this in here, you'd be generating basically soaking hits, like a soaked hit worth of combo generation using Surging Dash, to where Surging Dash would make Slash Dash in that case with Naraman go from what used to be pretty much redundant, like this is worthless right now if you put it on Naraman, to being like a really cool way to be able to do melee combat and then, oh crap, I've run out of overflow, Slash Dash, generate your overflow combo. Now you have immunity for ever so amount of time. So that's how I would do it. I think overflow of combo on Naraman would be the way that you could dramatically improve survivability on melee only for definitely the vast majority of players. Because I won't say that it's easy to survive in these types of builds. It takes a lot of work, and I've obviously spent a very long time playing melee only, and it's hard to really say how much skill factors in personally, because even when I hop on controller, I feel like the skills that I learned doing it this way translate very easily to controller. It's a lot of that actual like timing and understanding of what you're supposed to do in a very specific scenario in melee combat. So that's how I would do it. All right. I recorded that just in case, so I can potentially upload that, make it a forum suggestion. I kept meaning to do that. So yeah, like an overflow combo system with Naraman, that would make Naraman like literally the best for melee combat. And I hope it does, because this, as soon as they fix like this guy, I have a feeling if this is actually generating, literally it says right here, and grants extra tolerance strike charge. It currently does not do that. And in theory, for 30 seconds, if this even generated like 1 Tauren strike per hit, 1% Tauren strike per hit, it's hitting twice, and it's hitting within supposedly 26 meters. For 30 seconds, you would only have to hit like 3 melee targets per second in order to generate a full charge. And that's not even like considering initial charge. And I obviously run high initial charge on mine. So the hope is that when they actually fix spectral blades, you can just perpetually, within 30 seconds, like every 30 seconds, you're able to use Vroxic or whatever it's called. That would be really cool. And that would make Nariman like the best school for me, and I would be using it by default. And that would also make Excalibur Umbra argument even worse, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. The slash dash augment gains value. Dual Ichor. This is the one thing I don't want to put in a video like that. The dual Ichor and its innate combo generation for the clouds would be just... This build would make you immortal. It would literally make you immortal because you'd have these clouds doing their thing across the map, generating combo. Because those clouds generate combo. This generates combo on clouds when they're getting hit by Toxin, because the clouds are considered melee hits. So you'd be basically immortal with Dual Ichor. There'd be a couple of things I think they would reasonably disable, like that. They should probably disable that from generating like overflowing combo generation stuff, and really make you rely on maintaining your opening slam, like your like power spike, whatever it's called, to get your double combo generation, and maybe even forcing you to run like combo generation mods. You know, how much more valuable would quickening be for a melee build over Prime Fury? Like quite a bit more. So I think that's the most interesting thing that I've thought of. I don't know if that's a new concept, but it really clicked in my brain as like a really fun way to use combo generation as a system in Nariman that's already just... They just added so much more combo generation unnecessarily. Like, it's just completely unnecessary. And it almost seems like there's a reason for it. Like, I don't know if it's something they've already thought about. I wouldn't doubt it. If this is like part 1 of the Focus expansion, and we're going to get a part 2, because they've done that historically when it comes to systems, just like companion rework and all those other things. When you block damage with that passive, it would show a mirror image of your Excalibur blocking. Oh, like when you successfully block something. The other thing I thought about as a really cool option for Excalibur is like make blocking with swords kind of like a crucial part. Like, think of this too. If you guys are probably more than aware of this system here. We'll actually hop on this influence build. So we'll go into a mission. I think I can just go into this capture and be just fine. So the thing that I don't get, that kind of irritates me about melee-only gameplay, is that when you're using quick melee, so when you're using this hybrid holstered thing, where you pull out melee weapon and you have it like... So like, I'm trying to do it here. So like, you have your melee weapon drawn, it'll auto parry. You're probably aware of this. Like, you get this auto parry feature when you have like quick melee when you have melee not fully drawn, you have it like partially drawn in a quick melee state. I would think it would be a cool feature to add to make Excalibur auto parry at like 120 or 150 degrees in front of him, so that you're reducing hits taken. Let me see if I can even trigger this. Dude, I'm literally... Yeah, like right here. This auto parry. I'm not doing anything. This auto parry feature that you get when you have like quick melee drawn, I don't see why drawn melee gameplay doesn't have that by default. So just think, if you had like as Excalibur, if you had a wider range of parry, you would be able to successfully block a lot of hits or dramatically reduce damage. So using parry as a mechanic, I think, would be a really cool option for Excalibur to help increase the survivability. The other one is like a combo generation based damage reduction, but I don't think that's enough. I think you have to actually soak damage hits and like negate them. That's where I think of Nariman as a great way to do that. Yeah, I stay away from Bane mods, so like, obviously my build philosophy, Bane mods don't meet that because you're constantly having to switch that, even if it's just having multiple profiles of a build just to have different Bane mods. Like, that's annoying. I don't want to deal with that. That's where I stay away from Bane mods. I didn't have a lot of them. I only recently was ranking them up because of the incomplete, even the ones I did have, like the base ones. I had to do a bunch of transmuting as well because I'd salvaged a bunch of Bane mods that I probably had hundreds of. There's a problem there too where can't get any radio javelin stacks if everything's dead. This is where I'm used to having our stretch. Yeah, like sort of like Dread Mirror in that sort of context, but have that as a built-in feature when you have a sword drawn, because you really want to incentivize. Like, I think incentivizing players to equip swords on Excalibur makes sense. The other thing that I thought about is, like, as simple ways to fix this kit, making Furious Javelin baseline for swords. So then the augment just gives it to you for all of the weapon types, like including dual. Like, what bonuses is passive give Furious Javelin baseline to his kit. So then if you're like in this build where you have Skiajati and you have Exalted Blade, obviously, you wouldn't have to run you wouldn't have to run Furious Javelin because you wouldn't have a melee weapon that doesn't innately benefit from this feature built into swords. So like expanding his passive to give some of his augments baseline for swords. Like, I think at least Furious Javelin. At a minimum, it would be Furious Javelin. But I even went as far, I think I have a forum recommendation for this. But adding, like, Surging Dash, it's not even here, but the radial finish, the extra finisher damage, and Furious Javelin as baseline features for swords, which would obviously apply to Exalted Blade. So then you would always have a buff for this. It's just, unless you have the augment actually equipped, it would only benefit swords. I thought that was an interesting way to, like, make Radio Javelin actually useful without forcing you to run this augment. It's a little more of a band-aid solution than just improving the overall. I kind of wish Furious or Radio Javelin scaled off of Exalted Blade, but then make its energy cost higher so that it's more of like an ultimate ability like it used to be. So bring it back up to like 100, and then make Furious Javelin reduce its cost and reduce its damage to like turn it into more of this utility ability than it is an actual like nuke. Usable at 100% rage? It is. You think it's still got a base 25 meter range, and 25 meters isn't awful. You're just, instead of using it with like enemies in sight, you're kind of going in between enemies and casting it, which isn't awful in a persistence build. Like, this base range with persistence is actually not terrible, because you think you have like 2 seconds, so you have plenty of time to slash dash, even if you're jumping into a whole crowd of enemies trying to murder you. Let me make sure there's nothing good here. That's still got an hour in it. I think we'll do one more of the Descentia so I can buy that silly little medal or whatever.
Of Upright to make his devices picky. My veins flow too richly with strain.
Molt augmented in some of my builds I don't like using because I think there's a lot more valuable stuff now, and the conditional nature of it sort of breaks a lot of the builds. You think probably 95% of the time, waiting for 100 or 250 kills to get your full power just isn't really worth it. There's some builds where I've even taken a level cap instead of running Molt Augmented, I was running Bellicose for 24% strength, just fixed. And it was more than capable of killing stuff at level cap without even having like some sort of crazy conditional bonus from teammates. So it's like, it's really not necessary. Like those strength breakpoints, a lot of people I think unnecessarily focus on just having way too much strength. Like you really don't need it. There's breakpoints for it. It's where I try to hit that like 300%. In this case, on this build, you could even drop the strength a little bit. You could remove those 2 Archon shards and free up some more Archon shards to do something if there was some other Archon shard that you wanted. You don't have to run the strength ones on this. It's just filler at that point. Like, you might as well. I guess you could use crit damage instead if you really wanted to. Oh, you could easily use one of the electric damage ones if you're running a dedicated influence build like what I'm running right here. Instead of running that 15% strength, you could run the influence setup. It's just realize you are sort of required to use Unaru. Or if you didn't want to use Unaru because you weren't running this on Umbra, then if you're running this on Prime, is pretty much the only solution there, then you could run a strength, or not a strength, an armor shard to get to 1400 easier. And then another slot for something else. How long has it been since I've done level cap? I don't think I've done level cap this patch. Because a lot of it's just been doing the other content. So it was like shortly before Old Peace was the last time I did level cap. That I went to did it with Void Cascade. And that's kind of the only way I do it now, because I don't want to spend that long in any mission past like maybe 2 hours. And that's just more of like, yeah, I just don't want to spend that long in a mission. There's a lot of stuff with Old Peace. Obviously, every time like new arcanes get added, there's so much to test. So then I figure out like what's good, and then usually it's closer to about this time that I start going to level cap when I'm able to. Yeah. The sad part is I don't like doing that in a vacuum, so it's not like I'm going solo level cap. I don't care to do that. I think it's not fun. I don't think it's worth it. So then it's usually with friends, and ideally those friends don't bring stuff that like prevents me from properly testing my builds, which sometimes happens, but I'm not gonna like put up a fit about it. But if I'm testing damage and survivability at level cap, and they give me like Nourish and Roar and everything like that, it's like, okay, well, I can at least test survivability. But if they're bringing Nourish, Roar, Revenant, and all this other nonsense, it's like, okay, well, now I can't really tell if this build's level cap viable or not reliably. Sometimes you have to nullify your data. But I'm not gonna like turn down just because of what they're playing. That's kind of dumb. I just can't use it as useful data. Isn't the ability string of Electrified enemy bugged for Exalted Blade? I haven't heard that. I honestly haven't heard that. But it's like, I'll be honest, you throw that on there and you can't really tell. So it's like hard to control for it. But that's something I can test. We can test that. I do have a base Excalibur that we can test that on.
What is that horrible smell?
Hi, kitty.
Devil, is that you?
Kitty doing kitty things in the background. I think she wants a treat, because this is about treat time for her, and she scratches on the right thing to get a treat. I have trained her to do that. She's a very good kitty, and that's a definite indication that she wants a treat. I'll probably be on for a little bit longer. I'm not going to stay up till 3 a.m. today. That uses those shards. Okay. I think that would be easy to test. Oh, ow. I think that would be easy to test. I think we'd have to send it. Like, I wouldn't be trying 1. I would be putting on 4 to really make it stand out more. I think I would have to do it that way. But no, I haven't heard that actually. But at the same time, it's like I haven't gotten any real. When I uploaded my episode 8, where I was demonstrating testing with condition overload, and how condition overload does not receive the bonus of ferocious or furious. Wow, a furious javelin. Like you test this 1-to-1 using even less strength or even less value than what you would otherwise get priming up a target, and it simply didn't apply. And I think the only pushback I got was someone suggesting that I wasn't testing it properly because I wasn't putting elemental damage on it. But it's like, if it's coded as melee damage, it doesn't need elemental damage. And now you're not talking about single variable isolation, which is not a good way to test things, in my opinion, when you're doing experiments with things. So that would be something worth testing, I would say, if that's something that that you've heard. I did see that. I think that condition overload didn't apply to, or that Furious Javelin didn't bonus condition overload from a forum comment on Furious Javelin. And so I was like, okay, well, I see videos of people saying that it like double dips and it's so crazy overpowered. And then I've noticed that condition overload generally doesn't scale as well as people say it does, even fully primed up. And so I just do the testing myself. Yeah, we can do that. We can do some experiments. Probably do that after this. And that could be the last thing we do. I think that would be worthy. And I can record it too. Let me make sure I rename that video. Oh no. This is what I get for tabbing out. Luckily these are Eximus units, and very easy to kill. See, if I was a smart man, I'd do that. Okay, I renamed that video. I recorded the Narman overflow idea specifically in case I feel like uploading that and making a forum post for it. As a reminder, if you see any of my suggestions like that, I usually have an equivalent forum post, and DE clearly monitors that, at least someone at DE does, and that's probably one of the best ways to get their attention. And the more ferocious people are on a forum post, the more likely it is to get that attention, even if that involves it getting taken down very fast. If it's like suggesting buffing Excalibur Umbra in like any way, those like to get taken down. I haven't gotten apparently people that have been making some of those posts, they'll get a warning on their account for their forum account. I haven't received any of those, so it's almost as if they know what they're doing isn't within their own guidelines. It's a theory there. That they can't justify putting a strike, even though they've taken down 2 of my forum posts. Like threads, like the full threads that I've made have been taken down. Just asking to buff Umbra, to like at least make him equivalent, so we don't have these, so we just fix this gap that's existed for all of time between Prime and Umbra. My next posts that I make along those are going to not use the word Prime or Founder at all through them. I will be using substitution words like we have to tiptoe around it, because apparently you do. Yeah, I think the major problem here is it's nice to know when someone actually says something, but I don't trust that sort of a trust but verify idea. And if someone links me like, hey, this is something that I tested and this is me testing that, then you can actually critique their experiment, and because maybe there's a hole in their experiment. Maybe your experiment's wrong. That's entirely possible. It's entirely possible the experiments I set up to come to the conclusions I come to about some of these things are wrong. And please, for the love of God, point that out. Tell me, oh, you messed this up. Like, oh, you didn't have elemental damage. In that case, I disagree with that. Condition overload is melee damage. It'll apply regardless of if you have elemental damage mods equipped. Like, I think that even devalues it even more. Because not all of my builds have elemental damage on them. So, like, there's an example. I lose Warcry kind of in between these that I wouldn't lose if I had continuity on. Very minor problem. Like, how much energy am I actually having to expend? In this scenario, you really don't need to be stacking Furious Javelin all the time, because Influence is just so powerful. In a scenario where you can get some, even like 96% is better than 0. So then, you might as well do it. If you've got full energy, you might as well do it. Like right there, 96. We're gonna do a little slam action here.
Does he himself know he's not pure? They know help him find soul.
I'm heavy slamming because you get the shockwave from Unaru. So then you might as well like jump up, heavy slam, and then you can get the shockwave like over there. So a shockwave for it. Very cool. Surprisingly, right now better than Matarai, or right now better than Naraman when it comes to melee builds. The fact that Unaru gives you slam, like a really cool slam ability. Blindly trust forum posts. It's so hard though, because it's like you see something, and at least for the most part, our brains are biased. If you see negative information, regardless of how accurate it might be, you remember that. I think it's just that sort of, it's a negativity bias sort of principle with the human brain. And so you see something like, oh, this doesn't work, and then your brain focuses on that regardless of if it's correct or not. Yeah, exactly. I agree. The forums is so weird. It's like, oh, dude, it's crazy. It's probably what Reddit and some of these social media platforms are just like. They're probably all the same, but it's like some people are ridiculous on that. Like, if we're trying to have an actual discussion about these things, why not be civil? But I guess that's ignorance on my part. I'm expecting civility within any forum or any sort of social media. Or expecting people to be genuine. Like, expecting people to be genuine and actually try to have a discussion and not just try to enforce their own, like, belief about something. It's like, I don't care about what you believe or whatever. It's like, what can you prove? What can you prove in this scenario? Like, if you're disagreeing with me, please feel free to provide the data and, like, your testing or whatever. Like, if we're disagreeing about something factual, please feel free to provide your information.
Yes. Now that you've
Okay.
done me with them, I might actually
Yeah, Reddit clone. But I honestly think it's like the crazy amount of... I think there is a lot of people that are on the forums that are pretty unreasonable, and that's just the reality of it. You think there's not a lot of people in the middle that actually go on the forums. You have people that are like highly engaged in the game in a positive way, and then you have people that are highly engaged in the game in a negative way. That's kind of the extremes on forums I've noticed over the years. Like, even with WoW forums and other forums and stuff, there's very little forums that have just like the reasonable people. Like, even on tech forums, you don't have like your average person on the tech forum. The people going to tech forums, like Linus Tech Tips, are the extremes that know a ton about everything and go there for like to help people and stuff like that. And then you have this extreme on the other end who know absolutely nothing and do nothing but spout misinformation to like validate their own confidence or something. It's weird. I ran into some of that. It's like, dude, you're disagreeing with me about something that we can both verify on the internet through like 30 different separate sources. Or just testing it yourself. Okay, so what we're going to do, because I'm curious about that, we're gonna taste base Excalibur, and I don't even have full Archon shards in him right now. Oh, look at this! I've got an electricity one already in him. Too bad we're gonna remove that. All right, no Archon shards, Excalibur base. Now what we're gonna do? Yeah, one of the things that I've been really happy, well, I don't know if I would say happy about, but I've been really confused about is the amount of not negative comments I get on my YouTube channel. Like, if that sounds weird to say, it's like I've only ran into maybe 2 times the entire time in my comment section that I've run into like some sort of negativity. And it's kind of strange because I was expecting like some negativity, like someone disagreeing, and it's like I'm kind of waiting for that, you know, like waiting for someone to be antagonistic, and then it just doesn't happen. My cat's scratching on a door. Sometimes I let her in the garage so that she can have fun in the garage, and she's definitely not going into the garage right now. What, kitty? Okay, we'll fix that. Okay, kitty. Yeah, electric thing. We're gonna test if electric damage ability Archon shards apply to Exalted Blade. While I hold my cat here for a moment, as she observes and ensures everything is okay around here. Because she is scratching on the door for I don't know what reason. She's trying to tell me something. She's trying to get my attention. Corvex. Corvex, when he first came out, was fun, but... Ow, kitty. Oh. Oh, she's got zoomies. He was fun when he first came out. His augments are interesting. That's about it. Usually when a Warframe gets a bunch of augments, it's because there's problems with their kit. Corvex is definitely one of them. He's got, what, 3 augments now or something? Okay. What I need to do, then... I need to... get his... Let me see. I need to get his status chance lower. We're definitely getting rid of Fury. You can see Fury was still on this because there was some scenarios where Fury was useful. We could probably do that. Let's see what we get to. 88? Okay. That's going to be close. If I use 40%, I could do that with this guy. I think 40% would get me there. No, 60%. $97.5? That's close. Drifting contact, 99. 100.5. I'm going to call that good. So we're going to do 100% status chance. So then we can make sure we're not getting weird numbers. So we'll get 1 electric proc, and that's it. Well, we'll get like... We'll probably test it with the waves, because the waves are going to be easier. No companion. Expertise. And we're going to set a baseline here against overguarded targets. Okay. I'm going to hit record on this. So what we're going to test is whether or not the ability damage Archon shards benefit Exalted Blade. Yeah. Yeah, Corvex is one of those interesting warframes that, like, I played around with him when he first came out, because he was very interesting. Reminded me of Godzilla, if that's weird, but what he reminded me of. Oh, what? Corrupted Eximus Gunners. Okay. Then I'm going to pull up some notepad here because very high advanced tool. So there's going to be no Archon shards. And I want to do melee range headshot. So we got three stacks, 47k, 55k dot. Man, I almost stripped his whole overguard. Damn. 4 stacks, 63k. And then we're going to verify. And it might be like an initial hit versus subsequent hit, but those are so very hard to tell. Like, if I hit him once and then get him up to 8, it's like, I saw 119. It's like 8 stacks, 119 dot. Because the dot should be proportional in this sort of build. So 7 was like 97. Okay. So that's some data. Then what we're going to go do, go back to the base, and we're going to throw in 5 Tau Violet Electric Archon shards. And we're going to see. Ability damage. Ability damage. All right. Yeah, I would love that. I would absolutely love a deluxe. I feel like they have to do it. A deluxe Korvax skin that is literally Godzilla. And they can even make his animation sounds a little bit different. Yeah, I would love that. Not that I have any particular... I'm not like some big Godzilla nerd. Godzilla's cool. As much as the new Godzilla movies from the MonsterVerse stuff are kind of like the Fast and Furious of monster movies, I enjoy them. And I imagine I enjoy them just like every car nerd probably enjoys Fast and Furious. It's just like dumb fun. The good new Godzilla movies are so bad as movies, but they're so enjoyable with crazy high definition CGI. Okay. Big damn time. 2 stacks. Oh, what is that? 102k. Okay, well, that's already a lot larger. Okay. These definitely look like they apply. So 4 stacks. 60. Oh, okay. 4 stacks, 63k. Full Tau Electric. 4 stacks, 63k dot. That's the same value. 3 stacks, 55k. You might be onto something. Now what we're gonna do is our double up. I saw 121 behind, but I need to do that again. 63. Oh, there we go. 105. 8 stacks. So yeah, it looks like it doesn't. Because in theory, 5 of those Archon shards would be a 75% increased damage, which would be nearly doubling it. So yeah, I think you're definitely onto something. I'm going to say right now, sort of tentatively, that these don't apply because you can't even make the argument that it's subsequent stacks that do it because I just tested that. So we'll see if we can get 7. 7, 117k versus 97k on the previous one, and that could be a difference of a crit. That's kind of the problem here, is that we can't isolate the crits. But you would want to see pretty dramatic increase. You see it pretty much doubling instead of... That was 6, 94k. Versus 7 at 97k. Like, that's not nearly double. You know, you have to, like I said, you have to sort through crits, because crits will change this. And I can't control whether it crits at 15% or not. There's no way for me to remove that. 8 stacks, 125k. Yeah. Oh, for a minute now, and found a niche interaction between Slash Dash and Foss Antical mod for the Grimoire. Huh. Let's let me look at that. I don't memorize which one Fass is, so we can test that. 135k, yeah. I would say more than likely you're correct in that it doesn't look like it applies. So another reason for me to not kind of avoid that, because that's one of those things. Like I said, these are things I love testing because I don't trust the information on the internet in general, because a lot of people like to say a lot of wrong stuff without any proof. And that's probably a good example of someone saying something that they might have tested, they might have not, they might have heard it from somewhere else. And that being that I just clearly equipped all of this, even with subsequent attacks. So you could make the argument that without subsequent attacks, they don't have the condition of electric status to increase ability damage. That would be the argument, but I just showed that. I hit them twice to get 7 and 8 stacks, and the damage between them maybe changed 10k for the dot, and the dot should be downstream of the hit. So if you scale up the hit, the dot should do that, unless you saw otherwise in the actual footage. So that evidence is out there, and I've recorded it. So give that a good old pause, and I'll have to reevaluate that and look at those values, because maybe the value of the initial hit and it's just the dot that doesn't change. Electric shard EB damage scaling test. Okay. Let's see. If you kill an enemy with Slash Dash after tagging them with a Grimoire, it triggers a mod, gives you minus shield recharge delay. Oh, yeah. So it's stacking. You're talking about really stacking up your shield charge delay. The problem with the shield charge delay, though... Oh, sorry. Just hit the mic. The problem with the shield charge delay is you can't get it to 0. That's the problem. At least I'm pretty sure you can't get this delay down to 0, and that would be actually what is required for you to prevent him from dying, because this was proved with Slash Dash not having shield immunity. The very small window from you getting out of Slash Dash to being able to do literally anything was enough for you to reliably get one-shotted regardless of what you did. The only way to fix it was to use rolling guard, and before you broke Slash Dash, you would have to roll. That was the only way to fix it. And it was awful. And that's why having shield immunity on Slash Dash is amazing. Okay, back to influence. Here, so that's another reinforcement of using this instead of the electric damage, because that clearly doesn't work. Or at least in my testing. I think that's pretty obvious. It 4 stacks did not change at all. And then the second hit looks like it within margin of error. You're talking like 8k. You're talking potentially 105k dot to 125k dot versus 119k dot. 7 stacks being like probably the difference of a crit between 97k and 117k. That one's probably the difference between a crit. Oh, we can actually maybe see if I can get another one of those. Just for wholeness. Oh, I'm dumb. I know what I did. I removed Chromatic Blade because I didn't want to have a one-ranked Chromatic Blade on this build by accident. So I was like, I should probably remove that. Yeah. Okay, we're back. That was a crit. 78. That's more, but like I said, it was a crit. 7 stacks, 117. That's still tracking. Eight stacks. I couldn't see what the second hit was. There's 6 stacks, 78k. So that's tracking. I would say that's tracking. Because we wouldn't be seeing 100k or 115 versus 120. We would be seeing like 120 versus 220 sort of difference. Because 75%, you think that would be additive to it. So then, just doing some basic math here for it. If we were seeing 119k at 8 stacks, we would want to see 208k at an additional 75% increase. Separate modifier. And this is with pressure point. This is with elemental damage. So you can't make some argument that it was because of, you didn't have any damage percent added to it, because that's specifically what it scales. I don't know. I don't think those people that make those arguments actually test those things, to be honest. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know these things because I don't test all of these little aspects like that. Probably should start doing it. So more ideas like that, the better, because the more I can get those in video footage, the more this is unfortunately adding to the stack of things to test every single hotfix and hope that they fix it. But I probably won't do that. That's ridiculous. Every major patch, if they actually put it in the patch notes, then I can test it and validate it, and then I can check and control for it. That would be really, really easy for me to do. Run catalyzing shield 1.33 gate from one shield, so the build needs delay mod and catalyst. Yeah, it's like I think I remember playing around with reducing shield delay by using also Vazarin, because Vazarin has a shield delay with protective sling. That's a 80% reduction. Just keep that in mind. If you full stack those two and that, it's still not enough, and you still have a window where you clearly take health damage. So it's like you always will have a window with shield delay. That's where, honestly, I run into the concern on every single one of the builds that I see that like full send into like mini shields and shield delay and all that. I don't think those people run those builds in like the variety of content to really test and say like, this is the definitive thing that you can run. It's like, cool, this is a cool trick for some scenarios. But I don't like that. I like having builds that are versatile, that can run in every single layer of content. That's why generally I've recommended triple umbral, because having that health, having some shields, having that decent armor allows you to survive in places where if you were just running even just this build, like if you were trying to run this build's going to run into some limitations because the health and armor is low. So you take like one hit of heat and steel path, or one hit of toxin and steel path, and you're done. Where that's not the case. So that's where like there's a balance here that exists, and that's what I try to reach. So that's where I've generally stayed away. You can actually see it here. Let me see. Let me go back. I think in my influence build on this, or afflictions build, I think I'm running expertise as well. Like right here. Here's a great example. So this is running Bright Bonnet, high strength, triple umbral, expertise. So you not only have a lot of shields, you also have a lot of armor and health, and this is just a very comfortable build. You don't need Chromatic Blade in it because this is my influence variation. And this is what I showcase in my comprehensive guide. Just as an example, this is that exact build. So this is a very cozy build. You don't really need to try too hard with this. It's nice and cozy. But you don't have to run this if you don't want to. You could run, in this case, like someone mentioned, you could run augmented, and then just have more strength that you pretty much don't need because you think you're going to get close to a 400% strength at full ramp, like 380, about 380% strength. And actually, no, not even that. You're going to get even more. We're talking about 61. So when this ramps up, you're probably getting up to like 70% on this. You've already got 300. Like, so 70, potentially 70. You're at like 400 some, well into 400% strength on this build. It's like, do you really need Molt Augmented in that scenario? Like, do you really need it? That's where I make this. This is a great example of that, where like even running triple umbral, you can still fit expertise in here, get tons of shields, have that nice cozy shield that you can rely on sometimes while having a lot of armor and health. Yeah, that 0.17 seconds of vulnerability, unfortunately, that can be a problem. Like, that's how dumb it is. It's like, I've tried this. I've really tried to make this work, but it's like it. I think at one point there was some sort of abusive thing you could do for it, and they fixed that. Like when you first could do it, like I think maybe when Catalyzing Shield first came out, there was somebody that was making videos about it, and that you could like abuse that and then become immortal that way. That clearly doesn't exist now because, yeah, the 0.17 seconds, you think that's 170 milliseconds, and you have well less than 170 milliseconds of server latency between you and the server for the game to say in that 170 milliseconds window you took 5 hits and now you're dead, or 1 hit and now you're dead. Yeah, and then consider how much you have to do. Like, you're running Catalyzing Shield, Shield Delay, which is 2 mods. If you're talking about running Vigilante Fever, this guy, and also Fast Deflection. Oh, I can do that. Wow, look at that. Okay, more you know. Since I block this area of my screen. So if you're running both of these, and then you're also running Catalyzing Shield, you're basically consuming all of this. So instead of running all of that, you could run triple umbral and still have shields that you can rely on with a certain value. Yeah, you're running Brief Respite for that. So that's where it's like you have to talk about the art, like the trade that you're making for that. So like you're not making that bargain in a vacuum. You're making that bargain with sacrificing, in this case, 77% ability strength, as well as a lot of health and a lot of armor. Yeah, yeah, that 2% where you're, yeah. Imperial or Storm Cloaks. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that is. Is that like a Skyrim reference that I've completely forgot about? Oh, it is a Skyrim reference. Wow, I'm impressed I remembered that. Oh, wow. I have not played Skyrim. Let's even look at Steam. When was the last time I played Skyrim? I think I launched it on the Steam Deck when I first got it. So that was probably when I got my Steam Deck OLED. I was like, how good does Skyrim run on this? I should probably just use the search function. There we go. Yeah, 2023 is when I last launched it, which is when I got my Steam Deck. That my brother now owns. I gave that to him. Because I have Ally X. But yeah, no, it's like, I'm surprised I even remembered that. I think I launched it for like 2 minutes, and the last time I played Skyrim was like 2015. Probably a decade since I played that. To actually answer your question, I'm trying to remember. I think I did Imperial stuff. I don't know. I don't even know if I can even speak to that. That's so long ago. That's like a lifetime ago for me at this point. Okay, so we figured that out. Definitely don't use ability damage percentage because it probably doesn't work. More than likely, I would say that. You guys all observe that and saw the numbers. It did not appear to do 75% more electric damage to the target. I guess if we want to talk about actually testing this, even fully, dang it. Okay. Electric. Oh, that would be the other thing we would have to do. What we'd have to do is we'd have to control, if we wanted to really fully test that, just as a reminder, you would test it on a base weapon. You'd use the base weapon as a control, see if you can replicate. Does a normal weapon increase the electric damage when using this? Yes. Okay. Well, then test it on an Exalted Blade. Does it change the value? Yes or no? And then that would be your control. So technically, to really answer that, so I'll have to think of a way to test that that's reliable. So I might have to do that after and see if I can think of a weapon, like an actual equipped weapon that would. No, because it's ability, so it shouldn't matter, right? Yeah, we're not talking about. We'd have to use a different ability, like. Yeah, because this is just ability damage, so it's not even a weapon. Yeah. There's no other control that I can do for this other than like another subsume. Unless I use like Volt or some other electric subsume to see if that affects it. Oh yeah, the Garuda build. I think I explained this in the video, but one of my buddies couldn't find a Garuda build that he liked. And so I made one for him because he was really struggling. He's not a build crafter type person. And he was really struggling to do it. So then that's when I came up with this. And I don't know if it's worth a reinvestigation or not. Like if you could probably run persistence on here, but I think the idea of full shield gating with Seeking Talons is so cool. Like the combination of Bloodletting and Seeking Talons. Like that's such a cool combination. And then Warcry just kind of adds some icing on the cake for the fact that we can use Arcane Battery with how high her armor is. Like better armor than Excalibur, to put it simply. And the tuning, the overextended part was really, I think if I remember, because I made this like a year ago almost, thinking about it. Overextend was really like the other part icing on the cake because it put it into this perfect spot of range. This is before Warcry got changed too, thinking about it. Because you wanted a range, but then it's like 45% wasn't enough for when I was testing it. I think it had to do with Bleeding Talons. I think it was specifically Bleeding Talons where I had the limitation there. Or the explosion radius. There was something about it that you didn't need that extra strength, but the extra range versus running like versus running stretch was worth it. And condition overload obviously applies here because it's a standard weapon and we don't have Furious Javelin, so you can use that here. Just trying to think if there's anything, because I haven't reevaluated this since Old Peace, to be honest. Cataloging that build, yeah. This is tuned around this energy spent and brief respite specifically. And this is, you're not changing this, because this is crucial. This is flexible. You don't need more shields. So you could probably fit persistence on here. There's probably someone that's made a persistence version of this. A little higher were their talons for Steel Path. Your lack of purple shards, probably, if I had to guess, because like that's massive. You talk about the extra crit damage from that. Like your crit damage goes from probably 2x on this build, except for this. You know, you're getting 120%, but yeah, you're losing like 5 or 6. Even if you're using regular shards, you're running into like 3 to 4x reduction in crit damage. And if I remember, this is tuned. I think I remember tuning this because of the crit chance on it. Like this is some of the math I do, like 35% base crit chance. If you do the math, 220, 440 times 0.35 plus 3.5, you get 266. And then on heavy attacks, that would be another 38.5. So then you get red crits on heavy attacks, guaranteed. I remember tuning this specifically around that. That's some of the math that I do there. So you get like, you're more likely with this to hit red crits than you are orange crits at 266. And then on heavy attacks, you're guaranteed red crits. Yeah, thanks for coming. Have a good sleep. I'm going to be about to probably do the same myself, to be honest, because I am getting up in what, about 6 hours for church, because that's today. Yep. Okay. I think that about covers it. Any other questions? Any other things people can think of that we can test or discuss real quick? Yeah, 222% more crit damage. It's 3 times 74. So yeah, I think that is. I don't feel like doing that math in my head right now. Yeah, 222% on a base of 2x. I think Garuda's Claws. It's hard to tell without let me see. Oh, the Odonta build. I haven't made a video about that. Thanks for reminding me. That's what I need to make some more videos. I reminded myself because of these new mods. Just as a reminder before I get into the Odonta build. Odonta? I pretty much just replaced the 60-60 heat with Toxin because this already has like a radial attack when you look at it. And the extra, this is a similar to the Toxin, the Prime Fever Strike, where like because this is just so good in comparison to what you would be comparing it to, like basically a whole extra mod's worth of toxin damage on this. Like you might as well use it. And so that's why that's there. So instead of running blast, it's running viral. You already get radial damage there. And that radial damage and the slight increase in health, the health damage increase from viral, that works really well. So getting into the actual Odonta build. This has been hardened over time. It's a shield-based build. What's nice, and this is the fun thing, when you run expertise with this, you get more shields with this as well. So you get another like 55% strength because I think it scales off of that. Energy field, this is a nice bonus. It actually does affect your team. I tested this against the Hundalus boss, and it appeared to actually bonus the damage. It's like I think like a 50 per air, like it shoots an additional projectile or something, but it does apply to your teams and does in fact appear to increase their health or their damage. I mean, obviously this one because you want to scale. I think it was the 4, the repel. This actually does a lot of damage. Repel. So then giving the extra strength is actually really nice. Increased efficiency, superior defense, comboing with shield capacity. The ability range is really nice. It mostly affects the repel. So part of this is using repel, which is really nice when you need to just fly through a group of enemies and then just spam your 4. It's pretty cheap, 45 drain when you have 300 max energy. And then flight speed, I feel like, I don't even know if this is optional or not, to be honest. I don't think I've tried removing this. It's just one of those where you just kind of want to run it. And then same thing for max energy. I don't think there's an option here. What subsume could I use instead of the mushrooms on Excal? 3 Archon mods. So if you're using afflictions, we're assuming afflictions, correct? We're assuming you're basically running. Oh, here we'll actually get into the loadout here. And we'll go to. Wow, I did not click there, game. What are you doing? So are we going to assume basically this build? Except with Bright Bonnet, and potentially using Warrior's Rest, so you're disabling his sentience. Or more like a Brief Respite expertise build. So like this right here, I would say this is flexible enough. The thing that this doesn't have that you would want to mod in is you can do it this way. So Bright Bonnet is obviously providing you energy economy. So if you don't want Bright Bonnet, you want to use, instead of these ability strength shards, you would definitely want to use energy or effectiveness. And potentially instead of the max energy on fill, you would be using like, the conversion orb one. And then this is a flexible. So consider the Archon shards if you're not running Bright Bonnet. And you could take exactly this build, running Warrior's Rest or not, probably running Warrior's Rest, and use like Raffle of Ants. You could use Roar, you could use Nourish. Just remember the rules about some of the sentience and disabling a sentience. You use of his sentience is really beneficial around Bright Bonnet and Well of Life. That one specifically. That one doesn't decast, and Umbra himself will actually cast it. So as a reminder there. Nourish and energy efficiency. Yeah, the downside of energy efficiency is it is antagonistic to Brief Respite. Just keep that in mind. And if your efficiency is too high, unless you have a lot of casting speed, you can't cast Radio Javelin before you lose your shields and you take health damage. Like, you're casting Radio Javelin, you don't generate enough shield, like soak of like a small shield gate to prevent you from dying while casting Radio Javelin. That's the important thing to know. If you want an energy option that you could drop in, but you need the augment for it, it's Well of Life. So Well of Life and this Pool of Life, this is actually really fun. I didn't do a video on this, but you can put this on Excalibur, and it does work quite nicely, and it doesn't break with his sentience. Do you know many builds on Neza? I will tell you, I have basically never used Neza. Here's my usage of Neza. Used. So when we talk about Warframes that have basically no usage, even Garuda, you see how little I've actually even used that Garuda build? Like, I built that and I was like, this works so well, it synergizes, it's sort of all the Lego pieces fit together. That's even how little I had to test that to come to that conclusion. But we're talking, here's Revenant, and this is the third page. And so you can figure, of 0.1%, how far do we have to go to get to Neza? Here's the 0%. So these are Warframes that I've used so little that I have 0% usage of them. A lot of non-primes. Here's Wukong. There's Harrow. There's Temple. Ember. And I've had Ember since 2014. I've had Ember Prime when I bought her Prime Access when it came out. Zephyr. There's Neza. I got 1 kill on him while I power leveled him in Sanctuary Onslaught. Yeah, I'm definitely an edge case here. I'm not. Don't take my Warframe usage as anything normal. Like, you talk about, like, Goth Prime has been out for a bit now, and he is my second least used Warframe. There's Trinity, because I went straight to Trinity Prime when Trinity Prime came out. Even my Sevagoth guy that I talked about in his cosmetics. So yeah, that's an option, I would say. So Well of Life. I've been meaning to do a video on this, just kind of like a tier list, just a tier list for Excalibur subsumes, because there are a few good ones, and the obvious ones are there, but then there's a lot that it's like there's a lot of compromises you have to make, and it's just simply not worth it, or it's just not a high quality of life thing. Well of Life is an option. It's kind of weird to use. You have to cast on a target, and then you do a bunch of damage to it, and then you cast it on it again. It kills it, and then you can actually get kind of an absurd amount of energy from this. 100% chance of health orb. I think, if I remember, that scales, that 100% chance of an energy orb. So you can basically get full energy from a single target on this, and it'll cast it on... It'll actually Umbra will cast it too. It's just the thing, if I remember correctly, when Umbra casts it as a sentient, as soon as you transfer back in, it kills it. And if you didn't have enough energy or damage on it, then like it's not going to work. So I would recommend trying Well of Life. It's an interesting one. If you don't like Bright Bonnet, it can be a direct replacement. You just really want to use the augment for it. Without the augment, you're yeah. Is his ability worth it? Kalervo is extremely good. Kalervo is definitely one of those Warframes you want to just buy. Like, just don't farm 2 of them. Buy them. If you don't like him, subsume him. Nowadays, with Persistence, you kind of just want to, because his Wrathful Advance is... If I had to choose the best subsume for Excalibur and probably most melee Warframes, it's Wrathful Advance. Like, it outperforms everything else by a mile with the way I play. It's just, It's so boring. I try to stay away from it. It's unnecessary damage, but you can go as low as 200% strength on Excalibur because of how powerful Wrathful Advance is and reach level cap. I've done it. I've got videos of it. 202% strength Excalibur, level cap, Wrathful Advance, just nuking the whole map because that's how good it is. Oh no, yeah. The secrets I possess are largely limited to mostly those secrets are in video form, except for a few little things that I haven't made videos on yet or might not yet, but it's largely based on Excalibur because if you didn't see this right here, I'm not exaggerating when I've been pretty much an Excalibur main one-trick pony for a very long time. There's Umbra, my third most used Warframe. Here's even base Excalibur that I've got, you know, well in excess of like 1.4 million kills or so between them. 1.2, 1.3 million kills. And there's Loki, who is my starter Warframe, who is still my fourth Warframe used. Literally my starter Warframe from 2013, July 2013, when I first started playing this game. Starter Warframe, my fourth most used Warframe, because turns out, very quickly, goes to my second most used, 7.4%. Yeah. It took a lot of work to get Umbra up to my third in really testing him and doing a lot of damage with him. Keep in mind, too, even with Umbra, I've heavily used Dual Liquor, my Dual Liquor variation of him, so then in combination with Dual Liquor, like just Dual Liquor, I've got 712,000 kills on him. Let's check Panzer, actually. Panzer's gotten some kills. But yeah, so that's the reality of that. I'm this kind of special creature when it comes to the way I played this game for its pretty much entire life. With what I actually showed you in my Warframe usage, for those that were there when I showed this, about my achievements of like kind of only a hiatus between 2015 and 2018. I really didn't play this game that much. But yeah, Kullervo, very good. The fun part about Kullervo, and I show this in my video, is you can pretty much ignore... Ooh, I like that. Kind of matches a little bit better. Is this one of those ones you can level? Progress. Oh, I'm assuming you have to play the new mission with that equipped. But yeah, Kullervo is interestingly now a health tank. Like that, I think that's kind of the sleeper thing, and I focus in on my video on that. You can pretty much ignore recompense as an overguard mechanic and just health tank on him with persistence. Because you think with triple Umbral, which you should be running on him anyways, he has extreme health, extreme armor, and then you can pretty much put whatever you want. I was just playing around with Thermal Sunder on him. I think I was playing around with him with this yesterday. So yeah, you have an open slot to be able to run an Augment. You can run Eternal War and Warcry on him just fine. You can even build him out to be a lot different, like this build right here, where he's like low strength, high range. You can use Storm of Uko, his augment here. You're still health tanking because triple Umbral and persistence is all you really need. And then you can full heal pretty easily off of his recompense, or just let your companion do it, because your companion has like 6.5 seconds to hit a target once to heal you back to full. You don't even really have to use Wrathful Advance on him in that scenario. He doesn't need a lot of strength for Wrathful Advance to be ridiculous, because it scales 2x to your strength, unlike the Subsume. And Collective Curse is an extremely good weapons platform ability, because you think you can take any single target weapon and turn it into AoE with this. So you really don't even need a high strength to get the damage redirection almost 100%. And with a 60-meter range almost, that's pretty insane. No, put it on. Oh, please don't buy me things. I don't need anything. Oh. Oh. I can show you this if you're curious. Where is it? There you go. For those that don't get to see these are at least the two that I got. This is that male. How are you getting so many Umbral Forma? Well, I don't have any right now because I burn all of them. But conveniently, the last two major patches happened on a Umbral Forma Teshin week. So you get the 150 Steel Essence, you can buy an Umbral Forma blueprint from Teshin. Well, on patch day, if you don't know this, on patch days on Wednesday, it resets that. So then on those weeks, the last two patches that has happened, and Old Peace was one of them. So then I was able to buy 2 Umbral Forma that week, and the previous week. And then I think we got one from Nightwave. Yeah, and then I think I was able to get the one from Nightwave. So I actually had 3 Umbral Forma in like 1 week from that. And I burned all of them because I'm dumb. Put them all on Excalibur and remove them. There you go. See, like, I have 0 because I'm dumb. I kind of burn those things like candy. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll stick to this build. Do a little bit more testing on it. Use my poor Selena Kyle. For those who don't know who Selena Kyle is, I would recommend watching more DC content. Watching the definitive, like the comprehensive Excalibur video twice now, I don't blame you, because, like, I'll be honest, that's such a dense video. Like, when I look back and view at it, to me, it all seems like standard information, but when I, like, think about it realistically, that video is very dense. And I try to make them dense so that if you need to, like, I'm trying not to waste your time for it. If you can watch that video and fully understand it at 1.5x or 1.25x, then I probably wasn't concise enough to explain things. So I hope I was able to meet that. And the timestamps, I hope the timestamps are accurate. I actually do those in post when it's uploading. And so hopefully those are accurate when you click on the timestamps for that. Yeah, the very end of that too. I thought that was a pretty good demonstration. The very end of my comprehensive video was a really good demonstration on, like, some of the crazy stuff I do for mobility wise and how I do that, because that's really hard to explain. It's just something I've done for so long. It's hard to, like, articulate that and demonstrate that to try to provide that knowledge to someone. Yeah, immediately burned 3 Umber Forma and took 2 off during testing. Yeah. Does Raffle Vance have energy problems? How do you manage that? The energy efficiency shard, or the energy, here, I'll go back to that. Like these, you want to use 2 to 3 of these. So on Tau-Forged Amber Shards, this effectiveness of energy orb is so good. It's hard to describe how good it is. It's just try 2 to 3 of them. 2 is kind of a sweet spot. Sometimes you can get away with 1. It depends on what your energy consumption is. But there's a difference. If you put 1 on and you don't get enough and you're running out of energy, put 2 on and you'll probably get to the point where you're maintaining your energy. And that's the difference. It's crazy. Like, some builds, I'll put 2 on. It's awful, like on Roar, and I'm not maintaining energy. I'll put 3 on, and then I'm instantly, like, full energy the whole time. So you tune your build around energy consumption for those energy orb effectiveness shards. The other way to do it too is you can kind of help supplement that by using like 1 or 2 of those, and then 1 of the health pickups provide energy, and vice versa, the violet version. Yeah, and on, if I remember correctly on Nourish, it doesn't scale. Nourish doesn't scale that, so you're kind of like adding 2 multipliers. So you're getting the multiplicative bonus from Nourish on orbs, and then you're getting this as a separate, so then holistically you get a lot more energy than like just this much. Yeah, so the problem with Equilibrium is I've run into some limitations for it. Where Equilibrium probably shines now is if you ran a Panzer. Because you think, how many enemies is a Panzer painting when you're using quills? There's some limitations there. So if you run Equilibrium and then that Synth Deconstruct sort of combination here, that's probably the thing that you can do now. It's just I've run into a lot of limitations running that. I would rather run Death Cube or run the Energy Orb Effectiveness. There was something, I almost feel like they changed something because I used Equilibrium shards or the Archon shards in the mod quite a lot right before I started making a lot of my builds. And then like it seemed like a year ago something just changed. Like 1999 it like broke because I started running out of energy all the time. And so then I had to switch and adapt. Wormwood Negate. I don't really know if Negate has the value I would prefer for it. So this guy, I don't even think I have it because just even looking at this like once every 5 seconds, the issue is that you actually, this is a fun fact for you. If you use, this is what gets me away from doing like those sorts of conditional status immunities. When you use a Nikonazal, or when you use a Zal, Exodia Contagion, this will burn through crazy amounts of status immunity. Like if you use, like back in the day, one of the subsumes that I used to use when I was running that build, but I didn't realize until like weeks upon weeks into it why I was burning through charges so often, is this guy, this Hideous Resistance. So this stacks up to a charge, and it's based on your strength. And at the time, I had like 200% strength or so. So it stacked like 20. Exodia Contagion burned through those like instantly. Because when you get hit with that blast, even when you're like ignoring it with Prime Sure-Footed, it would still consume one of these. And so that's where I stay away from like once every 5 seconds getting one of these. It's like, how easily am I going to burn through that? Like, what is that going to actually take? How do you farm Kalervo? Is it that bad? It is pretty bad. So I think to put it in perspective, I bought Kalervo as soon as he came out. Obviously, as soon as I saw the subsume from Kalervo, I was like, I need that. So I instantly bought like his whole pack, including, because I had the platinum. This was when I think I even had it like that time 40,000 platinum or so. Instantly buy all the Deviri weapons, start testing them because that was a pretty big update for me. From a melee only perspective, and I like speed rushed him through SO, subsumed him, started using the subsume to be able to get Kalervo just passively playing the circuit. After that, it took me a whole year of like passively farming Kalervo to get a second Kalervo. It took me a genuine year to do that, and at the very end, I remember I like kind of speed rushed it, spent a couple of hours just doing it, like, or like 1 hour. I think it was like 1 hour during one of the periods that I was able to do it, and then finish like the last part. Like I needed only like the last part, and I was like, okay, I'll rush this, build my second Kalervo. That's how long it took me to farm Kalervo. It took me like passively doing it a year. So that's where buying Kalervo is. I used to gift it a lot. I used to gift Kalervo quite a lot to people because it was a very powerful thing to do, because it's like farming that second Kalervo was awful. The only time he's been really efficient to farm was during the event, and I didn't do that event because I was too busy doing other things and testing incarnate weapons and all that stuff when that first came out. Yeah, organically farming 2 Kalervos. That's another argument where, like, in this game, remember, time is money, and farming is plat, and plat is sometimes more efficient than farming a lot of the content in the game. Like, by far one of the best examples now is, and this is brand new, if you don't have this, just buy it. You can only get one. You can't abuse gifting it if you've already bought one. Someone can't gift you another one. We tried this. Because otherwise, 175 platinum to get 150, 150, and 150. And most pubs, you're getting like 12 to 15 per. You can get like up to 20 if you're doing a really really sweaty speed farm build per mission, and that's 12 to 14 minutes per mission. So if you have to do 10 of those, approximately 10 of those, we'll just guess, and they take you about, even being conservative with it, 12 minutes apiece, 120 minutes times 3 takes you 360 minutes. So you're talking about 6 hours of that mission just to farm enough of these, if my math was correct on that, that it takes for you to farm the enough materials on average, or just like a generalization of, to get one single tar on strike. So if we're going to speculate here, how much platinum could you farm in 6 hours of farming? Probably more than 175. For me, that's like rolling a ribbon. That's like spending 5 minutes rolling a ribbon for Kuba for that week, and I can make that much off of that. Like maybe like 20 rolls into a ribbon. Oh, good, making good plat right now. So I'm probably an awful resource for this. Because I don't farm platinum. I'm kind of in this weird niche where I figured out some holes in the ribbon market for a very long time, and my platinum has been maintaining, and I even have a 75% coupon still right now that I don't plan on using, because obviously. But the easy explanation I can give for Kuba, or for farming platinum, is really, if you play the game, you play Steel Path, you cap out your Kuva that week, and as long as you don't do something dumb, like spend all of your Kuva into Torrid ribbons, and like ribbons where tons of people are investing Kuva into it, and the gap between like unrolled and mid-rolled is like minuscule. Really, it's, you want to find ribbons that don't really have a place in the market. I think for me personally, it's easier because I'm a buildcrafter, and so I'm kind of always ahead of the curve when it comes to like what's optimal for this weird niche in the market that I fill, or in the game that I fill. So I can kind of benefit that way on knowing, well, people might want this type of dual liquor ribbon, or this type of hate ribbon, or this type of ceramic dagger ribbon, or even I was selling Larkspur ribbons even there, and I got a couple of stuff from Larkspur. Like, I even have some Latron and some other nonsense here that I don't really care about. A lot of it is like ribbons through volume. When you get enough ribbons on the market, if you sell like once a week, that's all you really need to make up for plat that you spend, because you might be able to get anywhere from like 200 platinum to 2,000, 4,000, 5,000 platinum on a single sale in profit. That happens. And you only need to do that every once in a while. You can do it once a week. My ribbon sales after Tech Rod Encore, because I largely sold a lot of stat stick ribbons, very particular niche of stat stick ribbons. And those sales went from like to a tenth of what they were afterwards. It was pretty much only people now no longer buying them for stat sticks, but buying them for actual melee weapons, because they were still useful for just melee weapons after that. It's just people weren't... I think I had to chop the prices on everything too for that. The supply basically went to 0 in a single patch. It was a good patch. Tech Rod Encore was an amazing patch, but not for my platinum community or market. Yeah, actually, there's tons of stuff I don't even sell. Oh, here, we'll go to Wrathful Advance. I think I have a Wrathful Advance variation. Oh. Yeah, like this. And this is... Wow, this is awful, actually. We'll fix that. This is definitely not updated. So we'll do this. I definitely did not touch this for Old Peace. This specific mod variation. Or this... Yeah, there you go. See, if you do this right here for Wrathful Advance, if you're using my like /dash variation, so you wanna run the Archon mods, and then you want to run my Affliction /dash Exalted Blade build, which I would highly recommend doing. It's absurd damage on this. You know, you're making slash dash with Wrathful Advance do insane amounts of damage. You should see 30% less strength on this version, because I would highly recommend running Energy Orb Effectiveness here instead. So these two, instead of these, Energy Orb Effectiveness, and then instead of this one, because you're running Warrior's Rest, just run the Violent Energy Orb Conversion one. So like the Equilibrium Shard. And then for the Exalted Blade, don't run Sacrificial Steel and stuff if you're running Wrathful Advance. That's where you just want to run, like, you just want to run this instead. If you're running Wrathful Advance, don't run the Sacrificial set. It's dumb. You don't need to run it. You're a lot better off, especially without all those crit damage shards, you're better off running Galvanized Steel. Does that answer your question, Sayar? Yeah, some random mods. It's like an account like mine. This is the problem. I've heard people talk about making it easier to sell stuff on the market, like little things. The problem is, I'm not alone in someone that even having 37 daily trades, I've maxed out my daily trades once, and most of the time my average trades per week is like 4, maybe 4, even with the stuff I buy. If they made it easier for people like me to list stuff on the market, I would, like, if everyone, like in my scenario, was able to do that, the market prices would just plummet, which would be good for people that buy platinum and want to get cheap stuff. But it would be awful for people that don't want to buy platinum and want to make money in the game without having to spend money. Like, want to make platinum in the game without spending money. It would be awful for them, because I've got, you know, how much stuff is sold. Yeah. And the slash dash build variation works on standard. It's just, if you're going to run, the downside here is that if you're running Wrathful Advance, you don't have to run Chromatic Blade, but if you're running triple Archon, I don't see the reason to run Impetus and wow, a misclick there. So like in this scenario, you want to run this right here for Afflictions if you're running all the Archon mods and you're running Impetus, like my standard Afflictions build. Obviously, if you're running Wrathful Advance, switch these out for the Prime Pressure Point and Galvanized Steel. Right now, what I have opened up, though, is a Influence variation, which this is set up for Affliction. So this is kind of where it's like a half build here. I'll actually switch to this right here. So in comparison, if you wanted to run Wrathful Advance and you wanted to run it with Archon mods, I don't see the reason to run Archon mods unless you're running Afflictions and you're running this variation. What's nice is if you did want to pull out Exalted Blade, you could very easily just heavy attack spam with Wrathful Advance, and it's going to do absurd damage because you're now red critting pretty reliably with heavy attacks on Exalted Blade. So without running like Chromatic Blade and chopping into those that mod config in order to fit in like Chromatic and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, snapshotting, so every channeling ability snapshots strength. So when you cast a channeling ability, the strength at which you are at when you casted it is what you get for the entire duration of it. What doesn't snapshot is range, duration, and efficiency. So those are conditional, because you think you get fissure bonuses. Do you get extra range for those? I forgot who tested this for me, but someone tested it with another Warframe, that the snapshot in strength, or the snapshot in range, really matters. Yeah, I don't really like Matter Eye. I don't like the extra casting speed. I think it's generally overrated because the community is very harped into like absolute, like sending strength as high as you physically can, even to the sacrifice of the quality of life and the like the quality of the build and the sort of usability of the build. The Warframe community and like a lot of the creators are more than willing to do that. It's like, let's make this build nigh unusable just to squeeze out another 20 or 30% strength. And I don't like doing that. I like making things reliable, versatile, and practical. So I don't really like Madurai for that reason, because it was also one of those where I'm a bit antagonistic about it. Like, people were, oh, you have to run Madurai for Void Cascade, and that was simply wrong. That was simply wrong before World Peace. It's especially wrong. I don't know if I've seen anyone argue that yet, because that argument's probably dead, because Operator's a lot more powerful in Old Peace, where Madurai is not required. You think you could kill a bunch of Thrax Ghosts with Naramin just like, oh, you have a bunch of Thrax Ghosts on the map. Pull out your Vexoric and then just kill all of them with a single slash, because that does void damage. So yeah, I don't like Madurai. If you do run, just keep in mind this influence. Like, if you wanted to, well, not this one. Wow. Like this version right here, if you wanted to run Chromatic Blade Influence and not run Bright Bonnet and run Wrathful Advance instead, you can just copy this build, and then obviously you would put probably Warrior's Rest there if you wanted to. You don't have to. If you wanted to run Prime Surefoot, you can do it. Because Wrathful Advance is one of those sort of more neutral when it comes to getting decasted, because it's like 15 seconds, even with increased duration. It's really not that big of a deal to lose it. If you wanted to forego duration on that, you can do it, and it's just fine. So you don't even have to run this. You can run a different arcane. You can run like Augmented if you really wanted to, but we're already talking about an insane amount of strength. Luckily, Wrathful Advance does free up some stuff. You just really keep in mind you want to use Archon Shards to fix energy economy with Wrathful Advance, because it's already so ridiculously overpowered. You don't need strength. You really don't even need crit damage shards. You could just get away with stacking your energy. Probably one of the most slept on things, in my opinion, in general, is using... let me make sure I have the right build on for this before I break it. Probably one of the biggest slapped... Yeah. Is that if everything dies in one hit, no need for survivability. Well, the problem is that they're not killing everything in one hit. They're overkilling something that would die in one hit if they did 1/10 the damage. It's like, why? Even at level cap. That's where I use base Steel Path. Like, if you take base Steel Path, Grineer, don't armor strip them, and then if you can do millions against those guys, you're gonna do enough damage at level cap to kill everything in plenty of time, like in such a short period of time. So it really is, it's a dumb, in my opinion, it's a dumb way to like approach build crafting, where you're just trying to take and send as much damage. Like, oh, if you're not hitting integer cap, then you're wrong. It's like you're hitting the max amount of damage at like in the millions. So why do you need to hit in the billions? You're hitting like tens of millions on a target in base Steel Path, you're gonna be fine. I think the difference is, and it's perfectly fine. Like, you know, I'm not gonna say that that's a wrong way to do it. I just think it's not a smart way to build, when especially you get fatigued from doing that, or you get bored or annoyed of builds because you're having to like, oh, let's make sure we hop into Madurai every 20 seconds to get our strength value and all this stuff. It's like simplifying the build. I don't even like the fact that you have to pop in and out of in and out Operator every 40 seconds to maintain your knockdown immunity, because I'm pretty bad at doing that. And all you have to do is hit Transference and Quick Melee to do it. And I even still mess that up all the time. So that's kind of putting that in perspective. Conveniently, Resourceful Retriever and like this combination of things, this is one of those things that I could see people foregoing quality of life in order to compensate for, because you think Sentinels are very powerful, especially with Guardian. They can basically keep you immortal, but then what do you sacrifice for that? Well, you sacrifice Resourceful Retriever, which is very powerful, and obviously you want to run this anytime you possibly can. But for a melee-only build, Tandem Bond and this sort of combination of stuff, not this exact, I'm still working on the Panzer build. is a very powerful way for you to be able to compensate for that with how powerful Sentinels are and trying to find companions, like beast companions that match that. Yeah, like, I think people way overvalue the necessity to hit stupid hard. Yeah. That's where, remember, my 3 criteria on what I've experimentally determined are the 3 criteria to consider when it comes to building for level cap. And then obviously everything before that, it's just more than sufficient damage. You need 2 out of 3 of these. 300% strength, Furious Javelin, Wrathful Advance. So if you have a given build and you have Wrathful Advance with 300% strength, you don't even need Furious Javelin. You don't even have to equip it, and you'll be fine at level cap. If you use that, obviously, if you want to hit really big numbers, that's kind of absurd. But if you're using Furious Javelin, and if you're using Furious Javelin and Wrathful Advance, you can go literally as low as 200% strength and still be fine. I've done this at level cap. 202% strength. Literally, it was triple Umbral and Arcane Bellicose to get 202% strength. And I took that level cap perfectly fine because turns out you don't need that much strength when you have Wrathful Advance. Very powerful. That's obviously with Furious Javelin as well, which scales very well. So it's, yeah, you really don't need much. And that's even gotten better with the attenuation nerfs. The nerf to attenuation and what was it, Undermined, that they did all that, has just made everything easier too. And you have a lot of flexibility in these builds. It doesn't have to be, this isn't, like, I think the important thing to know, this isn't Diablo 4 where, like, well, if you play Diablo 4, you have Torment 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the power scaling for that requirement is, like, exponential. So if you can be, like, perfectly fine in Torment 2, but then when you get to Torment 3, you're, like, literally not able to kill anything because there's such an exponential gain. To put it in perspective, pretty much every build works in, like, Torment 3, but then when you try to get to Torment 4 in Diablo, it's, like, such a crazy extreme exponential growth that it's like, well, you thought because I'm in T3 and I'm able to kill everything perfectly fine, I should be fine in T4. Not the case. In Warframe, it's like, there isn't a T4, because attenuation was the T4. They just nerfed the heck out of that to the point where you don't even need to build around T4 content. You can build around T3 and you'll be perfectly fine in every content. Sort of as a video game, another video game analogy there for those that play Diablo. Yeah, good night. Good night, Zukasu. Can you drop Fierce Javelin using Wrathful Advance? That's where I mentioned about the 300% strength. If you use Wrathful Advance, and you don't want to run if you are running Wrathful Advance and you don't want to run Furious Javelin, get the 300% strength, and you'll be fine. And with Triple Umbral, Blind Rage, yeah, with Triple Umbral, Blind Rage, and then like one other thing, Archon Shards or whatever, you can get pretty close to that. Pretty easy to get to. Arcane, you can do it with it too. Yeah, I don't blame you. Hardcore is dumb. I've done hardcore once. I got to, like, I think I finally got a mythic Doombringer, and then I just get randomly one-shotted. Like, I did slightly harder content. I just get randomly one-shotted. I've literally just got a Doombringer, and then I'm just dead. But I play Rogue on Diablo 4. And I have a really crazy build right now on my Rogue on Diablo 4 that is not on max roll, that I'm very happy and very impressed with, that I don't plan on ever making videos on because I don't know enough about the little tiny details of that game to justify trying to make content for it. I don't have a direct line to Blizzard like every one of the content creators has that can ask questions, like, genuinely. There's been some Freudian slips on that between some of the content creators. They have reps that they talk to about Blizzard when they need to ask questions about the way things scale and what's better than other things. Yeah. Yeah, that dying to server issues is not their fault. Yep. Yeah, just remember that Calervo, to grind Calervo, you need to be at a specific like version, like a specific emotion. I forget what they are, but just please remember that. If it's not this particular motion, whatever this one is, gloomy or sorrow, yeah, whatever. If it's not a particular emotion, I think it's like the blue and the red or something. I don't know. Just look at the wiki for it. The emotion matters because you physically like, I forget if it's like it doesn't spawn or something, but you can't farm him unless you have a specific motion. If I'm remembering that correctly. Yeah, anger, sorrow, and fear. There you go. So just don't be on the ones that don't do that. And if you farm him that way, it's still a chore to farm. Okay. I guess for those wondering, we might as well do this as the closeout here. For those who want to see what my orbiter looks like. My very impressive orbiter. Here you go. Here's my orbiter. Very heavily decorated orbiter. Look, there's a decoration. I'll put the Grimoire tower thing, or like podium. There you go. Impressive. Look at this. Yeah, basically done nothing. Just stuff I don't care about. I barely decorate my own house. Luckily for me, I've had people that help me decorate my house because otherwise it would be pretty barren. There you go. There's all my decorations. This is a practical one. Yep. So for those that wonder, because yeah, I played this game a long time, but that doesn't mean I necessarily do all the decoration stuff. It looks just like yours, yeah. I actually do like the back room. It's not as like claustrophobic, I think, than the orbiter. It's a little bit more open, and you can get directly into the... You can just go directly into an open area, which is pretty cool. This is where I put my Excalibur Prime Noggle right there. For those that don't know, that does exist, and they gave that to us a couple years ago. It's a Regal Aya, the Lisset Prime. It was a Prime accessory, and the same with the interior. The interior and that are Prime accessories. Yeah, good night, Sire. Glad I could help. Alright, so I think I'm probably going to do the same and head to bed so that I'm not up too much later because this is getting pretty late for me. And I would like to get some sleep before church in the morning, or I have to do lots of things to keep service going. I run the computer and sound system at church, so I have to actually be conscious and paying attention. Yeah. Yeah, definitely go grab that and bring it into your back room. I did that. I grabbed this Noggle and put it in the back room because I like the back room a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It catch more they're not. Yeah, the I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. We'll see. It'll depend on if I'm doing anything interesting or not, to be honest, because sometimes I just play this game and brute force test a couple of builds. I think playing a bit more of this guy is what I'll end up doing tomorrow, but my schedule tomorrow after church and all that stuff, I usually will work out and then be on, so maybe I'll be around at like Eastern time. Let me think. Eastern time, like 1700 Eastern time or so, so like 5 p.m. Eastern time is probably where I'll be, which is 10 p.m. Universal time, I think. So if you want to, if you're calculating to that, approximately there. So yeah, if you see me go live on YouTube, I'm definitely preferring YouTube versus Twitch, so I probably won't stream on Twitch anymore for people that happen to join me on Twitch before. Just don't like that platform. I don't use it. Yeah, I probably won't stream too much during the week because I get pretty busy during the week, especially doing normal things. It's usually the weekend. I get a lot more time. So if you probably noticed some of my upload schedule too for that. But yeah. Well, y'all have a good night or morning if you happen to be not in the United States. And thanks for tuning in.